Hello, hello. Hello, Tenkan. What's up? Hope you've been doing well. Alrighty. First PGR stream on this channel. Woohoo! Yippee! Alrighty. So, today, we'll read through the newest chapter. Source Beacon. And then, probably next week, I'll get into Stars Ensnared. Oh, will be made available on the app on the 17th. Technically the 16th for me. Which is... Oh yeah, no, that's like actually just perfect. Legit like next week. It's perfect. Okay. The alpha. True. Sleep if you're tired. True.
昇格者と同じ部屋にいられる度胸があるのに怠慢がバレて叱られる方が怖いの。安心なさい。誰もここでの出来事は知る由もないわ。
Anyway, like read through the story and all that stuff, but before I do the story, I kind of want to go for the Luna Oblivion pulls here. But before I do the Luna Oblivion pulls, I have to quickly do something, so I'm just gonna be right back. Give me like 2-3 minutes. All right. Hopefully for the rest of this stream, I don't get like interrupted by anything. Phone calls and whatnot. So I want to be here, I want to chill, I want to read, I want to have fun without any interruptions. Alrighty. Alright. Let's do my polls. Luna Oblivion. Hopefully I get her without having to hit pity, because if I hit pity, I'm gonna be very upset. Let's go gambling. Got Hanying. And no apocalypse. Yeah, hopefully the punishing virus doesn't happen in the middle of this stream in real life. 20. Nope. Ah. Here's 30. I want to see red. Oh, I got Vera. Again. Please. I beg. Oh, come on, man. Am I really gonna hit pity again? My gacha luck has been so bad. Yep. Well. Again and again. That's unfortunate. Don't worry. I'll be able to get more black cards in a bit. Hopefully it'll be enough to get me another 10. Hey, Carefree. Yep. Yeah, made it. 30 pulls, nothing. Sedge. 30 pulls and nothing. But don't worry. The rewards from this patch will give me enough for another 10. I'm sure. Hey, at least I got shards for other characters. Mehu. Hey, look at that. More shards for Vera. Hell yeah. Any other characters I'm missing? Upgrade this. Chrome. Five Lunas, minimum trust. Bet. I believe. She will come home. Little sis will come home. That's a lot of Han Ying shards, holy. Let's pick those up too. Didn't I? Okay. Here. Let's do these trial zones before I get into the story. Check these out real quick. Oh my gosh. Increases nihil damage of all members by 10%. Increases attack of all annihilators by 20%. Oh. Gorgeous. Great start. Okay. Every 3 ping increases the range. And then holding down base. I haven't even done her the tutorial for her. So I'm just learning off her here. I'm just learning on the go.
これで終わります。抵抗なんて偽りも埋葬してあげる。終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消えなさい。偽りの存在崩壊なさい。溶けて消えなさい。真実を受け入れなさい。抵抗なんて無意味。これで終わります。偽りの存在静まりなさい。溶けて消えなさい。これで終わります。抵抗なんて無意味。埋葬してあげる。偽りの存在抵抗なんて無意味。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
That's really cool.
真実を受け入れなさい。偽りの存在これで終わります。終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消えなさい。偽りの存在に崩壊なさい。溶けて消えなさい。真実を受け入れなさい。抵抗なんて無意味。これで終わります。偽りの存在抵抗なんて埋葬してあげる。
Just keep juggling
溶けて
enemies.
消えなさい。これで終わります。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
Where's the exit? Oh, tap the special button. Cool skin.
前へと進むわ。あなたも共に。でしょ?
I love the ribbons on her chest there, looking like rib cages. Or looking like a rib cage. This skin is really cool. When I saw the like the little like preview trailer of this skin, I was like, oh my god. I'm slightly tempted, slightly, but I know that there's that other skin of hers where she where it looks like she's like part of the Yakuza or some shit. That skin I really want. This one really close though.
この戦い、私を楽しませてほしいものね。
This shit looks so good.
生死を分けるのは一瞬よ。風より解かれし力。
Oh my
我
god.
が刃と化せ。無駄な抵抗はやめなさい。生死を歯ごたえないわ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
It's fucking that's insane.
風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。無駄な手加減はしない。
Whoops.
手加減はしない。
Oh.
生
You want
死
the
を
wallet destroyer skin?
歯ごたえないわ。
Yeah.
宿命の風は
It's
私が
gonna
断
be
ち
hella
切る。
pricey, that's for sure.
風より解かれし
I'm gonna
力。
cry both tears of joy and sadness.
生死を分けるの無駄な。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
That's so cool though.
生死を分ける。風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。歯ごたえないわ。宿命の風は私が断ち切る。
Visual effects, sound effects, animations.
風より解かれし力。
They never miss with their skins,
我が刃
man.
と化せ。生死を歯ごたえないわ。
This is how you do a gacha game skin.
私が断ち切る。
Oh shit.
生死を分けるのは風より解かれし力。我が刃と化せ。生死を 歯ごたえないの。宿命の
See
枷
it one
は
more time.
私が断ち切る。
Guys.
風より解かれし力、我が刃と化せ。
The sound effects are so clean. This skin looks so good.
次に向かうわよ。この勝利が終幕ではないわ。
Oh, that outro. So good. Awesome. There's also this new cub. Luna. Check this out.
この程度の相手なら戦いとは言わないわ。
Guard Drake requires pinging any 6 basic signal orbs to accumulate energy, activate its active skills, cast its active skills, which can be charged twice.
溶けて消え、偽りの存在ね。
Abyssal Breath. Upon casting, Guard Drake will unleash Dragon Breath from above the target, damaging and slowing enemy units. Whoa, the purple.
溶けて消えな、偽りの存在ね。 崩壊なさい。溶けて消えなさい。崩壊なさい。溶けて消えなさい。抵抗なんて無意味。
May select another active skill, Furious Annihilation.
溶けて消えなさい。
Take off, dive toward enemy, healing damage. Ah.
崩壊なさい。 崩壊なさい。溶けて消えなさい。崩壊なさい。
Oh, okay. Well, that I just discovered. Okay.
真実を受け入れなさい。埋葬してあげる。これで終わりね。
Ah, the cub fights alongside you with that. That's cool. Cool, cool, cool.
前へと進むわ。あなたも共に。でしょ。
Then the last thing would be just doing this. There's also the Teddy and
この
Bridget
程度の
ones.
相手なら戦いとは言わないわ。
Animations go insane.
溶けて消えなさい。真実を受け入れなさい。
That's crazy.
抵抗
Domain
なんて無意
expansion.
味。偽りの存在ね。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
So cool. Ow.
ノイズが崩壊なさい。崩
You
壊
can
な
hold down
さい。
dodge for that too. Okay. Cool.
前へと進むわ。あなたも共に。でしょ。
Core skill.
この程度の相手なら
I'll go over the like.
戦いとは言わないわ。
I don't know. Actually, the Teddy tutorial should be available too. I'll go over that like maybe after the story, if the chapter isn't too long.
崩壊なさい。
Okay.
真実を受け入れなさい。これで終わりよ。終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消え、抵抗なんて無意味。崩壊なさい。真実を受け入れなさい。
Okay. Keep making 3 pings.
抵抗なんて無意味。偽りの存在よ。これで終わりよ。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
Poor little corrupted, constantly getting bullied.
溶けて消えなさい。
Press
真
F4?
実を受け入れなさい。
Oh, shit.
これで終わりよ。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
Okay, wow, there's... Okay, there's quite a bit to her.
ノイズが
It's quite a bit to her kid, okay.
前へと進むわ。あなたも共にでしょ。
Thank you for the 10 black cards. That's contributing. That'll contribute to my Luna funds. Huashu.
溶けて消えなさい。偽りの存在よ。崩壊なさい。溶けて消えなさい。真実を受け入れなさい。これで終わりよ。終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消えなさい。偽りの存在よ。崩壊なさい。溶けて消えなさい。偽りの存在に崩壊なさい。抵抗なんて溶けて消えなさい。真実を受け入れなさい。これで終わりよ。抵抗なんて偽りの存在埋葬してあげる。これで終わりよ。抵抗なんて無意味。静まりなさい。偽りの存在よ。抵抗なんて無意味。偽りの存在ね。これで終わりよ。終焉の音を聞きなさい。溶けて消えなさい。崩壊なさい。真実を受け入
Keep
れなさい。
forgetting to hold down the
偽
alt.
りの存在。
The signature.
抵抗なんて無意味。これで終わりよ。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
I keep forgetting to hold it down. Just to get the other
前へと
animation.
進むわ。あなたも共にでしょ。
Alrighty. Oh. Nice. And these as well. Alright. Let's get into the story. Source Beacon. It's been a while since I read. 21 collection progress, hey? I'm not sure how many battles. That's 7 battle nodes. Tide of Doom. Great start with that title. Alright, here we go. Oh. I wonder what the I wonder if there's been some sort of time lapse since Polaris Bond. That's the spark of civilization. Yeah. Oh, okay. The glory of the Golden Age will eventually spread across new lands. Only blah blah blah, blah can take humanity back to Earth. Christina, remember. Only blah 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 blah. Oh. Your dreams reflect your thoughts, huh? Can't believe I'm revisiting those memories after all this time. The terminal on the table persistently chimes for notifications. Are they finally on the move? The slaughter between terminal networks is always hidden beneath a calm facade. It emerges silently, capturing information containing keywords, flickering like a firefly. Then it vanishes without a trace left behind, allowing the data streams to pass line by line through the firewall. Inheritance. Are they seriously still holding onto a pointless belief like that? Only those with brains infested by amoebas would keep on relying on those supposed geniuses from history. The terminal displays a familiar name with a photo, where the once naive child has seemingly grown into someone who can handle herself well. Victoria. It's okay. It will come to an end. Teddy! Hey, don't act like you're sleeping if you're awake. It's time for a meeting. Another one, huh? Is there some action stirring up in the heterozone? The military has retrieved the last mission footage. The heterozone is still expanding. Oh, jeez. That globular area. The globular. Source speaking. Chapter 29. Shh. Keep your voice down. Something is spreading. I see red winds, green rains, purple soil, and heavy skulls. Vaguely human-like figures dissolve, dripping onto the barren land, emitting a sticky and unidentifiable fragrance. The history of mankind I have read and the civilization I have grasped. Now, embryos push through the muddied earth, blossoming into new flowers. It's about to begin. This new story. Gurgle. A faint, subtle, low sound of bubbles popping mutes the final cry at the bottom of the throat. Run. What's that sound? Gary with 2 R's. Upon hearing his warning, another refugee working in the woods abruptly halts his current task. He observes the grass that Gary is intently staring at, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Yet, after an extended wait, their eyes begin to swell and ache. All they perceive is the rustling of the wind through the trees. Strongest middle schooler of today. Phew. I misheard it. Probably. Gary knocks his own head and shakes it in annoyance, feeling sorry for startling his friend at work. It's okay. Being cautious is the right way to do things these days. Gamira. Remember when that monster snuck up behind our camp? It was all thanks to your warning. Otherwise, even with Lucille's vehicles, we wouldn't have made it. Have you heard of the news? He leans closer to Gary, speaking in a hushed voice. You know that settlement near ours? The one back behind the woods that we outplayed in the turf skill before. Some told me this morning that when they went nearby to scavenge, they didn't hear a thing from that settlement. They didn't go check it out? No one's got the nerve. These parts are nothing like the clean zone Lucille talked about. Well, we've already scouted the surroundings. Nah, you crashed early last night, so you missed out on the update. Folks who bolted from the back a couple of days ago, I mentioned that. Things are changing all the time over there. Seems like that red tide thing is still spreading. It catches you and poof, you're gone in a blink. A few settlements have vanished already. I'm starting to worry though we might have to move again soon. He lets out a sigh, pausing his work. It's already December. Can we really make it through this winter? Don't think like that. Gary attempts to console him, but the words get stuck in his throat, uncertain of how to escape his lips. Since that day, a date he has no way to confirm, everything seems to have subtly changed. These woods, most familiar to the refugees, seem to come alive, breathing and thriving. He can't quite pinpoint those subtle changes, but everything around him seems to be urging him to flee, to get out of this place. But where can he go? Since the moment he became separated from his parents and had to fend for himself, there has been no turning back. he has to face this treacherous world on his own. The punishing virus, the corrupted, the red tide. Those eerie-looking monsters referred to as hetero creatures by the constructs who always come and go hastily. And even more unpredictable things. The refugees on the surface hide in the crevices of the world, barely surviving, while the monsters spawned by the punishing virus roam unrestrained. How much longer can humans survive on this land? If not here, where else can they go? Don't think like that. He only manages to squeeze out those pallid words. These pallid words. You're right. Overthinking will do me no good. Rubbing his face nonchalantly, Gamera starts chuckling. Things will get better. Lucille's already confirmed the location of the clean zone, hasn't he? Once we enter that clean zone she mentioned, things will definitely get better. She mentioned there's no sign of that damned virus in the clean zone and no chance of running into those monsters either. Once we're there, we'll set up our own homes and work the land. No more scavenging around for wild veggies to munch on. And then, let's get you a girlfriend. Do you like kids? I don't know. Oh, I just love kids. If only my wife and I hadn't been split up ages ago. Too bad you can't meet her in person. Gotta admit, she's a stunner. When I first laid eyes on her, those big, bright eyes of hers got me thinking, if our kids could have eyes like that. As Gamera rambles on, Gary finds himself lost in weird thoughts. He has never imagined a future like that, where he might get a girlfriend, a place to call home, and perhaps even a child. Child. Ew, girl. An uneasy rustle emanates from the bushes. What's that noise? What? They pause their work once more with a glimmer of hope shining in their hearts, listening intently to the sounds around them. A subtle tremor ripples beneath their feet, as if a herd of antelope is being pursued by wild beasts. Accompanied by this, chaotic footsteps draw closer almost instantly. Run! 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 Gary's voice almost perfectly merges with that of the refugee fleeing from the bushes. What's happening? The heterozone is still expanding. The last data. The video flickers a few times before the recording abruptly cuts off. This is the last mission footage uploaded by this construct squad. By the time we attempted to track them down, the red tide had already swept over the area. The task for this construct squad involved eradicating the hetero creatures on the outskirts of the clean zone. The mission location is very close to the clean zone. The hetero zone is encroaching on the clean zone's territory, in places unknown to us. The red tide is devouring more lives, as expected. It voraciously absorbs anything that can sustain itself, be it animals, plants, humans, or constructs. It clusters tightly together, embracing as many lives as they can. It seems to intent on dragging the entire world into the nightmare it has weaved. Why does that sound weird? Winds as red as blood, rains as green as algae, and soil tainted with an ominous purple hue. They bear the cries of refugees who couldn't flee the woods. Crimson liquid meanders like a stream, joyfully coursing through the crevices in the woods. Vines, reeking of decay, silently creep from the stream beyond, while the once tranquil forest is now engulfed by screams, only to fall into an eerie silence again. It's the red tide! Gamera, run! Desperately, Gary pulls Gamera along, sprinting forward. Yet, how can human legs outpace a surging tide? It's like a nonchalant slaughter or a one-sided game. The viscous liquid chuckles as it envelops the ankles of the straggling refugees. Hetero creatures arrive with the tide, cautiously inspecting the fallen humans, seemingly selecting their targets. Deep finger marks are imprinted in the soil as another refugee disappears into the tide. His bare feet touching the ground begin to burn. The red tide is already brushing against his ankles. Kimura, run! With a roar, he musters his final reserves of strength to lunge forward a few steps, pushing Kimura ahead. Warm tears streak down the rough skin of his cheeks, but Kimura dares not look back. He keeps running forward with all his might until a cold liquid creeps over his feet. He collapses in despair, the stinging pain in his palm telling him that the red tide is gradually consuming the land. Everywhere his gaze lands, only hoarse cries of pain and whispers of despair linger. Gary. In the muddy red tide, he struggles to crawl forward. I can't just end like this. Who is you? Bro. Sorry, I got taken aback by that. Kimura, Gary. As a cold blue light slices through the crimson tide, the sound of car engines reaches his ears almost simultaneously with the noise of a transport craft touchdown coming from various directions. Commandant, someone's there. The heroes make their entrance. Get him, Derek. Oh wait, we're playing as Derek. What the hell? Get him, guys. Get him, Derek. Easy. Spawn camping. We're here. I thought you were hyperventilating. Ooh. The fog is dispersing? This place is still dangerous. Our temporary camp is right ahead. But the split is 2 seconds. I thought you were hyperventilating. Nah. This is a temporary camp. We came from the opposite direction. Our group's leader, Lucille, is right there in that vehicle. Something seems to be wrong with the thing, and she's trying to fix it. Oh, was that chick Lucille? She's the one to ask if you have any questions. I'll go clean up my wounds first. I like how it makes it look like she's carrying her katana around, even though she's not. Talk. Let's check in with Lucille first. Oh, okay. About the current situation. Holy shit! What the hell? Damn, why is she so... Why is she so, like... What's the word? Like, compared to other, like, character portraits and stuff, hers is so, like, defined. Massive. That, too. Why is she so much more high quality with the portrait art? So bouncy. We still have fuel, but the vehicle's parts are misbehaving. The team we sent to gather supplies haven't returned either. Your team? That's right. They went searching for supplies at the abandoned camp earlier, but the red tide showed up and separated us. Your vehicle? Yeah, this thing was never completely fixed, so it was a miracle that it even managed to start. But we can find the replacement parts soon. Will it start again after a quick repair? Back to what we were talking about. Do you have an evacuation plan? If the vehicle can start, I'm confident that I can get everyone out of here. We've got too many wounded here. Without the truck, we won't get anywhere if those sound-triggered monsters surround us. It's a one-way trip. This can't be it. Let's talk to more people first. She gives me, like, Cindy from Final Fantasy 15 vibes. Mechanic girl. The exact escape route. Oh, whoops. Both the paths east and west are blocked by those damn things. I've given it some thought, and the only way out is our 12 o'clock. The spare parts. A couple of the young ones went to the abandoned campsite to look for spare parts, but those damn things showed up before they came back. These were their last messages. Attention, attention, there are some strange noises in the abandoned camp. Could it be them? I guess not. O'Connor went missing. We're going to find him. Hurry back. The last message was sent out half a day ago. There are no further replies. Yeah, they did. It seems that we can find replacement parts at the abandoned camp. Let's talk to Derek about the fog earlier. The fog. Carpenter. Your injuries. Huff and puff. I'll hold it a while longer. What remains of this group of refugees won't be able to stand against the enemies from the red tide. The fog. That strange fog. Always arrives just before the red tide. It's highly corrosive as well. Jesus. Without protective gear, your skin will quickly rot once you come into contact with it. Are you kidding me? Now we got the red fog. We got the punishing fog. Bro, that's like way worse than the tide. At least with the tide, if you're like on high ground, it won't reach you. But then if it's fog, it's like in the air. Bluetooth leprosy. The fog that precedes the red tide and hetero creatures possess an extremely high concentration of punishing virus. Regular constructs won't be able to withstand it. Take care. You too. At least this kid's got optimism. Don't forget to thank your dad for protecting us. Or protecting others. I will. Dad said we'll definitely leave this place. Liv is kind of just chilling. Hello? You need anything? Discuss the evacuation plan. We're planning to find the replacement parts. We'll get out of here together after we fix the vehicle. To the abandoned camp. Regarding the crew, Grey Raven, the fog is corrosive. It's dangerous for constructs too. I should be the one to go. You just need to provide us with the route. We're faster on our feet. We can keep the casualty to the minimum. Where the hell's Lee? That's right. The punishing virus concentration of the fog is too high, so you won't be able to withstand it for too long. We'll go investigate. You're right. Thank you then. Where is Lee? We could just get Lee. Does Liv say anything here? No. Okay. Let's just leave. It should be nearby. Wait, it's the fog again. Ready to engage. Oh, they did. He's infected. He was still struggling toward the camp even after he died. If only we had a frame that was literally immune to PV. Exactly. We're too late. The spare parts Lucille mentioned. Let's bring them back after we bury him. After a simple burial. They showed up at the camp? Ah, shit. Oh god, the tide. Oh god, the water is all red. Oh shit. Oh shit. No, no, no. You're not eating me today. Okay. Okay. There's more. Oh, look at them move around. Oh shit. Nice. That was slick. In this afternoon at Babylonia, unexpectedly, no sunlight filters through the clouds in the artificial sky. These are the most recent coordinates reported by Starhawk at the edge of the clean zone. This is where they transmitted data from before, indicating the boundary of the heterozone's expansion, and here. This is where the last terminal data was sent from the missing construct squad. The projection device displays shades of crimson intertwining on the aerial map, resembling numerous dreadful scars that appear to continuously tear at the land. A nearby conservation area had already accommodated multiple groups of refugees, and they all originally resided in this vicinity. A fluorescent marker highlights a large area between the heterozone and the clean zone. After the temporary withering of the globular forest at the center of the heterozone, the task force spent a long time monitoring and clearing the edges of the heterozone. The consistent supply of Omega weapons gave the impression that the heterozone was under control, and the prospect of completely clearing the heterozone is no longer seemed like mere speculation. Everything seemed to be moving in a better direction. Until. However, disasters often strike without warning. Overnight, the red tide lived up to its name, sweeping through 2 refugee settlements on the edge of the heterozone, claiming the lives of all refugees there. Babylonia promptly dispatched 2 active construct squads from nearby conservation areas, but after investigation, they found nothing but soil corrupted by the red tide. At the time, everyone thought it was just an accident, but now, it seems, those grotesque hetero creatures, are retreating. Simply put, we cannot guarantee that the existence of the clean zone hasn't caused unexpected mutations. Mutations? If all hetero creatures exhibit group behavior, they could develop their own species or even civilizations. After numerous skirmishes with humanity, their interest in playing appeared to have finally waned. The Red Tide, alongside their hetero creatures, initiated a collaborative counterattack, nearly breaching the edges of the clean zone. The concentration of the punishing virus has escalated in tandem with the advancement of the heterozone and the Red Tide, surpassing the capacity of the central purification filter. Consequently, the humanity has endured the loss of several conservation areas near the heterozone. The squirrels have successfully built their own civilization, while the red tide has bred a new form of life. Does Earth really still belong to humanity? It belongs to nature. Just kidding. The last construct squad we dispatched has also been devoured by the red tide, so we need to confirm the speed and range of the heterozone's expansion as soon as possible. There's no time left. Humanity is already out of time. If the red tide continues to spread unchecked across the surface, humanity's final escape route will be sealed off. And once the heterozone completely encircles the clean zone, how are humans any different from birds trapped in a cage? Bird cage? What's it called? Bird Box. That's the movie. Multiple elite squads capable of probing the periphery of the heterozone have been deployed simultaneously, all with a singular objective. Identify the root cause of the changes in the heterozone. I think I know the cause. Preliminary calculations of the red tide's expansion speed and range are completed. Commandant. The numbers and graphs displayed on the terminal have reached a terrifying peak. Have we verified this team's identity? Yes, they're part of a registered refugee group from a nearby conservation area. According to the mission briefing, we should prioritize escorting them to a nearby safe location. I've already informed Babylonia, and the designated squad is heading our way. Once the handover is done, we'll resume our original course. How are they doing? Lucio and Lucia are currently evaluating the casualties. Most of the rescued individuals have received basic treatment and serum injections. While retreating, one of their vehicles experienced a breakdown. I really wish Lee were here with us. That's what I'm saying. What's he doing? What's he up to? Due to Babylonia's pressing need for the development of punishing virus purification devices, Lee, being the only one entirely immune to the virus, OP as hell, has been requested to stay and aid in research, thus unable to participate in this mission. Okay, well, that explains it then. Yep. I feel the same, but he has more important things to do. As the heterozone continues to expand, Babylonia is hastily preparing to manufacture a second frame with the same specifications as Hyperreal, with the goal of creating another Miracle. Given these circumstances, Lee, who played a crucial role in activating the Hyperreal frame, should indeed remain in Babylonia to help with the research. Besides, we're still working on new frames. Indeed, at this point, Lee staying at Babylonia would be more beneficial for everyone. After a brief emotional moment, Liv resumes organizing the rescue supplies brought by Grey Raven. Even though Grey Raven arrived as quickly as possible, you only managed to rescue a portion of the refugees in this settlement. But to your surprise, during the operation, you encountered another team of humans who had arrived for the rescue. A team composed entirely of humans. Jeez. Hi, you're the commandant of Grey Raven, right? Yes, and I am single. Hello, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Lucille, the deputy leader of the For a Better Tomorrow, Sunlight Shines on All, Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. That's a long team name. What an impressive title. Nice to meet you. I came up with this group name myself. It's a heavy loaded name. It's the one I'm most proud of this past year. Although our leader always complains it's a bit long. It is! Anyway, we seriously owe you big time. Otherwise, our For a Better Tomorrow Sunlight Shines on All Battlefield Trauma and Emergency Rescue Team wouldn't have been able to save so many folks. Elliot? A refugee rushing over interrupts her speech. Lucille, we put together the list of casualties for our team. Oh, is she crying? Gamira and Gary encountered the red tide while gathering, and Gary went missing. Also, we couldn't find Tony, so we're marking him as missing for now. She sniffles sadly. Hey, perhaps Gary and Tony just took off in a different direction. We might bump into them at the next settlement. Lucille comforts Eileen by hugging her and gently patting her back. Lucky. Then, have you got any news on more? In a sudden moment of recollection, Aline gazes up with an expectant expression brimming with hope. I'll ask around for you. Look, the people from Babylonia are here with us. Lucille winks at you. Guys, any clue where those constructs that were patrolling the nearby conservation area have gone? Constructs patrolling nearby. There was a construct with black hair named Moore. He was a member of the patrol team for the nearby conservation area. After checking your terminal, Liv looks up. I'm not entirely sure who you're talking about. After checking, that name isn't on the current casualty list. Then why did he... He must have been evacuated along with the conservation area staff. As the heterozone is expanding, many regular constructs can't handle the current concentration of the punishing virus. There's a risk they could get corrupted and turn hostile, so Babylonia has called back a batch of patrol teams from this area. I see. Elian lowers her head in disappointment. Come on, that's good news, right? At least everyone is moving in a direction. As long as all of us keep moving forward, we'll definitely meet again. Elian, let's give the list to the construct lady over there. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. What's the name of that construct lady? She gestures toward Lucia, who is occupied with her task. Lucia, and the other one is Liv. Alright, just give it to Lucia. Let's check out the quantities of the remaining supplies, protective masks, and serums. We gotta relocate fast. The human woman named Lucille shows you a grateful smile before turning to the group of refugees. How's the casualty report? I just reviewed the data with Lucia. Some of the rescued people have minor corruption that can be treated, but... She shakes her head, her eyes tinged with sadness. There are some whose corruption is too severe. Not far away, the refugees seem to be gathering for a small ceremony. They put together a few old items, wrap them with brightly colored waterproof fabric, and securely fasten them to a tree. The elder in the group carves names one by one into the tree trunk. After the carving is finished, they stand around the tree, softly singing a brief, deep tune. Sorry, this might take a couple of minutes. At a certain moment, Lucille steps back from the group and stands beside you, explaining in a soft voice. That's fine. This is a tradition of our group. Just think of it as a funeral. I need to get whatever that Starlight Emergency Rescue Team, because she was eating right now. Yeah. When someone is confirmed missing, we wrap their belongings in this colored waterproof fabric, inscribe their name, and tie them to a nearby tree. If they're still alive and find their way back here, they can use the information left on the tree to locate our next stop. If they don't find this place, or if they're truly gone, the remaining supplies and the belongings might help someone else passing by survive for an extra day or two. Do you have enough supplies? Honestly, we don't. But these are all inheritances. Our group has come so far by supporting each other. None of us wants to take the inheritances of our missing members. She looks like a Guilty Gear sprite. She kind of does, yeah. Our old leader once told us that someone managed to find their way back to us using these supplies. What if such a miracle happens to us too? Lucille, with a faint smile, looks at the naive child standing under the tree. Under these trees, imbued with a special meaning, stand as both tombstones and symbols of hope. Whether those who are missing truly lost their way or were consumed by the red tide, traces of their existence linger here. The world is barren and marked with scars, but there's always something that gives humanity the strength to push forward. Russell. As viscous as silt that has stayed at the bottom of a pond over many years. The red tide chases and spreads across the hetero forest. Gross, stop making these sounds. It's time. She's playing with like goo. It's like Play-Doh. Surrounded by clusters of deep purple flowers, she tenderly bows her head as though attuned to the gentlest whispers in the world. So this is what he meant. As long as the information is sufficient, this place makes the entire Earth. Conflict is also a pattern. They are born of the red tide, awakened in the red tide, and through it they acquire a fresh consciousness. A nascent civilization blooms amid withering life, weaving a crimson narrative. Then, as per the agreement with him, let's set out. She tenderly caresses the creature that has just opened its innocent eyes, her own subject. Go forth, expand and seize, just like what other civilizations did when they developed. Go absorb everything that can enrich us. Go seek out a homeland where our civilization can take root and grow. That's not good. Golden Echoes. Norman Mining Corp. Internal conference room. Leonardo. Charles Norman, the former chief executive officer of Norman Mining Corp., has been absent from 13 management meetings. For Chapter 5, Article 11 of Norman Mining Corp's internal regulations, in the event that the chief executive officer is absent for over 12 management meetings, the supervisory board is entitled to commence a vote to elect the next chief executive officer. Boom! As the pendulum strikes heavily against the wall-mounted vintage quartz clock, the sharp second hand heralds a new cycle of ceaseless running amid the ticking sound. It's time. Well then, the vote starts. Leonardo Norman is wearing his usual insouciant smile. In the dimly lit room, the board members are seated on couches, passing around the precious paper documents in their hands. Whispers break the silence occasionally, but soon only the rustling of pages prevails. Leonardo narrows his eyes, appearing to casually inspect the room's decor. Once he takes over the role of the chief executive officer from there, I endorse the replacement of the chief executive officer with Leonardo Norman. I endorse the replacement of the chief executive officer with Leonardo Norman. I abstain. The votes have exceeded half. Just one more. Wait! The door opens silently, allowing bright light to pierce through the darkness within the room. A pink-haired girl in an exquisite dress appears expressionless behind the door. Victoria? Leonardo abruptly stands up, staring in disbelief at the girl before him. You shouldn't be here. Go back. She walks straight into the conference room without even giving Leonardo a glance. According to Chapter 5, Article 11 of Norman Mining Corp's internal rules, direct relatives of the chief executive are eligible to run for the next chief executive. I, Victoria Norman, am hereby applying to become a chief executive candidate. Victoria! Victoria, you of all people should know that this is not a place to play house. Leonardo has garnered many benefits for Norman Mining Corp., including protecting the group's assets during the military strike on Corona Labs in Babylonia. But you, Victoria, what can you bring to Norman Mining Corp? I have a lead on Dominic's legacy. The girl speaks calmly as she signals the person behind her to present a stack of documents. Dominic's legacy is crucial to the reactivation of the zero-point energy reactor and all the glory of the Golden Age. It is also what Norman Mining Corp has been pursuing all along. What? Victoria, do you even know what you're doing? Of course I do. The projection device activates quietly, and analysis reports come into focus clearly in midair. Babylonia previously intercepted a message sent from Gestalt. The content was nothing out of the ordinary, but this message had no recorded transmission backup, and there is no trace of it in the existing data within Gestalt. Babylonia immediately began internal analysis. It eventually found this message from the Golden Age in a dusty archive. After comparing the timestamps, they confirmed that this was no silly prank or April Fool's joke. I think everyone here knows what that means, right? It's a piece of information that shouldn't exist. Dominic built Gestalt, and Gestalt holds more information about Dominic than anything else. But after the transfer of Gestalt and Dominic's disappearance at the zero-point energy reactor, part of the data in Gestalt could no longer be accessed. The data wall has been breached from the inside. This is our opportunity to intervene. The Heralds of Norman Mining Corp will lead us back to the golden times of our glory. Am I the one going crazy, or is it you, my dear Victoria? Leonardo. There are many things that aren't as they seem. Victoria speaks softly as she brushes past Leonardo. She is sitting at the head of the conference room table, right underneath the bear's head. During the trade meeting, I've already reached an agreement with the military. If the plan passes, Norman Mining Corp will sell helium-3 to the military at 25% below market price and provide some specific data from the time of Gestalt's construction. With this as our bargaining chip, Norman Mining Corp will dispatch technical and research personnel to join the military's investigation into the sealed data of Gestalt. Norman Mining Corp still holds the long end of the stick. We once assisted Dominic in building the foundation of the first generation Gestalt. We participated in the entire construction of Gestalt. As long as we can extract Dominic's legacy from the sealed data, with Norman Mining Corp's technological capabilities, we can develop new infra devices, new constructs, and even a large-scale cleansing of the punishing virus to reconstruct Earth's zero-point energy reactor. We will inherit Dominic's legacy. We are looking at a new era for Norman Mining Corp, standing where we are. Well, when you put it like that. Still nothing? No, the operational speed is far from what it was before with the parts changed. Damn it. What if we don't replace them? If we don't do that, and assuming all other factors are controlled for, by other factors, I mean all components processing precision meeting the IT1 standard. This is what we're going to end up with based on the new model of your new plan. The 3D projection device begins working and quickly constructs a 1.8 meter tall concrete-like heavy apparatus. Do you really want to carry this mini central purification filter on a mission? Swear word. Not to mention that, according to current ground reports, the spread, speed, and concentration of the punishing virus in the heterozone mean that even if this small external filtration device is at 60% more efficient than a standard protective suit, it still isn't enough to purify the virus. Moving on to Plan B then. Ugh, still not working, huh? Don't be sad. The military wouldn't have asked us in the Science Council to conduct a joint research if this were a no-brainer. Science Council, Engineering Force, and Cosmos Technicians Union. Nearly all of Babylonia's top experts in infra device technology, energy dynamics, and Omega weaponry are here. Zero-point energy engine on the moon has reached its operational limit within the area, but the Omega weapons produced are still a mere drop in the bucket for this disaster. Without the Omega weapons' line of defense, the Hetero creature's attacks will intensify, and the rising concentration of the punishing virus will further deter ordinary constructs. From the day the Heterozone disaster restarted, no one here has really had a moment of rest. The research labs and testing ground are brightly lit. Researchers work tirelessly through the night, each trying to find the best solutions. While fully committed to creating the second hyperreal specialized frame, they continue to progress in many other directions. The intricacies of specialized frames mean they can't be mass-produced, but researchers must create new devices that can adapt to more constructs. Is there a way to enhance the purifying capacity of the Omega weapons? Is there a way to develop a new kind of external filter? Is there a way to save more constructs and human lives? Everything they are doing now aims to slowly turn the unknown into a possibility. Karenina and Teddy fall silent as they look at the model on the table together. Oh, hello. Well, why don't we? A gray-haired female construct wearing the Cosmos Technicians Union emblem is standing beside them. She looks at the model on the table and suddenly talks. Why don't we use the invert device for modifications like we did before? Mika? Why are you still here? Constructs don't need to sleep. Mika steps forward to operate the terminal. I don't know why I said looks. I was taken aback by her design. Mika steps forward to operate the terminal without giving Karenina a chance to react. My mentor and I revisited Dr. Callan's research on the invert device. We haven't exactly teased apart this technological black box, but we've made some other discoveries. This chapter, this is the second note, and they already threw us a second female character that looks really good. I like her hair. The goal of the invert device is to neutralize the punishing virus. But due to limitations in its material, technology, and various other factors, all current mass-produced invert devices have a processing limit which prevents ordinary constructs from entering areas with higher concentrations of the punishing virus. So, based on this, if we equip the invert device with a more powerful processor, it's out of the question. They pay no notice to the group of researchers now surrounding them. The invert device is more complicated than any device we currently know. We can't just modify the processor in the invert device when we've lost as much data as we have. The risk is indeed high. With the inherent dangers of the invert device, I am worried that disaster with the earliest constructs will happen again. If only we had access to the data Dominic left behind. True. Would have saved us a lot of time had we had access to that. But what should we do now? Drag Dominic out of reactor 1? Well, we don't need to go that far. That's just wishful thinking. Now, why don't we spend some time simulating a few more options if y'all got time to mope around with long faces. Dominic has been gone for a while now, but time doesn't stop when heroes leave. And your research paper shouldn't stop just because Dominic is gone. Hey, we should still go with the plan we discussed yesterday. We'll start with the Omega weapons. There's the boy. It's been a while, Asimov. It's been a while. It's been like 2 weeks. If we can't alter the invert device, should we consider adding a more powerful external processor? Yep. Are you thinking of using Gestalt? Yep. What about the issue of reverse infection of Gestalt? I've read all the data from when Gestalt was compromised. And in the interest of playing it safe, I suggest we install needles for monitoring mind and electromagnetic pulse frailty rings on the constructs participating in the experiment. I will participate in this experiment. Electromagnetic pulse frailty rings. Do you really think that's going to outrun the punishing virus? Forget it. Look, here's the solution I got for you. If the initial plan works, I'll establish a small isolation area within Gestalt. All incoming data will only pass through the isolation area, and if reverse infection occurs, we'll immediately abandon the infected region and destroy it. By integrating the invert device into Gestalt, we can amplify consciousness and enhance the processing power of the invert device. A new test model is quickly constructed. Success rate is over 60%. Assemble a new team to start rehearsing the new option. Karenina and Mika will lead the group. Teddy and I will be assisting. The rest of us here will continue working on what we've been working on. Hand me another wrench. Don't ask me dumb questions like what happened to the last one. Psst. Teddy, don't laugh at me. I'm not. Teddy. Hold on. Asimov calls out to Teddy, who is about to leave with Karenina. Yes? That thing from Usabeni. Dominic's invitation. Have you figured out the second lock? Not yet, but I've already figured out some computational patterns. It likely uses a data lock with a conundrum algorithm from the Golden Age. It looks complex, but it's not entirely unsolvable. I just need more time. The Golden Age. After all, it's Dominic's invitation. Dominic. With a complex mix of emotions in her eyes, Teddy stops talking and walks toward Karenina. If we use a 0-point energy reactor, maybe we could finish this part like this. The 0-point energy reactor? Why are you bringing that up again? Isn't that supposed to be our last resort? Many projects are launched with the 0-point energy reactor as a prerequisite. I just heard 2 researchers over there saying how they want to connect the Omega weapon to the 0-point energy reactor to bump out its output take. And then what? Fire a cannon from the moon and blow up Earth? That would indeed rid us of the punishing virus, though. Well, that wasn't part of their discussion. Speaking of which, Dominic was the one overseeing production for the 0-point energy reactor, no? Could it have something in common with the Inver device? Dominic. We've been hearing that name a lot these days. She taps on the terminal a few times without much emotion in her eyes. Did Dominic manage to solve the punishing virus? Not really. Did Dominic come up with the specialized frames too? Not quite. He did make the Inver device, but it's Asimov and his team that completed the specialized frames. A stream of data flashes across the screen. Teddy finally finished the task at hand, but she wasn't in a good mood. The engineering force can't just rely on a captain like you, Karenina. To build skyscrapers, and our research system can't always depend solely on Dominic. Dominic? What Dominic? She slams the terminal screen shut. I think I understand what you're trying to say. And Dominic left behind so much technology, yet remains nothing more than someone of the past. As long as we keep moving forward like migratory birds and salmon swimming upstream, life will find a way. In the lab ahead, countless researchers work day and night to experiment with one solution after another. The future is where hope lies, no? What purpose does a civilization serve exactly, if all it does is rely on one person for progress? Teddy? What's up with you today? You're being a little strange. Nor did some keyword trigger this special mode of yours. Was it the last resort? Or reactor power supply? I got a bit too excited. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just a bit tired. Fire a cannon and blow up Earth. You might as well blow up your brain. Yeah, that would do it. The rare break doesn't last long. Barely a few minutes have passed before Asimov rushes back with new data. I really don't want to deal with your grumpy face, but what happened? I just got a notification. The hetero zone is still spreading. Based on data from the Grey Ravens and the other elite squads, the red tide is already approaching the clean zone. Crimson tides crisscross applesauce on their eyes as it surges toward the edge of the clean zone. And the Grey Ravens uploaded some very important news. The hetero creatures might be forming a community. Asimov taps on the video. With a poor signal reception, it's hard to make out what's going on in the video. The footage first shows some humans in military boots, before showing Lucia fighting in the distance. In front of Lucia is a sprawling red tide. The hetero creatures are standing in groups among the trees, apparently observing the situation. Look over there. Asimov points to the edge of the video with a frown. Alert. Information. Launch assault. Swear word. They've started to form groups. There's no time left. First of all, Grey Raven found the hetero creatures demonstrating group behavior during their investigation, which had never been seen before. All the locations where we've seen this behavioral change in the hetero creatures, including those in the hetero zone, are spread outside the clean zone in an arc. Simply put, we cannot guarantee that the existence of the clean zone hasn't caused unexpected mutations. Mutations? If all hetero creatures exhibit group behavior, they also seem to be working together, and it seems that they are being controlled. This has been described in witness and combat reports since the beginning of this year. The hetero creatures were pretty crazy before, but they seem to be moving slowly in an orderly fashion just now, when we saw them from the airplane. Anyway, all we know now is that they are slowly moving north, and it'll keep getting harder for us to launch counterattacks and break through. The soft branches of the red tide spread unhindered through the soil. They repeat, and they inherit, and they gradually reach the branch at the treetop. Species compete for survival, and desire drives their evolution. Plundering and devouring, they are about to develop their own civilization. A virus gaining sentience. That's crazy. Or things corrupted by the virus. Evolution. Survivors. With the simple ceremony complete, new tombstones of fresh hopes hang from the branches. There she is. You got everything packed? We need to leave soon. I'm sure we're gonna find ourselves a new home. Bzz. Commandant! The terminal suddenly sends in Lucia's faint and distorted voice. What's up with the reception? Lucia? There's a red tide ahead, and we picked up a sign of a bunch of hetero creatures. The red tide is rising. It's coming your way. Copy. Join us quickly. Copy. You can't help but wonder why the reception is as poor as it is when Lucia is supposedly not that far from where you are. Having no time to contemplate, you relay the news to Liv and Lucille right away. There's no time. We have to get out of here immediately. Let's go and get the supplies we have stored up in the back. Lucille wastes no time heeding the call. Hold on. We're out of time. Lucia waves you off before starting to pass down commands. The severely injured, elderly, and children board the large vehicle. Most of the young and able-bodied individuals head toward the supplies at the back. Is there anything else that needs to be done? Gamira? You're injured. How do you know that this is Gamira? You're injured. You vaguely recall that this old gentleman was rescued by Lucia from the Red Tide. Oh, okay. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. If it weren't for you, I'd probably... He points to his bandaged leg and palm, which were mildly ulcerated from contact with the Red Tide's shallows. Living may feel pointless, but at least I'm still breathing and have something to hope for. Is there anything I can do? I'm not as badly injured as the others. I can still move. You're still recovering. You shouldn't be doing this kind of work. Hey, it's alright, I can still walk. These items go here. Push them over. But, don't worry. At least I can still walk. If we move quickly, the chances of meeting or rescuing Gary will increase, even if just a little. He's a good lad. I even promised him I'd help him find a girlfriend later. Don't worry. Go do what you need to do. I'll be fine. It's okay to be rescued, but we can't just sit around and wait for others to save us. This land is yours as much as it is ours. In today's world, there are no true survivors. Alright, leave this to me. You should take a break, young lady. You've been working for a while now. Even constructs need to take care of themselves. Liv stands frozen in place. Not far away, 8 young and able-bodied refugees have already salvaged the first batch of supplies and loaded them onto the large vehicle. Lucia hurries back from scouting and assists you in helping the refugees with the first batch of supplies and the injured. Is it because this group of refugees in particular has a lot of supplies? No, it's not that. The little girl sucks her finger. Her longing gaze falls onto the compressed biscuits among the rescue supplies. Well, and I presume it's because things on Earth have gone better. No, That's not it either. With the red tide and arrow creatures surging in, humans now face a shrinking living space. In this world, no one is truly a survivor. She mumbles, repeating the old man's words. Live? Commandant? The young girl's eyes are firm and clear. Hey, you're severely injured. Don't move. Your leg needs to be held in place. Before she even finishes what she has to say, another wounded person draws her attention. The retreat operation continues orderly with everyone's help. Lucia has secured a safe location. Before the red tide flooded the previous settlement, the Grey Raven team had already relocated with this group of refugees to an area far from the red tide. Just as they are settling down, a group of unexpected individuals approaches the camp. Is this place safe? There are 13 of us. Can we rest here for a while? Just a quick rest. We won't use any of your resources. We'll leave as soon as we're done resting. The elderly woman nervously rubs her hands on the mud-stained clothes. Don't worry, this area is safe. For now, at least. We've already sent scouts to check the area. You can rest easy here. Lucille points the elderly woman away from their supply tents. One by one, the disheveled refugees emerge from the forest behind her. Finally, a place to rest. A construct? Seeing Liv bandaging the wounded, the tall refugee jumps up in surprise. Yes. I mean, we wouldn't have been here without them. Why? Why didn't you guys show up sooner? Why? Why did you withdraw the patrol nearby? Why? Why? If only you guys had come to our rescue from that way. And if only you had shown up sooner. Then she wouldn't have died. The man roars, shaking with rage. If only he had come a bit earlier, just a bit earlier, she would have died. My mom. I don't want to see her at the red tide. What am I supposed to do? Exhausted, he falls to his knees and cries out in anguish. The camp falls into a dead silence. So did my husband. Feeling the sorrow, another weary refugee begins to sob quietly. Why is Babylonia's rescue team always late? Nobody would have chosen to be born into a world like this had they had a choice. Having grown accustomed to such accusations, they know that silence is their best response. The patrol was withdrawn because constructs are susceptible to the virus too. You wouldn't want to battle infected constructs while dealing with the red tide, would you? That doesn't mean Babylonia can just abandon humans on Earth. He jumps up in anger and clenches his fists tightly, but is unsure whom to direct his anger at. Hey, it's not like that. Lucille gently holds his clenched fist and softly loosens his stiff, dirt-covered fingers. We're not giving up on anyone, and that's why we came. Cry if you need to. Grief is a divine right given to humanity, and tears are the proof of the lives once lived. The sun will rise again, right? In times like this, food is the best comfort for sorrow. True. The friction between the two groups of refugees quickly subsides. Soon, they are sitting around the bonfire and sharing a pot of steaming wild vegetable soup. Are you Liv? Ah, yes, I'm Liv. And you are? Didn't think I'd run into you here. Do you remember Conservation Area 43? You saved me once. I followed you to Conservation Area 46. I was going to head back to Conservation Area 43 to meet with you guys when I heard you defeated the two monsters, but... The refugee pauses. I came to thank you. I don't think I would have survived without the last bit of serum you gave me. Here, I've got a little something for you. It's the serum tube. You saved me when you poured out the last bit of the serum and cleaned it with saline. I kept this bottle, filled it with soil from the basement, and planted a seed I found in a crack in a car. And this is what it's like now. Planted in the glass tube, the delicate green shoot wobbles, looking every bit as fragile as it is resilient. Thank you. I don't think I can take the refugee, however, turns and disappears into the crowd before Liv even finishes what she has to say. crowd huddles for warmth by the bonfire. The one person they wish to see is absent. Where's Lucille? Well, she's probably fine-tuning her vehicle. See, that one over there. Walking toward where Eileen is pointing, you find an orange-haired woman humming a tune as she scrubs the dirt off her vehicle. Jeez, these traces of the red tide are sure hard to get rid of. Pretty sure Mika would have known what to do had she been here. Oh, Lucille? Huh? Holy. Hey, Greater and Commandant. I'm Usabeni. Wow, didn't know Commandants have names too. I thought you were all just called Commandant 1, Commandant 2, and so on. We all have names. Thank you for what you did back there tonight. Huh? What? Thanks for speaking up tonight. See, we're not terribly good at handling things like these. Oh, that's nothing. There's no point in putting blame. Their sorrow is justified, but you haven't done anything wrong. As someone who benefited from your rescue, I couldn't directly take your side and speak up for you back then. I mean, I probably would have been the one crying had your transport craft landed over there. Sorry, was that a bad joke? Sometimes Mika says that I can't read the room. Huh. It's okay. We've had our fair share of encounters like this, like the one from today, but it never gets easier when you see people suffering. Had there been no red tide, had there been no hetero creatures, had the punishing virus never even happened in the first place, these people would have been living the most ordinary of lives in this world, no? There's no need to beat yourself up over things for so long. There's no what if in this world, right? Most of the refugee groups on Earth dislike Babylonia because of the Great Evacuation. I don't know if it's because I was too young to remember things, or if it's because my thoughts of what life was like back then haven't really changed. But I always find Earth more livable and comfortable than Babylonia. Calling it Babylonia makes it sound nicer than it is when it's just a cage hanging in the sky. Well, let's not forget that you've got to deal with all the corrupted and hetero creatures on Earth. Babylonia isn't absolutely safe, is it? The Crimson Spiral Tower flashes in your mind. Lucille senses the answer from your silence and smiles. Hey, look. In this world, no one is truly a survivor. Babylonia is good in some ways, and so is Earth. Constructs fight endlessly for humanity to return to Earth, and humans should do their part too. With our hands, our minds, our vehicles, we don't need anyone to pity us. We can save ourselves. We will survive, no matter what. Our civilization will forever be rooted in Earth. She hums a song as she continues to polish her beloved vehicle. Back at the bonfire, Liv is calculating the expansion speed and direction of the red tide. So, the red tide is completely random. The current expansion speed of the red tide is almost 3 to 4 times faster than before, and its direction is completely unpredictable. Judging from the pattern of the last tide, the route I scouted this morning should be safe. Well, it's a good thing that Commandant had me scout ahead, or else we would have been all seriously screwed. Completely random. Let's report this. Let me think about it some more. Red tide, heterozone, expansion. An eerie sense of deja vu, mind, and anomaly. All these ideas pop into your mind, but you can't quite seem to connect the dots. Let's report this. Right then, the terminal lets out a buzz. Strange, even the signal booster isn't working. Could it be that Babylonia's communication satellite is malfunctioning? The terminal struggles to connect to the video call. Asimov appears on the screen, the dark circles on his face making him look gloomier than usual. I see your dark circles have gone worse, Asimov. Why are you the one handling this mission? We ain't got time for jokes. I requested a transfer order from Nicola. A transport craft from the nearest conservation area is already on its way to pick you up. What's going on? I haven't heard that from anyone, though. Well, you will in no time. A mission update pops up on your terminal. In short, we're planning to add an external interface to the invert device and connect it to Gestalt, which is going to amplify consciousness and enhance the invert device's processor. Gestalt? After receiving the so-called Dominic's invitation from Chu, he had a lengthy encrypted conversation with Asimov. Based on Chu's description, Asimov deduced that Dominic might be a set of data stored within Gestalt that entered Hua Shu's simulation through Gestalt itself. Well, are you sure? Asimov gives you a long, thoughtful look. So far, you're the only Commandant who has engaged in operations within Gestalt. We need you to collaborate with the constructs for this experiment. Is this actually going to work? Pretty sure it's going to work just fine. The test model has been validated. Success rate went from 64.13% to 0.29%. As long as the probability isn't zero, there's a chance it can be done. The transport craft will arrive in about 5 minutes. Get ready. I'll fill you in on the specifics once we're back in Babylonia. With it, Asimov ends the call. I've received a new mission order to help the refugees enter the clean zone with Liv. Commandant. Lucy and Liv seem worried. I swear on everything I said Dominic was locked inside Gestalt back during Polaris. Oh, I'm so him with the guesses. Clap it up. Yes, sir. Carefree out here with the guesses. 100% accurate. Nothing wrong at all. The Prophet. I'll be fine, no matter what happens. We'll all see one another again. The sun will shine once more. Babylonia Experiment Hall. With one phase of the experiment temporarily complete, the team members hurry off to take a rest. Titties? I said titty. Sorry. I was in the middle of my stretch. Titty. Teddy sits alone with a blank face behind the unfinished prototype while going through a terminal. Benny got Lucille on the brain. For real. Okay. Ain't got nothing on Victoria, huh? That's just sad. You even have the old man to help you. She lowers her gaze, apparently recalling something unpleasant. Christina, what's buried there is the seed of civilization. Your father went on a great mission. You must follow his path, retrace his footsteps, and bring back his legacy. Only Dominic can lead humanity back to Earth. Dominic this, Dominic that. Bunch of nonsense. Can a faith pursued with flesh and bones find its way to divinity? Even if Dominic once led Norman Mining Corp to great heights, pale blue data shines in the pink-haired girl's, whatever. Same thing. She's a girl. Pink-haired construct's eyes as she focuses her attention on the screen. Leonardo, you better have a way to stop them. Or else. The codes in her terminal flicker as the preset interception program quickly captures the necessary information. Project Herald cannot be reinitiated, no matter what. Absurd beliefs should not be revisited, nor should meaningless sacrifices be glorified. She intercepts the information she needs and ponders for a moment before forwarding it. Questions and answers. Ooh, gets Blazer. Secured domain. Oh, that's cute. Whoa, what the hell? Babylonian news. Leonardo faces strong challenges rise. CEO appointment shrouded in uncertainty. Let's report type in my modern PGR? Imagine. In my PGR game? Leonardo of Norman Mining Corp to face fierce competition. There is no telling who will be the next CEO. Victoria claims to hold Dominic's legacy. The board members. Oh, Trojan. Still taking it easy, Mr. Norman? Or perhaps I should be more careful and call you Leonardo instead. I can't believe you're here to poke fun at me when I'm already suffering. Victoria sure is coming at me with all she's got. This doesn't seem like just your dear little sister's doing, right? No way a little girl who's been living in a sanatorium all this time can stir up a scene like this. Of course. The old man never truly trusted me. He only trusts himself and Dominic, wherever he may be. He lounges lazily in his chair, fiddling with the papers on his desk. I may look like the political representative of Norman Mining Corp, a respected senator, except I've never been the heir he had in mind to begin with. I acquired all the power I have now through chicory. But I was surprised to see what's become of Victoria. And when did that even happen? Probably when you were out goofing around and telling her that Christina was busy working? Well, you've got to lie to kids sometimes to put their minds at ease. I would have been a terrible adult had I let her face this dark and terrifying world that early on in her life. Looking back now, I don't think your lies did any good at all. For once, Leonardo stays silent. So, what are you planning to do now? Raise the white flag and pledge allegiance to the great Queen Victoria. Not too bad. You might be better off. Speaking of which, you still owe me overtime pay. Triple pay. All my projects are basically stalled. How am I supposed to pay you that amount of considering your credit standing? I'll allow you to defer payment. So, what's really going on now? Victoria's been spreading her news through every channel possible. More than half of the board is on her side now. This is happening because the old man still holds great power and supports her from behind the scenes. There's more too. There's more to that. He looks down. The headline, Dominic's Legacy, in the newspaper seems to leap out at him, mocking his futile efforts. Norman Mining Corp rose to prominence thanks to Dominic's influence. Isn't Norman Mining Corp just a simple gold mining company? Mining alone wouldn't have been able to sustain the corporation for so long. I don't know what was happening back then, but the old man always said that Norman Mining Corp wouldn't have been what it is today without Dominic. Besides, Dominic's legacy sounds way more intriguing than new energy exploration and development. Well, what's your plan exactly? I don't believe you're just gonna let things go. You sure know me like the back of your hand. I think I'm just going to join Victoria if we don't drop this topic now. My bad, my bad. The heavy atmosphere in the room lines up a bit as Leonardo shuffles through the documents on his desk, lost in thought. I suspect the old man wants Victoria to become the new Herald. Herald. Are they planning to restart that project? Didn't hit me as a surprise though. Except for Christina and me, everyone from the old man to the workers at Norman Mining Corp firmly believes that. The Heralds of Norman Mining Corp will bring back its glory in the golden age to Norman Mining Corp. They're using information that shouldn't exist sent by Gestalt to use Babylonia's research and to restart Project Herald. Chrono. Any news from Collins? Him. He's been lying low these days to avoid the military. And I'm afraid we won't be getting more out of him with Victoria exercising her pressure. But Victoria probably doesn't know that you're on my side. Huh. Are you sure? You were officially my security consultant, but I hired quite a few at the time, not just you. And all your previous salaries were like those of other mercenaries that Norman Mining Corp hired. You'll get paid straight out of public accounts. Question mark. I got you a maintenance leave when you went to Conservation Area 109 last time. You're welcome. Is that why I had a pay cut that month? Leonardo Norman. Easy. I'll compensate you double at the triple rate. Now, back to business. In theory, Victoria isn't going to notice you. Collins probably won't bother bringing this up to those old folks either. I'll make a big announcement about competing with Victoria and push some of my projects to make life a little difficult for my dear little sister. As for you, just keep showing up to work as usual. Cozy up to Victoria's security consultants and find out what clues she has about Dominic's legacy. We have to stop Project Herald at all costs. Sounds pretty serious. What? Project Herald? Haven't you heard? Everyone's talking about it. The power struggle in Norman is practically turning Babylonia upside down. I have a friend working in Norman who says the higher-ups are recruiting a new batch of heralds to push some kind of plan. The pay is great, apparently. What's with the look on your face? This is how I look when I hear something disgusting. Leonardo has got a long way to go. Huh? What did you say? Why are you whispering all of a sudden? I was just asking if you decided who you're going to hook up to Gestalt. Mika was going to apply, but she's the only one left in the Inver device research area and has to assist from outside now because her instructor fell ill. Then Asimov wanted to get connected, but we'd have to turn him into a construct first for him to do that. The old heads at the Science Council made it absolutely clear that they didn't want to do that, so he gave up. I mean, I can probably do that too. Huh? You mean you could take your blast hammer in there and smash Gestalt? We have a designated isolation zone set up already, and abandoning the contamination zone is something even a monkey could do with a button press. Let me do it then. Wait, you? But you tell people you're a tech person, no? Just because these real-time experiments are just models doesn't mean they're risk-free. Think your frame could stand it? Remember how many times you turned me down when I offered to come up with new frames for you? All you did was change up some parts and coatings unwillingly. Karenina. Just in time. Teddy's here too. Commander Nikola? Norman Mining Corp will be part of the Inver device experiment this time. We've reached an agreement with Norman Mining Corp. I'll pass along some initial construction data about Gestalt, including some confidential files from the time of the Great Evacuation to help with relocating part of it. Norman Mining Corp's request is to participate in selecting the first construct for the connection experiment. Additionally, they hope to send in technicians to be involved in the entire experiment. So, who did they choose? You. Nikola looks thoughtfully at Teddy. You have the right to choose and the right to veto. Nope, don't think I'm going to do either of that. The test model is built and I can start the experiment anytime once the tuning is complete. The Grey Raven Commandant has already accepted the orders and is returning urgently. His bidding will ensure your mind remains as stable as possible. Mind you though, that the assignment isn't completely risk-free. Of course, I know what I'm getting myself into. There's no need to waste time. This is part of my job anyway. We only lose more lives on Earth with every minute passing by. Never forget the value of life, right? Karenina shifts her gaze to the space behind Nikola, frowning in disapproval as she looks at her. Seriously, I can handle this experiment on my own. You all are just going to get in the way. Any idea who said that? Hey, this isn't the time to bring up old grudges. The transport carrying Usabeni has arrived at Babylonia. Don't worry, everything will be fine. With a grin, Teddy walks away without looking back. Babylonia, 2 p.m. Still feeling a little dizzy from the flight, you find yourself standing at the entrance of the testing ground that the Engineering Force and the Science Council have established jointly. The new testing ground is located next to the Computing Power Center in Babylonia, which is intended to make it easier for Gestalt connection experiments to be conducted. After numerous steps of verification, you're finally in the testing ground and seeing several faces you recognize. Hand me another X22 control stick. Are you munching on parts? Where did you put that control stick just now? Lee? Who cares about the other two constructs, that sir? Lee? What happens if... hang on. Let me click. Oh, he is there. Cool. Hey, Lee. Commandant. I asked to be temporarily reassigned to Asimov's research team to lend a hand when I learned about all this. Don't worry. I'll be following the experiment closely. Hey, Zabeni. Are you all set? We'll get the show on the road once Captain Smart puts the last part in place. And I sure hope her invention isn't going to end up sending me off somewhere. Teddy! Teddy shrugs and walks over to your side. Not far away, a few researchers stand scattered about, wearing white lab coats bearing unfamiliar symbols. Who are those people? Who are you talking about? Those people in the white coats. Blind followers, unrealistic dreamers, and practitioners with hollow ambitions. Damn. Huh? Dot, dot, dot. The researchers from Norman Mining Corp. Norman Mining Corp struck a deal with the military. They traded in some classified information about Gestalt in exchange for a chance to be part of this experiment. Norman Mining Corp. Why would they want to be a part of a military experiment, though? Just them and their unrealistic fantasies about things that don't exist, I think. They're dead sure that the punishing virus would just be scared into leaving Earth if they could dig up even a tiny bit of information about Dominic from the grave. Just one piece of impossible information was enough to make them swarm like flies. God only knows what's going to happen if they ever learn about Dominic. She chuckles as she lowers her voice. Spread hands. I still can't wrap my head around this thing, though. Yes? This whole Dominic thing. When I was young, I used to dream about heroes like this, but I grew suspicious the older I grew. Are we really going to bet all we have on Dominic? Maybe it's because Dominic represents the answer. Nobody would spend time trying to reinvent wheels when there are answers ready for them to just copy. But there will eventually come a time when they run out of answers to copy, no? Shouldn't we be thinking about where the problem actually lies? What worth do we hold if all technology does is rely on archaeology to find answers? Can a hero from the past really save the present? She got a point. Faced with Teddy's question, you find yourself at a loss for words. There is Dominic, who carries everyone's hopes, on the one hand, and then there is mankind, who's dumped on Dominic everything they can't solve on their own, on the other hand. Can heroes from the past save the world as it is today? Can a hero from the past really save the present? We got to walk the walk ourselves, if we want to go far. She gazes at the machinery in the distance, lost in thought. Swear word. Ta-da! Done. The signals on the terminal screen begin to flicker one by one. Device number 1 test completed. All clear. Device number 2 test completed. All clear. Overall system debugging completed. All clear. Mr. Benny, remember that time when I explained to you how to dive into Gestalt's program? Yep. Just kidding. Can you repeat it to me? Just in case, you know. I'll load the construct's minds into the virtual space in the form of a virtual program, and then I'll install authorization on your commandant's terminal. When you guys are in there, we'll test for the punishing virus concentration here. Don't worry though, since I've put a risk threshold alert in place. Understood? Understood. Now, Asimov looks around as he lowers his voice. I've got an additional mission for you while you're in there. I'll need you to check Gestalt's internal data. You're talking about Dominic, no? Yes. Based on our hypothesis from early on, we believe it's highly likely that Dominic still exists in Gestalt. Except I can't be sure if they like or hate each other after all this time. Teddy will be following you closely as you go. Best of luck now. Thanks, buddy.
侵入完了。危険限界値を知らせる警告装置の起動も成功だ。
こちらドールベア。電波は問題なく受信できています。
Bear. I feel a bit dizzy. I feel a bit dizzy.
軽いめまいなら侵入による正常反応ね。スターオブライフで加入している医療保険を使うほどではないわ。
I love her design.
ゲスタルトの内部セキュリティシステムの監視を開始する。
Dominic and Gestalt get along like
どうにか
an
して
old married couple
さらに
after
深く
50
へ入り
years.
込む必要がある。
監視プログラム、インストール完了。指揮官、準備はいい？
E. Routine Gestalt Maintenance Archive. 0.023% computing power lock fluctuation compared to last month, but still under the alarm threshold. Data locked is normal, no unregistered sending and receiving records.
事前に共有されたデータのかけらはあの情報と同じタイプの波形を持つようだが、極めて微弱だ。
この私ですら見たことのない異常なコードがあるなんてね。
Gestalt Babylonia Form Data Archive. Themed post. LOL. I'm just kidding. LOL. The the engineering forces notice has been torn off again. Casual post. Great Ribbon Commandant fashion discussion. Cast your vote. What is this, Reddit? Big issue post. Have you heard of Dominic's Legacy? What is that exactly? It's like I'm reading shit off of Reddit. It's funny.
ゲシュタルトのセキュリティプログラム。絶対におかしいわね。無差別攻撃をしてくるかも。指揮官、スタンバイよろし
The
く
only
ね。
difference is that it's a lot more tame compared to Reddit.
侵入開始。
Okay.
侵入開始。データ削除。
Bam.
バグが出た。
First time playing her, so I don't know what she can really do.
データ削除。
Her pings
ク
changed.
リーンヒッ
Though.
ト。
Their icons changed. That's what I noticed. And I know that it seems like when her gauge is full,
バグが。
you hold down base of it to do something. Wow, they are doing a lot. Jeez. Okay, relax. Just.
バグ発見。バグが
Interesting. Publishing Gray Reddit.
データ削除。侵入開始。
Ah, cool animations.
バグ発見。
Interesting.
あの残留データの波動は妙ね。見に行きましょう。
Interesting. I like Teddy's model. She looks good.
バグが
よっ
出た。ゲスタルト内部のセキュリティプログラムが起動した。
Gestalt.
この情報、何か入ってる。これはセキュリティプログラムを遮断するための暗号書き。
Disabling
ど
internal
うしてこんなもの
security.
がここに？
Can I get us deeper, Asimov?
ああ、だがくれぐれも気をつけるように。
ここに隠したのは一体誰なの？
Who
上
indeed?
へ向かいましょう。指揮官。
Who Decrypt the internal security programs.
権限認証成功お進みください。新しいセキュリティプログラム、様子がおかしいわ。指揮官、暗号化キーはまだ使える？
Decrypt.
システムランエラー不正落成。違う、こいつら
Nope.
ゲシュタルト内部の
Good start.
セキュリティプログラムじゃない。ハッキング、侵入開データ削除。これがあなたの実力？見てなさい。私のフルパワー。指
Edges
揮
of
官、
Gestalt.
この異常データの対応は後よ。まずは他のデータを確認するわよ。
Her animations remind me of like freaking one of those like arcade skins from like League of Legends or some shit. Like arcade Ari. Or DJ Sona.
環境がマッチしていないから現状だと読み込み不可ね。このデータのかけらはアシモフに送って解析してもらいましょう。アシモフ、データの位置に間違いはないですよね。もうゲシュタルトの安全区域の境界ですが、
先ほど共有されたデータのかけらを解析したところ、例の異常データに近づくほど波動幅と目標の合致度が高くなるようだ。該当データの位置を逆探知し、そちらに送った。
The closer you get, the more fluctuations. Gestalt command record. XXXX XXX. Accepting arithmetic deep space detector energy threshold calculation command. Accepting blah 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 detection command. Sending blah blah sending satellite blah 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 command blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
読み込み成功。やっぱりね。
やっぱりね。
未知のデータを持つセキュリティプログラムだな。何をしてかすかわからん。十分に気をつけて。
心拍が出た。クリーン。これがあなたの実力？見てなさい。
It's so cute.
私のフルパワー。
She like puffs up her cheeks. That's so cute.
この位置情報があれば、あの異常データを介して
Jump to
その
the
空間に
location.
ジャンプすることが可能よ。
Don't know what lies behind, but what lies beyond.
アシモフ、万が一何らかの異変が起きたらすぐに侵入プログラムを中止してください。
Let's go.
ここが異常データの発信源。変だわ。アシモフ、外部からこの空間のデータフローを観測できますか？
無理だ。お前たちがいる場所は俺が現在観測可能な範囲を超えている。この空間の位置は遅い。
バグが出た。
Oh wait.
ハッキング。バグ発見。侵入開始。バグが出た。
Oops.
これがあなたの実力？見てなさい。私のフルパワ
There
ー。
we go. Science Council Section 1 backup data. Device design originally designed to fight the punishing virus. Blah blah blah, except human mind beacons through blah blah blah. Decided to name it the Inver blah blah blah.
通信が切れちゃった。どうする？入ってみる？
Sure. Continue or don't? Nah, we gotta. Let's check it out. What's life without a little risk?
正体不明のセキュリティプログラムね。眠ってるみたい。起きる前にあそこのデータを調査しておくわ。
Golden Age fashion design code. 1. Mind the stitching. How many times do I have to repeat myself? It has to be neat, straight, and evenly distributed. Blah blah blah. Metal closed surface need to be flat as well. Don't try to fool me with rubbish. It seems this is not the end of the design code. Interesting. Found it. Teddy cracks a string of code that's too complicated to be read and finds a loophole in it. There you are. A virus. No, doesn't seem like it. More like a glitch from computation. Well, hard to imagine Gestalt would make blunders like this, though. All software comes with glitches, is what people say. That might be true, but still fishy how we're spotting this glitch now of all times. First trial complete. Ready to disengage from immersion. In 3, 2, 1. Looks like the sub noir is on the fritz again. True. Hiya, Flops. How are you? When the brief darkness lifts, a piercing light suddenly fills your eyes. Commandant, how are you feeling? I'm feeling okay. Just kidding, I feel a little dizzy. I'm doing good, thank you. Feeling a little dizzy. Other than that, I'm feeling good. Lee says no more as he passes you a cup of warm water. Ew. Your brain is finally up and running again after a few minutes later. How's the test data looking? We did observe an enhancement in the Inver device's processor from the Inver device's connection to Gestalt. Teddy's frame was able to withstand a higher concentration of the punishing virus than we thought it would when we tested it for tolerance for the first time. Except Teddy's mind fluctuated harder and harder when the punishing virus grew in concentration. We'll only be able to say more when the experiment report is out, though. By the way, do you know where exactly the glitch is now? Yes, the information that was leaked earlier was in that glitch. There's probably more to it than meets the eye. Message cracked. It's got to do with the Inver device. Which means probably come across more data about the Inver device if we get inside the glitch. We can't unlock Gestalt's computing power, though, says Asimov with a furrow. It's a Pandora's box, and we don't want to mess with it. But if we focus on the glitch instead of unlocking Gestalt's computing power, and if we keep digging through the glitch when we do another experiment, if we really get our hands on the data, does that mean we'll stand a chance to make the Inver device even better? This possibility is undeniable. It didn't take long for a decision to be made. With the exception of a few scientists from the Science Council, most congressmen expressed their support for this initiative. Hard-pressed as they are, mankind would hold on to any thread of hope in sight. Look, it's Carlotta's grandfather. Seems like the young ones from the military have made a significant discovery. Is this some sort of new surprise you've led to me with, pal? I hold my reservations. I'm against sending Christina on this risky mission. Norman Mining Corp needs a successor to Dominic. Yes, Christina's talents are beyond question. But how does the successor compare to Dominic himself? I hesitated for a long time when I made this move, but it seems to have paid off. Christina has indeed exceeded my expectations. The new Herald candidates for Reactor 1 have been fully recruited and are ready to begin at any time. Yes, let's proceed with implementation once we acquire the technology we jointly developed with the military. We can start getting things rolling now. What about Leonardo? Ignore him. We're not stopping any of his little tricks. Stopping at any of his little tricks. Victoria, the supervisory board will definitely be on your side. The elder figure hidden in the shadows emphasizes the word you. Go ahead and keep following up. Apply for group support if need be. At the entrance to the meeting room, the human waiting for feedback responds and quickly leaves. This batch of heralds will surely go further than the last. Down memory lane, the dazzlingly lit banquet hall is a blur of glasses and laughter. As the tall figure in a white research coat arrives in a hurry, their silhouette is stretched out infinitely. We're starting a golden age. In it, we shall reach further and higher. We shall guide humanity into the vast starry skies. Scientists from several research institutes approach Dominic eagerly, enveloped in an indescribable aura as they engage in lively conversation. Young Charles Norman finally secures a chance to attend this gala. He really wants to strike up a conversation with one of these people. His father told him long ago that their family's hopes rested on this, that he had to seize opportunities like this if he wanted to take his company further than just mining expertise. He wants to step forward but can't help feeling anxious. They're probably going to see him as some greedy businessman trying to sniff out the moolah. But here he is, having been chosen. Dominic has chosen him for the most sincere bid and the purest minerals he'd offered. Dominic has led him, Norman Mining Corp, and all of humanity to scale unprecedented heights. Our old friend, we will join hands to bring a brighter future to this world. He raised his wine glass toward the window to offer a distant toast. Charles. A singular choice. Buckle up. Time for some more reading. After another long journey, the small group... Oh, it's back to us. Or back to Lucia. The small group of refugees finally reaches a place that seems safe. Bright sunlight pierces through the shadowy forest, casting a beautiful yet unrealistic haze over everything. Phew, let's set up the camp. The first vehicle comes to a halt, the silence of the engine signaling the brief peace they are about to experience. I wonder if we'll run into Moore and Gary. Busy setting up makeshift tents, Eileen feels a bit down. Don't worry, if we don't meet them here at this intersection, there's always the next one. Yep. Encouraged by her perpetually bright smile, the refugees keep moving forward. Lucia, how's everything around us? Safe for now. Yeah, that's good. Some of these guys are severely injured and we can't move them any further. They need to rest for a while. The rest of what Liv says blurs into a soft sigh. No one can guarantee that this camp is already a sufficiently safe haven. I've adjusted our course. We still have some distance to cover before reaching the clean zone. As long as we can hold out until we get there, we'll be fine. Alright, I'll go check on the injured again. Fortunately, they have brought a large amount of supplies earlier, and even though they've lost a small portion during their escape, the rest is enough to sustain this small group until they reach the clean zone. It's been so long since I basked in the sun like this. Hey, we haven't had time to chat lately. Lucia, does Babylonia get sunshine too? Yes, Babylonia has a weather simulation system to maintain its operations. A simulation system? Sounds like it wouldn't feel as nice as the sun on the ground. She stretches out her arms and gives a lazy yawn. Well, for a moment, Lucia almost forgot what the sun in Babylonia felt like. The simulation system serves the same function as the sun on the ground, but Lucia can't be sure if she's being fair. But the sun in Babylonia doesn't seem as bright and warm as this one on the ground. The gentle light spreads across her synthetic skin, reminding her of the time spent in her little garden at home. It's a pity. I bet Mika misses the sunlight here. Mika? Yeah, she's my best friend, the very best kind. She stretches her arms out so far that they form a circle that can encompass the entire forest. And she... No, she's not dead. Don't make that face. She went to Babylonia, but she helped a woman with some sort of experiment when she was still around. The woman was a professor from Babylonia and thought Mika had great potential. She said she could help Mika get a special application done to continue her research in Babylonia. The woman said she could take me along too, except I'd have to go as a construct. Both Mika and I took that polymer test or whatever. She passed, but I didn't. Well, there goes my hopes of Lucille ever being a construct. Mika didn't want to go because she was feeling upset, so I asked her why. Babylonia has got everything she needed to do her research, and I knew that that's what she'd always wanted. Someone has always got to be there to watch over us, and someone has always got to fight for our future. Plus, we can still contact each other through the conservation area. There was even this one time when she used a business trip as an excuse to meet me at a nearby conservation area. Wait, you guys are allowed to do that, right? I don't want to get her into any sort of trouble. No, it's okay. Babylonia doesn't stop people living there from contacting people living on Earth. I mean, no one can truly detach themselves from Earth anyway. Haha, it's great. She flashes a big smile. She probably can't bask in the sun like I can, which is a real shame. This forest is really nice. We're seeing all this lush wild grass even during this time of the year, which means there has to be a rich water source nearby. Would totally love to stay here a few more days. We used to stay here for long whenever we came, but... She looked back at the people bustling around. After the first vehicle comes to a stop, the refugees begin to transform this small enclosed plot into a livable space. Simple tents are erected, and the quick-handed refugees are already laughing and chatting as they take their muddy clothes to wash. The wounded settle in, and, their souls soothed by the sunlight, sink into a deep sleep. Time seems to have suddenly come to a peaceful halt at this moment. Gotta love moments like these. Like this. This is what life should be like. Except punishing exists, so. The Commandant has been back at Babylonia for some time now. I wonder how things are coming along there. She's recording. I've been recording tasks like this for a while now, since we haven't been able to maintain daily contact because of poor reception these days. According to the map on my terminal, we should be very close to the edge of the clean zone now. I've spotted traces of the red tide about 100 kilometers around us though. Liv spent a long time calculating the movement patterns of the red tide but hasn't found anything so far. The leader of this refuge group told me just a few days ago that they like to stay here for a while if possible. They believe this place is suitable for setting up camp and rest, and it's close to the clean zone. They want to take some time to recover from the heavy losses they sustained from the escape. I'm not sure how to explain the situation to them. If the Commandant were here, I'm sure there would be a way to fill the refugees in on the situation though. Given how close the red tide is to where we are, we'll have to leave either today or tomorrow, and keep moving. As the short video recording ends, Lucia shuts off her terminal. Liv, on the other hand, dashes over this way. Lucia, how's everything looking? Do you remember if they ever said specifically how big the clean zone was? I don't remember the specifics, but it was like a large radius. It was a large radius, but I don't remember what the specific distance was. I think it was definitely stated after Spiral of Kronos. I don't know if it was mentioned in Renaissance, the Renaissance chapter, or the one after that. But it's big. It is big. I think they said it was big enough for them for a lot of other like groups of refugees and whatnot to settle in. But I don't remember. I'm pretty sure it was like a big area though. We have to get out of here either today or tomorrow. We can't predict how fast the red tide is rising, which honestly is making me worried. Looking at the thriving little camp behind her, Liv remains silent. Living and surviving have become all too common choices. People swept up by the red tide have no right to refuse. They need to make a choice. We've taken in another batch of refugees that made it out of the Western Conservation Area. They came with 2 cobbled together vehicles that barely ran, and we had enough space to carry all the wounded. I suppose that's some good news, isn't it? She forces a smile. Among the refugees, there's an observer who escaped from the conservation area's observation station. He brought along some data and equipment that he claimed were crucial findings about the heterozone, meant for Babylonia. Oh. I've checked his ID and he is indeed a registered observer. Hey, stop fighting already! Uh-oh. The commotion at the camp entrance interrupts their conversation. Careful. What's happening? I have to take these tools and documents with me. You people have no idea how precious these things are. Ugh. You know what? Never mind. Point trying to explain myself when you don't even have what it takes to appreciate them. If you can reach Babylonia in low Earth orbit, that's bare minimum 1,200 miles, which is roughly half the length of the country. Jesus! That is pretty massive, yeah. The one truly safe haven. Yeah, no, yeah, if that's gone, then we're cooked. If the clean zone is, yeah, if that clean zone or the tower goes offline, that, yeah, we're cooked. He scrutinizes the angry refugees with an arrogant look. With all your stuff out of the way, we could fit at least 3 to 5 more bags of supplies. Hay, compressed rations, seeds, and even untainted soil would be more valuable than your pile of junk. It's not a pile of junk, it's really important stuff that could help us, sir. Here. If we toss out all that trash, we're gonna have so much more space. Don't compare that garbage to these. Okay, well, having supplies like that isn't garbage. You people know nothing. Do you realize how valuable this is? Did you just call food garbage? A tall refugee rolls up his sleeves ready to punch him. Stop fighting, I said. Separating the refugee from the observer without breaking a sweat, Lucille frowns with her arms crossed as she looks at the observer still guarding his research equipment. Didn't you all escape here together? Why are you fighting amongst yourselves? They're an ungrateful bunch. I fixed the vehicle from the observation station and agreed to take them with me, but now they want to dump my equipment and research records. Why would I have bothered fixing this vehicle if it weren't for these research records and equipment? The refugee frowns, still upset by the observer's actions. If you're going to save people, don't just half-ass it. Haven't you been eating all that food and seeds? If we had gotten rid of that junk earlier, we'd have at least had room for double the food. Food is life. That pile of junk and your precious papers are just burdens during times like these. The observer says nothing but continues to protect the research equipment and stacks her reports behind him, all the while not moving. Well, what about you guys? And what about you? Are you planning to stay and temporarily settle in our camp, or... Lucille? What is it? Uh-oh. Oh, I thought the fog was rolling in. I was like, oh god. At Liv's signal, Lucille pauses the conversation and moves with Liv to the back of a nearby tent. Lucy has found traces of the red tide over 100 kilometers away. How much time do we have left? We have to leave either today or tomorrow. Alright. After a brief pause, Lucille smiles again. There's no time to waste. Thank Lucia for me, or else the red tide might eat us all up while we're sleeping. It's great to have you guys here. She gives Lucia a distant thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll get them to pack up quickly. We'll aim to set off tonight. It's a shame we need to leave this place so quickly. She looks around longingly. This really is a wonderful place to settle. The field is fertile and vast, and it is surrounded by water sources, making it a great location for setting up new farms. With enough resources and time, they could have turned this into a small settlement. During their stay, the refugees have even started building fences around the camp and transporting edible wild grass from the surroundings. This was once their chosen new homeland. Upon hearing Lucille's announcement, the refugees fall silent. Mom, I don't want to leave here. I just planted my own seed and it's just sprouted. I even give it a name. Okay, then just dig it out and put it in like a little pot or something. I don't know. A little cup and a little bag. I don't know. Didn't you say this would be our home from now on? Why would you ever tell that child that? How dare you create this? The child's cries carry a certain poignant resonance, and their quiet whispers within the camp gradually fade, replaced by heavy sounds from the shadows. In a world so tough and tainted by mud and smoke, humanity retreats with no refuge, losing one home after another. What else can be done? Oh, stop crying! Jeez, having picked up a battered pot lid, Lucille stands on the vehicle and bangs it loudly, the clamor of metal instantly dispelling all the gloom in the camp. Do you want to stay here and be devoured by the red tide with this place, or come with me to find a new homeland? The choice is yours. Besides, as long as we're all together, there's always going to be home, no matter where we go. We're close to the Clune Zone too, so like, what better chance, man? She throws away the lid, causing a loud clang. She stretches her arms out wide, forming a circle that encircles everyone standing around the vehicle. Do we all still remember what the old leader said? Crying and standing still in sorrow does you no good. Come on, let's move. This is a good thing. We're ahead of those enemies this time. Yes, if it weren't for Lucia's warning, we might have been caught by the red tide again. At least this time, we're all still together. The crowd murmurs softly, anxiously gathering closer in fear. Before they raise more questions and shed more tears, Gamera has left the group. He limps toward his camp. Hurry up and pack your things. I don't want to feed my other leg to the red tide. True, I don't want those ghostly creatures chasing me again. Spurred by Lucille's words, the refugees turn quietly around and gather their belongings. Even faced with a one-way choice, humans still yearn for life. With life comes come miracles. Phew, I thought people were going to lose and stage a protest. Why would they? You would be dumb to be like, no, we're staying here. Even after knowing the red tide is nearby. You would be dumb to choose to stay. Jumping off the vehicle, Lucille pats her chest, still feeling a little daunted. I thought you were fearless. Well, no one is truly fearless. I was feeling confident because the old leader had my back. And I was feeling confident after that because Miko was there to keep things under control. I don't know what I would have done without you. We're getting more and more newcomers these days, and not every one of them lends me an ear like you do. I would like to officially have you join the For a Better Tomorrow Sunlight Shines on All Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. How does that sound? Thanks, but no thanks. No matter how winding the journey is, they've set off again. They are still fearful, it's still uneasy, but they now know where to go at least. Is this really going to work? Of course. Look, this little grass I grew is just fine. You just need to transplant it into an empty serum bottle like this. It will definitely continue to grow and keep you going until we make it to the clean zone, where you will be able to shower it with more sunlight and raise it in an even bigger garden. Do you think it'll have those bright red fruits like those in the stories? Yep, of course. There you go. Under the cover of night, the humans leave where they temporarily called their home. On Lucille's vehicle, two small transplanted grasses and serum bottles lean against each other in the company of the humans as they venture into the darkness. Victoria, do you remember the story I told you before? My dear Grandpa, remember what I told you about your life and the toil we put in for you. Now it's your turn to fulfill your duty. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Her eyes are so dead. Tell the gods to grant us well. Ask the gods to gift us with prey. We gave you food, joy, and health. It's time to repay us, Victoria. How's the research going? The military has made new breakthroughs and is in the second phase of experiments. The first batch of heralds has begun their transformations. Are you watching us, old friend? Like a broken bellows, the old man's chest wheezes out a peal of laughter. Grandfather, you don't want to overwork your body. It's all right. This is worth celebrating. Let's toast tomorrow's brilliance. To Dominic. The three of them. Babylonia entrance to the engineering force. Yes, I like the goofy slice of life music. Teddy! Did you hack into my terminal and change the alarm settings again? If you mess up the traction calculations again, I'll hack into your sleeping pod and lock you inside. Jesus. That's mean. There's no hero disaster in the busting, say. Or else you're gonna end up smashing your own fingers with a hammer someday. As far as these additional frame repair costs go, I'm not gonna fill out the reimbursement forms for you. Swear word. You know what? Forget it. Carlotta can't seem to come up with a good comeback. I saw them bickering reminds me of this one fan art or image of them. Like, oh wait, yeah. I saw it. It was from someone. It was from this artist I follow on Twitter, where they drew Carlotta and Teddy bickering at each other, and like, the artist's own rendition of like Commandant showed up from behind them and like smashed their heads together, and they ended up kissing. It was the funniest thing ever. I'm just immediately reminded of that now. Can't think of a good comeback. Yep, Teddy's got you beat on that one. It's time to head over to Gestalt. Asimov and the Grey Raven Commandant are waiting for us, so chop chop. Teddy says, giving Carlotta no time to react. Engineering Force Yuri-eyed. Just as they step out of the engineering force's main entrance, they run into someone they weren't expecting to see. Leonardo. Boom. Hey, Christina. It's been a while. What are you doing here? Can't believe you didn't tell me you were going to upgrade your frame. This suits you so much better. I'm feeling like my little sister's all grown up all of a sudden. Oh, this definitely brings tears to my eyes. There's no Christina here. Come on, we've been through that already. Probably don't seem like the emotional type, but words like those can still hurt sometimes. Well, I'm leaving now if you got nothing else to say. Whoa, is that all you've got to say to your brother? Wait, haven't you seen the news these days? Well, granted you haven't. You've seen all those guys in the lab coats, right? Teddy nods at Carlotta to go ahead, while she slips into a quiet side corridor. Teddy... Oh, I thought the text already... I looked away just for a split moment, and... We only have a few minutes, so you better get straight to business. Won't do us any good if they see us still in touch. Alright, fine. I was sidelined at the core management meeting. The old man and Victoria teamed up to seize control of Norman Mining Corp and meddle with Gestalt. Well, fast, ain't it? Well, didn't you see all of these coming your way when you inherited that stupid amount of fortune? You made this choice yourself. Wealth and freedom. You've made your choice now. Christina? Are you there? I'm right here if your eyes aren't just for show. I'm pretty busy actually, so just say whatever you want to say. Come on, I'm here to discuss our little plan with you. Close the door. I've already switched to nearby surveillance. How's Victoria doing? The old man is still claiming she's recovering from illness. I've seen her a few times through surveillance, though, and she kept asking me where you were because she wanted to hang out with you. I've tried to get her out. No luck so far, though, since the geezer's men are always around. I get the feeling they want to use Victoria for something, but I can't do much about it. Leonardo furrows his brow. Everyone in Norman Mining Corp's upper echelons knows that no matter who the next successor is, it won't be Leonardo. People recognize him as an outcast. Charles Norman, Norman Mining Corp's power holder, favors the talented Christina and the frail Victoria, who's making a long-term recovery from her illness. He never trusted you. He's not going to let Victoria go just because she's the only leverage he has over us. I can't get Victoria out, but I can still make life a little difficult for the old man. Thanks for the smoke screen, by the way. I've got my hand on some fresh intel. A cascade of transaction records for all sorts of resources and money flows past the screen. Kurono? Are you sure this is right? I don't find this joke funny at all. Are you doubting me? No, it's just I really didn't see this coming. The butler might think he's covered his tracks well, but he's gonna need a professional to do the job when it comes to destroying information. Like you? Well, they can't afford me. Having ties with the infamous Kurono group. That's bold. How do you plan to use this information? Going public with it is pretty risky, and we most likely wouldn't be able to stay out of the mess. That's your problem, not mine. I just want Victoria out. Don't you want out of Norman Mining Corp? Dominic's successor? Leonardo knows Christina hates it when people call her that. What good would that do me, though? Getting out of Norman Mining Corp doesn't mean I'll be able to make it out of Babylonia, right? It's like going from a small cage into a bigger one. Says Christina as she quietly types strings of complex codes into her terminal, all the while without stopping. Dominic's successor, little Dominic, future Dominic. She despises these names, but has gradually gotten used to living under their rules and titles. I've already been remodeled into a construct, and there is nothing much I can do even if I make it out of here. Let's get Victoria out first, and then we'll deal with the rest after that. Well, you don't know what you're missing out on. The world out there is much more exciting than you imagine, Christina. Don't worry. We'll all get out of this place together. Come on. Show me some love and support. Leonardo yanks open the curtains, flooding the room with a blinding light. Don't worry. Everything will turn out fine. You'll all leave here and live the life you want. You know what? I was unaware of your game, Leonardo. You got my respect. Just an older brother looking after his younger sisters. Hello, Miss Teddy. Your login credentials have been verified. Says Teddy's terminal in a mechanical voice. Sure, Leonardo. Guess it wouldn't hurt to show him some trust. Says the pink-haired construct with a rare smile. Guess I wouldn't mind lending him a hand if he ever needs one. Gotta start thinking about what I'm going to do after getting Victoria out. Well, a terminal repair shop sounds like a good idea. With this transaction, she's going to be able to break away from that sacred name. With it, the weight that has been imposed on her since birth seems to be slowly crumbling too. She is no longer someone's follower or replacement. From now on, she just has to be herself. Next, she's going to rendezvous with Leonardo at the location he specified. Despite the old man's far-reaching influence, she's confident that she has what it takes to dig up an even bigger scoop about Norman Mining Corp to get Victoria out of the old man's hands, as all she needs is time. Leonardo? The address she was given leads her to an apartment in Babylonia that doesn't exactly bustle with life. In it, however, she doesn't see who she was expecting to see. On the table lies a letter that briefly explains Leonardo's intentions. I've thought about it for a long time, and I decided to go back home to inherit Norman Mining Corp's assets. Enjoy life, Christina. That's it. She clenches the letter tightly in her hand. Hey, been a while. Is this where you're working now? How's it going, Christina? Enjoying work? There is no Christina here. If your memory still serves you, Mr. Norman, my name is Teddy. Why did you choose to go back to the Normans? She left behind ample documents that could serve as bargaining chips. According to their original plan, they should first leave Norman Mining Corp, then try to dig up enough evidence to get Victoria out. They are always giving away base blue construct tickets. I need weapon tickets. Man, I'm starving here. Yeah, that's one thing I've noticed too. Not a whole lot of stuff where you can earn weapon tickets. They give plenty of like black cards, which is cool and all. But they give away a lot more blue tickets than they do the base construct tickets than they do the weapon stuff. How it feels like they give out more. It feels like they give more Cub tickets from like from Norman than like the weapon stuff. Well, I guess I did that to inherit that stupid amount of fortune. I mean, I was naturally the only one the old man could have passed his wealth to since you were gone and Victoria has been trying to make a recovery all this time. Oh, is that so? Well, congratulations then. Leonardo bursts out laughing. So, Teddy, you haven't answered my question. Are you enjoying work? Well, let's just say I'm surviving. I mean, I don't enjoy what I do as much as you do what you do, that's for sure. That's good. Yes, that's good. Squinting at Leonardo, Teddy says no more. I see you're as sharp as ever, Teddy. You either go with wealth or freedom, so there's really no issue with the way you're putting the situation. I've chosen the mire, and I know I'm not getting out clean. But they're going to send down heralds again. I guess this is no news to you. Leaning against the wall, Teddy gives him a mocking glance. Why else would I be here wasting time with you? You can't even handle Victoria. What a loser. Always well informed. That's my sister. Feigning a couple of coughs, Leonardo shakes his head in sighs. Victoria is now on the supervisory board, aggressively pushing forward Project Herald as one of the heirs of Norman. They see old man and Dominic's legacy. She has gained strong support from the board. You know, those board members are almost fanatically believing in Dominic. He lets out a slightly sarcastic laugh. I don't know what the old man has been telling Victoria while I've been busy scheming for power. No one knows what he's thinking. Thanks for the update. I'll help you, not just to stop that stinky project, but also to save Victoria. Teddy has broken free from the Norman family's predicament, but Victoria is still in there, let alone many more heralds who might be sent underground. Never forget the value of life. No one should be left behind. Let's temporarily cooperate and exchange some information. I don't want to work with a clueless fool. Teddy casts a glance at the surrounding surveillance and quickly operates a terminal to cover several data points. Alright, spill the beans. What do you have on your end? I've got some original documents signed off by the Norman Mining Corp, as well as a few intercepted emails between senior members. Don't ask how I got them. What do you have to offer me? Do you really trust your brother that much? I'm so touched. I'm leaving. Hey, wait! Don't play this trick again. Victoria is really wary of me, so I've only got surface level stuff here, but I do have some confirmed intel. The old man is obsessed with Dominic's legacy because heralds in the past once brought back some information. Spill your beans. Science Council. After several days of intense work through the nights, most researchers have fallen asleep on the spot, still in their clothes. Mood. Nicholas silently stands beside Asimov in the corner of the room. After a simple greeting, Nicola looks at the monitor in front of Asimov. The screen is full of red spots. Are the analysis results out yet? Yeah. He taps the terminal. All the red tides, regardless of their sizes, have converged in the same direction. Measurement data uploaded from each evacuated conservation area and the sample test results brought back by Grey Raven Commandant all point to one possible conclusion. Their convergence point, which is also the center of this heterozone red tide riot, is likely to be the first city where zero-point energy appeared. The very first zero-point reactor. It was a symbol of a civilization's pinnacle, and also the beginning of its downfall. Is the data accurate? 87.67%. There might be minor discrepancies, but the actual location won't deviate too much. Send nearby squads to investigate immediately. Tell them to bring back as many samples and data as possible while ensuring their own safety. No one has ever stepped near that city since Dominic and his team sealed the zero-point reactor. As the first victim of the punishing virus outbreak, the city is surrounded by high concentrations of punishing virus, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. It's too dangerous. Asimov looks at Nicola disapprovingly. I'd love to use the Omega weapon to clear Reactor 1 directly if possible. However, Pioneer team led by Dominic to shut down the zero-point reactor is still listed as missing. What? According to the records from the Anti-Punishing Virus Command Center at the time, many Science Council members, led by Chief Dominic, all joined the team to shut down Reactor 1. Under Dominic's instructions, the military personnel, Norman Mining Corp technicians, and constructs who went to assist were all arranged to stay on the outskirts of the city. 30 minutes ago, the 45 monitoring stations set up by the Army simultaneously detected a surge in the punishing virus concentration in the area. Within 300 milliseconds, it rose to 20 times the original level, and we lost contact with Dominic and his team. In the following 30 minutes, there were no further increases in the punishing virus concentration, and it is now spreading according to our diffusion model. Since that outbreak, none of the monitoring stations have captured any internal energy reactions. The General Staff ruled out all other possibilities, so we can infer that Reactor 1 has been shut down. Since we can't accurately confirm the status of the Pioneer team shutting down Reactor 1, they are still listed as missing. There are too many uncertainties. We're concerned that using the Omega weapon or the Longinus arsenal recklessly might lead to unexpected incidents. Nicola's terminal chimes in before he can finish his words. He quickly scans the message and gives Asimov a brief nod, then leaves the Science Council hall. Still thinking about Dominic? Yeah. We've browsed through the records from the Anti-Punishing Virus Command Center. No human could possibly survive such a concentration of the punishing virus. Then, how did Dominic manage to shut down Reactor 1? Did you really... Oh, look, true. Did you really think one Dominic could achieve all that on his own? More than one Dominic. What kind of world did Dominic actually see? Carrying those secrets, Dominic is hidden deep in a city shrouded by high concentrations of the punishing virus. Asimov shakes his head and opens another interface on his terminal. Teddy and I have unlocked the second layer of that storage card you brought and found some codes. Codes. It seems to contain some information. The encryption method feels quite familiar. Do you remember the heteromer shard from Bianca's Phantom Tracer? Of course. The gift of the future. From Nanami. Correct. So, could that gift also be something Nanami has sent back? I can't give a definite answer, but there's certainly a probability. But if it's Nanami, there might be some new angles we can work on. Asimov leaves the hall in a hurry as if he has thought of something. 6 of 21. Node 7. How far are we on this? 32%. Project Herald. This feels like it's starting to get lengthy. Like, oh boy. Project Herald. I was gonna say 3 hours in, but like technically about like half an hour was spent earlier going through other shit, not stories, so technically 2.5 hours, and we're only 32% through. Hey, Usabeti. You're 1 minute and 21 seconds late. How should I punish you? I'm sorry, I was caught up by some other work. Excuse. Anyway, give me a cherry-flavored electrolyte drink once you're done, and I'll forgive you. Cheeky. She picks up the murky black liquid beside her and takes another sip. What is that? Is there a black variant of cherry-flavored electrolyte drink? You really should visit the Star of Life for a brain check. In what universe would a cherry-flavored electrolyte drink be this color? It's just... some kind of yucky but energy-boosting flavor. Why waste time drinking this awful stuff when you could just hop into a sleeping pod and get a couple of hours of real rest? Is your mind really stable enough to dive into Gestalt again? Seriously, I can handle this experiment on my own. You all are just going to get in the way. Any idea who said that? Swear word. See? Even I can remember, I can even remember your heroic moment. Still worried about the stability of my mind. Just take care. Still mumbling, Carlotta walks over to Mika with a frown. Final simulation test, starting in 3, 2, 1. The low hum of machines echoes in the room, but other researchers in the testing ground do not seem disturbed at all. In small groups, they are either excitedly discussing something through their terminals or gazing at data reports in front of massive machines of unknown functions. You don't often see so many researchers gathered outside of the annual conference, do you? Science Council, Engineering Force, Cosmos Technicians Union, and researchers from the Norman Mining Corp. Indeed. After returning to Babylonia, aside from handling essential tasks, you and Lee have spent almost all the time here. Even though most of the researchers are humans, they have been working relentlessly through the night, calculating every possible outcome. We have already ruled out 1,324 proposals during this time. At the same time, 543 proposals have been refined. Once a proposal feasibility exceeds 50%, a team is immediately assembled to test it, just like us. Not far away, Carlotta and Mika are in a heated argument, but soon become silent again after Aswell calmly reprimands both of them. Still, some insist that we should continue searching for Dominic's legacy, despite that the documents are probably already consumed by the corrupted and hetero creatures on the surface. Is that really necessary? Teddy casts a glance at the researchers wearing white coats, with Norman Mining Corp's symbol as she takes another sip of the oddly colored liquid. Why do people always pin their hopes on a dream of the past, choosing to believe in a legend or history rather than moving forward? I don't quite understand it either. Maybe they just need something to hold on to. A hope that requires sacrificing lives? I'd rather it never existed. What do you mean? You don't keep up with the news, do you? Haven't you heard about the Project Herald that Norman Mining Corp launched to find Dominic's legacy? Never heard of it. What, really? Are you kidding me? Teddy looks at you with suspicion. Basically, Norman Mining Corp started Project Herald during the early post-pandemic age. Rather than a project, it's more like a massive execution ground. What? Mining Corp. An old bear head hangs above the nostalgic fireplace. Charles Norman sits in the head seat, shrouded in shadow. What's the latest news? The space station has been completely overrun. The exact casualty figures are unknown, but it's deemed irrecoverable. There should be no need to stockpile more repair parts. The entire Starship fleet is destroyed, and the remaining sections of the spaceport are docked with the Eden II class colony ship. Some of our technicians have started to focus on repairing the colony ship. Charles remains silent, only tapping his fingertips on the armrest of the sofa, making dull, thudding sounds. The aerospace fighters are nearly all lost. The army might order another batch of raw materials. The Gestalt core has been successfully removed and is currently being transported to the designated location. Okay. The pace of the thudding sounds gets increasingly faster in the shadows. Last but not least, he cautiously swallows. Gulp. Dominic took a team with him and headed toward Reactor 1 to shut it down. We have lost contact with them. What? The sound of glass shattering echoes simultaneously with Charles' voice. Find them. Now! What is the army doing? Useless fools! Where's the support from the corporation? Under Dominic's instructions, reinforcements from the army and us were arranged to stay on the outskirts of the city, about 300 kilometers away from Reactor 1. Yet, none of them survived. According to the last report from our monitoring station in the nearby city, shortly after they entered, the punishing virus concentration in that area spiked to immeasurable levels. Preliminary analysis by our researchers suggests that no one could survive in such high concentrations of the punishing virus. Have they been confirmed dead? Not yet, but they did because they did manage to shut down Reactor 1. Due to the high punishing virus concentration, we've completely lost contact with the area around Reactor 1. If I may suggest, but go find them. If humans can't enter with protective suits, then find mercenaries from within the corporation and modify them into constructs to search. If they manage to shut down the reactor, then Dominic must still be alive. The cost of that would be too high, sir. Cost? Gestalt, 0-point reactor, and even the construction of Eden 2. He single-handedly propelled humanity into the Golden Age, reaching for the stars. Do you understand what this means? It's an entire Golden Age. We control close to 70% of the world's mining and energy industries. We built monumental projects like Gestalt. We even contributed to interstellar migration. All these honors, every single one, were brought to us by Dominic. Now, because of this damned punishing virus, all the 0-point reactors have fallen, forcing us to retract all operations, leaving us stuck in this bloody place. At a time like this, who cares about the cost? I don't doubt your decision, but can Dominic really save us from all this? You don't understand what he means to us. 0-point energy, invert device. Only the man with such brilliant ideas can restore everything to its original state. I've seen the brilliance and wisdom of the Golden Age. Just thinking of the arrival of darkness makes me sick. I understand, sir. I'll make arrangements right away. Remember, at any costs, they have shared our family's glory. It's time that they contribute to it. The lifeless, gem-like eyes of the bare head reflect a faint flicker of the burning blames. Not flames, blames in the fireplace. That's funny. Norman Mining Corp deployed a large number of pioneer teams who were referred to as heralds into the city where Reactor 1 is located. Some did manage to transmit back some lost data and information, but without exception. None of them made it back. My father was among them. Your father? Yeah. Laughable, isn't it? He sacrificed his only child for Dominic. Even though I've read about the splendor of the Golden Age he often spoke of, I still can't understand what my grandfather was thinking when he made that decision. Project Herald, such a fancy name. Sounds brilliant and glorious, but is it really so? All they do is blindly chase past glories, dream of unattainable ideals, and pursue a dream that might never come true. What do these things have to do with the name Herald anyway? To me, they are more like a group of beggars. Instead of finding ways to work hard, they dig up the graves of dead wealthy people, pleading for their last protection and mercy. Indeed. Even if that wealth could still save everyone, do we really want to sit in this space prison, waiting for this so-called heralds to bring back the hero's brilliance? Even Dominic won't be able to save humanity if all we do here is sit and wait. She lowers her eyes and lets out a slight sigh. Test complete. The location of the breach has been confirmed. Hey, Teddy, are you sure you don't need a break? No, we're tight on time. Every piece of data left by the Inver device experiments can help us test a possibility. The sooner we figure out what that breach is, the sooner we can rest easy. It's a win-win. Teddy raises her head and gulps down all the black liquid in the cup, furrowing her brows before looking at you. I assume everything's smooth on your end too, Isabelle? Yep. Alright then, we'll take it from here. I should have clicked on give me a moment. See what came of that. Oh.
ジャンプ成功だ。状況はどうだ？
逆上がりの都市ってところかしら。資料に載っていた黄金時代の都市と似ているようです。
そこはゲシュタルトの安全区域外だ。
あの異常データの座標追跡は続けられますか？
解析中だ。位置を特定するまでしばらく時間がかかる。先に進んでみてくれ。およそその方向になるが、あのデータの位置はもっと奥なはずだ。
正気ですか？もっと奥って方向を示す言葉としてあまりにも不適切すぎるんだけど。これは何？
Analyze.
空間の内部セキュリティプログラムかしら。いいえ、違う。このフレームワークはもしかして環境構築のデータ？コード形式でこれらのデータを攻撃してみればわかるかも。
This is the data of we can try using codes to attack it.
やっぱり空間環境のデータが再構築され始めている。またデータの塊？しかも様子が違う。これは偶然なの？こうして関連させてと。
Okay.
見たことのないプログラム体ね。
Oh. Why would the music got
防衛データフロイヤー
wonky
気
there?
をつけて。バグが出た。データ削除。
Hang on. Turn that a bit down. BGM a bit higher.
侵入開始。バグが出た。
Jeez. What? Okay.
データ削除。侵入開始。バグ発見。クリーンヒット。データ削除。バグ発見。ハッキング。データ削除。バグ発見。クリーンヒット。侵入開始。これがあなたの実力？見てなさい。私のフルパワーやるじゃない。なら次は私に任せて。やっと解除できた。
わずかだが意識の揺れがあったぞ。 侵入プログラムを緊急中止するか。
大丈夫です。問題ありません。
異常データの位置が特定できたぞ。お前たちの現在地からは少し遠いかもな。
了解。これのどこが少し遠いなの？
It is far. I like how everything's like upside down.
か弱い技術者にこんな悪路を歩かせるなんて。
Oh shit. These are interesting enemies.
侵入バグ発見。データ削除。
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to hit. I don't know. I saw the prompt and I hit E. Saw the prompt for it, so I hit E. Whoops. Do I have to start over with them? Okay, no. Their health doesn't reset, thank God. I didn't realize there was going to be a QTE, jeez. Can I go upstairs? I can. Okay. The music audio in this chapter has been just for some reason quiet compared to other chapters. Only 3 basic attacks now? Okay. I wonder if there's been other spots like that and I just completely missed it. Ooh.
Ah. 防御メカニズムでも起動させたかしら。データ削除。侵入開始。侵入開始。データ削除。バグが
Shit.
出た。
Such a delay to that.
データ削除。ハッキング。データ削除。バグ発見。侵入開始。データ削除。これがあなたの実力？見てなさい。私のフルパワー。やるじゃない。なら次は私に任せて。
Huh. Oh shit.
ドルベ
Dorbe. Well,
手間がかかるわね。私は技術者だってば。バグが出た。データ削除、バグ発見。侵入開始。
perfect program. Shit.
データ削除。バグが出た。
Ah.
バグ発見。ハッキング。データ削除。バグ発見。やるじゃない。なら次は私に任せて。
Huh. Her facial expression changes.
何かありました？間もなく目的の座標に到着します。
了解した。座標付近の異常データを入手したらすぐに信号を送れ。侵入プログラムの解除を準備しておく。
This place looks crazy. Testing ground. The vast testing ground lies silent. Only the hum of machinery can be heard. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the report that is about to be deciphered. It's a schematic of the invert device. Just as I thought. It's the invert device. He's nearly shouting out. This part is the unfinished concept for modifying the invert device. She quickly skims through the encrypted data uploaded to the terminal. A more powerful processor. Yes, this concept aligns with our current experiment. Look at this. While others are still celebrating the discovery, Mika and Asimov have already begun discussing the next phase of the experiment. But for some reason, this discovery feels too coincidental. Hey, are you still not back to normal? I hope that space doesn't have any extra harmful effects on the human brain. Don't worry, I've already recovered. Maybe we should take you to the Star of Life for a brain scan. I just feel like the whole thing is too much of a coincidence. Whether it is the information that shouldn't exist sent by Gestalt, or the data on invert device modifications found in the breach. All of them are arriving continuously like dishes in a grand feast from a mysterious menu according to someone's plan. An interesting way to describe it. Could it be Gestalt or someone else guiding all this? You turn around to look at Gestalt. It is emanating a faint blue light, silent as ever. Are you suggesting someone is orchestrating the leak of this information? She ponders for a moment. Well, it's not impossible. It would be too difficult to achieve this through an external connection. For this to happen, at the very least, they would need to disable the computing power restraint and bypass Asimov's surveillance. Unless the information was sent from within Gestalt. Dominic. It's not impossible. But is Dominic really the one inside Gestalt? Washu, the Emperor, Gestalt, Dominic. Gestalt has existed since the Golden Age. It preserves almost all human knowledge and civilizations. No one knows for sure what might be behind the computing power restraint. Wait. The terminal has blinked twice, showing a special message notification. The Norman family has begun pushing forward a new round of Project Herald. Uh-oh. Babylonia, Norman Mining Corp. Lounging lazily in the armchair, Leonardo looks at the visibly displeased Teddy on the other side of the screen. So all you can do is notify me 5 minutes in advance that this batch of heralds is about to land? Is this what you mentioned that day about continuing to dig into Norman Mining Corp's classified information? Is this the plan you assured me of so confidently? He knows that his sister is already fuming on the other end without having to look at her. Come on, Victoria's been keeping a tight lid on the information. She even dismissed my security guards. Now I only have a few undercover informants to rely on. Leonardo pleads, but shows no sign of remorse. Even if I tell you 3 days earlier, what can you possibly do about it? How do you know I don't have a way? Like hacking into Norman Mining Corp's database to alter their announcements? Or simply taking over the shuttle system? It's pointless. Don't tell me you really think that's enough to stop them. Beep. She has hung up. I may have missed part of your growth, but given your current status, there's nothing more you can do. Facing the terminal's bleak screen, he slumps into the chair, somewhat exhausted. Just leave it to me. I won't let you get your hands dirty. Children should trust their elders. It's my failure as an adult to have you face such a dark and terrifying world so early. Hmm. 41%. Man, it's taking a while. A long chapter. Actually, how many notes are there in total? Let me see. Let me double check. 18? There's only 18? Huh. And they just jammed in a lot of stuff in each node. Dove. You are the doves returning with olive branches. You are the adventurers paving the way to gold and glory. You are the heralds sent by Norman Mining Corp. You will carry everyone's dreams and bring back the sparks of hope. You will be Norman Mining Corp's pride. Amidst cheers, the most elite constructs of Norman Mining Corp, equipped with the most advanced protective suits and high-end weapons, have boarded the transport ship bearing Norman Mining Corp's emblem. These heralds will be divided into small groups and deployed in the areas near Reactor 1. Victoria remains silent as she watches the transport ship disappear into the distance. They will become glorious leaders. The light of the Golden Age will shine on the Norman family crest again. This is an honor, Victoria. Back in the day, I once did the same, sending your father aboard Norman Mining Corp's transport ship. And he lived up to expectations, bringing back crucial information about Dominic. You must always remember the first creed of the Norman family, Victoria. By any means necessary, for the sake of Norman's tomorrow. For the sake of Norman's tomorrow. Ground surface. Oh, excuse me. According to the map, this is it. With Reactor 1 at the center and a radius of nearly 1,000 kilometers, this entire area is shrouded in high concentrations of punishing virus. The Herald's radar went haywire almost as soon as they left the shuttle. For unknown reason, their terminals also only had intermittent signals, barely maintaining communication with Babylonia. Is this Reactor 1? Given her young look, she was probably turned into a construct not long ago. With a mix of excitement and fear, she cautiously separates the dense, dark shrubs ahead. Are you sure there won't be any danger? According to the map passed down by her predecessors, this area should be a safe zone. And how long ago was that? There's nothing unusual behind the shrubs. Don't worry, we are Norman Mining Corp's latest versions of constructs. Like that's gonna save you. This area is on the outermost edge of Reactor 1. As long as we follow the map and explore, there shouldn't be too many problems. This mission is all about exploration. Norman Mining Corp will reward us as long as we can reach the point marked on the map, even if we have only pushed a little further from where we landed. If we could even bring back other information about Reactor 1, already imagining the cheers and flowers he would receive, he coughs to mask his excitement, but cannot hide the thrill in his voice. Forget promotions and raises, my boss even said even Miss Victoria would personally meet us. Wow. Has anyone ever received such a reward? Guess so. Shh, be careful. Following the map, they bypass a mire-covered red tide. Gurgle. Before they realized it, a thin mist has quietly spread across the ground. Uh-oh. Does the map indicate any mist around here? Mist? That's nothing. Probably not important enough to be marked on the map. Yeah, totally. After going around this corner, we should see the city's edge. Wait. Hold on. Silent tides are dyeing the overgrown shrubs a vivid red. Wait. Did we take the wrong path? He furrows his brow, quickly scanning the map. This way. Confirming the new route, he swiftly takes the other construct to relocate. Can the map be wrong? Wasn't it all top-secret data compiled and uploaded by predecessors? There was probably some error. Who doesn't make mistakes in their work? Yeah, but how long ago was this information? This shit could easily change. Seeing the city's vague edge appear not far away, he lets out a breath of relief. Jeez. Just a little further and they will reach the farthest point marked on the map. Just a little further. Gurgle. What's that noise? Don't tell me those hetero creatures have come back. Though those bizarre hetero creatures cannot cause much harm, when they are killed, their punishing virus-filled fluids can corrode the construct frames. Anyway, let me transmit the real-time data back to headquarters first. Before she can even open her terminal, the punishing virus concentration alert on her protective suit begins to flash. What's going on? The punishing virus concentration nearby is rapidly increasing. Gurgle. Vines are crawling deep into the tree trunks. The tide silently approaches, almost at their feet by the time they've noticed. No, this is the wrong way. Retreat. Request backup. Quick, call for help. A sharp alarm blares, endlessly echoing in the deathly quiet voice. But who can come to their rescue? The Grey Raven Commandant? Ha ha ha. No. As if responding to some command, numerous hetero creatures have surged from the tide, murmuring undecipherable whispers as they lunge at the constructs who have just activated their short-range propulsion devices. Said that all in one breath. The high concentration of punishing virus has corroded his frame, leaving his metal skeleton barely holding together. He struggles to pull the construct behind him, but only feels a sudden loss of weight on his hand. Requesting backup. With his vocal module deteriorated, he can only helplessly slump in the red tide mire. He wishes he could die right away. But the frame, specially modified by Norman Mining Corp, would ensure his death would be a lengthy one. There's something I need to tell you. Why are you so sneaky? Just spit it out, boss. Man, these heralds are trash! Miss Victoria has a special message for us. In this safe area of the frame, will you open it? See this button inside? Don't press it unless absolutely necessary. Oh? Could it be the secret weapon Miss Victoria installed for us? No, it's not. Just remember what I said. The captain gives him a meaningful glance. Until now, he has suddenly truly understood the purpose of that button. The metal shell that was supposed to protect the button has been corroded away. He stares at the sky, struggling to move his arm to reach for that button of last resort. A shadow silently flashes out from the shrubs. Help! Ah, a survivor of the old civilization. In accordance with human etiquette, I greet you. What's my name? I am Cradle. Right. That's how it would sound in the language you can understand. Descendant? Even though his visual module was severely damaged, he could still faintly see a petite girl standing unscathed atop the red tide. She looks just like an ordinary human. Nope. In the language you can understand, I am the will of the red tide, the incubator of a new civilization. My name is Cradle. She gives a cheerful smile. Asserted, you wish. God. His voice module has now been completely destroyed by the punishing virus. In his remaining vision, he sees the girl who called herself Cradle, gently lifting the damaged frame of his teammate for the red tide. Anime logic, the little girl is always the most lethal. True. Don't be afraid, survivor. By the plans we set in motion, you may rest peacefully in the cradle, free from such suffering. Flowers will bloom anew in the civilization as we take over, and you will awaken once more. In the new world, you will find unparalleled joy and happiness. With a final burst of will, he struggles to move his arm, pressing the red button on his frame. Flashbang! I'm just kidding. What's that over there? Sounds like an explosion, but it's still far from us. Oh shit. The radar's gone haywire. The punishing virus concentration is still rising. We can't keep going. Liv anxiously looks at the refugees behind her. Even with enough serum and protective suits, the concentration level here is still too deadly for ordinary people. Tactical nuke. You just see a mushroom cloud nearby. How's the communication going? No good. We still haven't established any channel. Two of them could have broken through the zone easily, but with all the refugees behind them, she looks at the dotted scars on the legs and arms of Lucia's frame. Even for a specialized frame, the punishing virus would still cause damage. There aren't many construct bandages left. It's okay. All the protective suits have been given out. You stay here on guard, I'll scout ahead. In the camp behind them, refugees in protective suits are cherishing their precious rest time. Put on your protective suit, Lucille. No need. A mask is enough for me. Girl, do you know what you are wearing? Your skin alone isn't gonna help. What do you mean a mask is enough? I'm way stronger than you. Don't. She playfully raises her arm, striking a bodybuilder pose, then forcefully puts her suit on a child. Wait, what's that? Well, at least she's thinking of others before herself. But still, you want to survive? Put on a suit. At least it'll help you even just a bit. Meanwhile, Liv and her OG Eclipse friend is tanking. Yeah, she's completely unscathed. No bruises, no nothing. And Lucy is over there just... She pulls the child back, takes 2 steps back, then pulls out something from the shrubs. It is a bag stained with the red tide's mud. Why would you touch it? Is this a tombstone left by other teams? But the symbol. Norman Mining Corp. That's Norman Mining Corp's emblem. How could they be here? Can I take a look? Taking the bag, Liv frowns as she inspects the items inside. Part of the supplies had already been consumed. Could it be something left behind from a long time ago? Possible. This is a standard weapon Babylonian released less than 2 years ago. On the bottom of the package, she finds a tattered map with simple messages on it, marking the location. Arrived at the designated destination. Next objective, enter the city where Reactor 1 is located. But how? The malfunctioning radar left them completely lost on the ground. Their communication system also inexplicably failed, making it impossible for them to maintain contact with Babylonia. You're telling me these guys, because they couldn't tell where they were going, their radar was malfunctioning, and somehow ended up near the city of Reactor 1, or within the area. That's so bad. According to the original plan, they should have been near the edge of the clean zone by now. But how did they end up in the exact opposite direction? Harold. She murmurs the words written on the back of the map. You guys are in such a terrible position right now. We will carry everyone's dreams and bring back the sparks of hope. We will bring back glory. The latter part of the map is completely corroded. We were looking for copper and struck brimstone. Liv? Liv? What's wrong? I'm fine, but I must tell Lucy about this immediately. Liv puts the map away. Before she starts walking toward the direction Lucia left, she sees Lucia rushing out from the shrubs. Lucia? Your leg. There is visible damage on Lucia's leg armor. It looks as if something has wrapped around it. I saw the red tide at 8 o'clock. It's moving in this direction. We must leave immediately. Red tide? Is that really the red tide over there? But this wavelength. This definitely isn't an ordinary red tide. It doesn't matter what kind of red tide it is, whether it's ordinary or not, it can still kill you. Hurry up and pack. Get ready to leave. I need to confirm what it exactly is. There must be something different in this red tide. Yeah, why don't you go over there and check yourself? Wearing a ragged coat, he tightly clutches an old pen and paper, staring intently at the screen while continuously recording the frequencies displayed on the machine. The readings are the same as the ones they detected last time. No more talking, just get on. I don't want to be the last to leave. They sacrificed their lives for mine. Can't let them die in vain. Man, science before life. I must prove that everything they dedicated their lives to was worth it. He loads the instruments onto the last vehicle and continues to jot down those complex frequencies. Listen, I get it. The information for this shit is important, but brother, we got to go. We gotta get moving. While the refugees are packing up, Liv takes out the map from earlier. Lucia, look at this. What's the status of the communication? Whether it's the deviated route or the mysteriously appearing Norman Mining Corp emblem, it should all be reported to Babylonia. Liv gently shakes her head. Let's get out of here first. Hey, we're ready. Lucille's energetic voice echoes from not far away. Alright, let's get out of here first. There must be a way. Together, they have faced even tougher situations before. So, there must be a way. They will definitely be able to take everyone out of this place safely. See? The narrator believes too. Newborn ruins. Seriously, it's such a terrible position to be in. They somehow went the opposite direction. Okay, no, not somehow. Their radar was malfunctioning. They ended up within the area of Reactor 1. That's so bad. This place isn't safe. We need to keep going. What's that noise? Mom? I'm scared. Russ. Shh. Don't make any sound. Lucia and Liv are going to get us out. Are Lucille and the others catching up? They're right behind us. There are many wounded in their vehicle, so they're moving slowly. Is the drone still working? Just barely. The punishing virus concentration here should be low enough for it to fly. We won't need to worry about it getting corrupted for now. The terrain here is constantly shifting. Let's start the drone and make sure the path ahead is safe. It's ready. The drone still has some ammo left. It will take out some of the hetero creatures. Drone gameplay? I'm just kidding. Hetero creatures detected. Target locked, ready to launch. Projectile launched. Damn. Target eliminated. We need more of these drones. Hello? Oh, not this thing again. Bane to my existence. Drone has landed. There's not enough. But okay, is the roads ahead safe, Liv? Not sure yet. We still need to be careful. Even in this game, the text goes by really quickly for me to read. Oh yeah, that's not... It's the red tide, run! Terrain here is different from what the map shows. We'll defeat them first. The forest is alive! Mom! Mom! Don't worry, Mom is here. I'll keep you safe. Go away. Go away! And the heroes arrive. Watch out! Uh-oh. terrain here is completely different from the map. The red tide has completely changed the landscape. Is there another way out? There, where the hetero creatures just appeared. There might be a path behind the bushes. My thruster is still working. Liv, stay here and protect them. I'll scout ahead. Be careful. Red tide did cut off the path. Should be able to cross here. Okay, stay safe. Huff. Puff. Captain, you alright? Crow. I'm fine, I guess. He limps along, struggling to support his own body. His leg armor was corroded by the red tide during the recent encounter. He made a quick decision and quickly cut off the corroded section. Consequently, he can only move at an extremely slow pace now. Phew, I knew this job was tough, but I never imagined it would be this hard. Polly doesn't look too good either. The large signal transmitter he was carrying is now in pieces, but it also brought them precious time to escape. What on earth is that thing? Oh, more. Is it an ascendant? Doesn't seem like an ascendant. We've been in a few battles before, but... Shh, I heard something from over there. She steps forward, hoisting Crow onto her back as if she is carrying a transmitter before taking off. Hey, leave me alone. Just go. Take the collected data and images with you. Shut it. Praying Mantis doesn't need a chatterbox. They have only taken a few steps in another direction when several massive vehicles crash through the forest with roaring engines. Why are there still people here? Hurry! Get on! Squeeze in! The first vehicle stops in front of them. Before they could react, a few refugees jump off and quickly pull them onto the vehicle. Wait, Lucille? Where's Aline? Is she okay? She's in the cart behind. No time for chit-chat, let's get moving. The three constructs find themselves on a rough trip squeezed between the refugees. Tents, supplies, bags, and the constant jolting make their heads spin. After about 3 to 4 hours, as dusk begins to fall, the vehicles have finally come to a stop. A bonfire has been lit. Bonfire lit. And everyone gathers around to warm their cold, stiff bodies. What a thrilling journey. I have to tell Mika about this when I see her again. It has got to be one of the major achievements for a better tomorrow. Sunlight shines on all. Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. You need to change that name. You've worked hard too. She pats the vehicle and gives a somewhat painful look as she gazes at the corrosion spots on its side. On the other side of this vehicle, Crow inhales a deep breath. Were you originally heading for the clean zone? But our mission was to delve into the hetero zone. How did we veer off course so much? If we lose Lucille, I'm going to be upset. Me too. Me too. Please don't die. Not long after Commandant left, we encountered several more red tides. Their movements were completely erratic. Lucy and I had to take turns to scout in order to avoid them. We could hardly receive any communication signals since then. That's probably when we got lost. Don't move. This is the last bandage we have. Why their movements are so unpredictable. We received a new mission at a nearby conservation area. Moore needed to find his girlfriend, saying he knew the terrain well and could guide us, so we set out together. Just like what you had encountered, we lost a few teammates and were completely driven off course by the red tide, mistakenly entering the city where Reactor 1 is located. The concentration of the punishing virus rose rapidly, making it impossible for us to stay. After collecting some data and samples, we decided to find an area with a lower concentration so we could leave this zone. Then, deep within the red tide, we saw her. I can't read that, miss. Wearing a green coke? Yes, coke. Green cloak, jeez. A petite girl stands barefoot on the red tide, humming a bizarre melody in an undecipherable language. How could anyone even live in such a high concentration of the punishing virus? Something isn't right. The punishing virus in this red tide is extremely active. A small rabbit-like hetero creature suddenly leaps out from the red tide at the girl's feet. Hey. In accordance with human etiquette, greetings to you, survivors. She slowly approaches the two constructs with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She called herself Cradle. We couldn't determine if she was a special ascendant or something else. He shivers. Whoa. Before they could say anything, the girl reaches out her hands toward him. The red tide gathers at her feet, eagerly spreading toward the two constructs. They're talking too much. I would have started running. Hey, guys, is this normal? Turns around. Where'd you guys go? We out of there, bro. What do you mean? Kali acted quickly, dropping the signal transmitter she had been carrying. She seemed very interested in it, momentarily halting her pursuit of us. Otherwise, I would have definitely lost more than just this leg. Could she be an undiscovered ascendant? I don't think so. Most registered ascendants are constructs, but that girl doesn't have any of the characteristics of a construct. Instead of a construct, she's more like a creation entirely composed of the red tide and punishing virus. Oh god. How are your communication devices holding up? With the signal booster lost, our connection with Babylonia is completely severed. Lucia remains silent as she watches the refugees behind her start to drift into sleep. The refugees still firmly believe they're heading in the right direction. She can only continue to offer false hope to maintain their confidence and drive. The red tide looms closely behind, shrouded in a thick, polluted cloud, carrying an ominous and unfathomable hostility, relentlessly pursuing this group of displaced humans. She has verified the identities of the constructs of praying mantis. We have no reason to lie to them, but if that unknown presence really charges into this camp, she couldn't stop her from coming, nor did she have the confidence to protect all the humans behind her. If Commandant is here, what would Commandant do? What would Jesus do? I'll tell you what Jesus would do. He would take the wheel. Despite the vast distance between the ground and sky, the faint flicker of the mind connection still shines unwaveringly. I don't know why. A creature made completely of PV is surprising. They fought hetero creatures and sapiens and twins and Chico. Get with the program. Yeah. Well, Lucy and Liv didn't look surprised. They were kind of just like sitting there in silence. As for the other constructs, though, the two that they're talking to, maybe they just didn't get the memo. Yeah, Lucy and Liv have just been silent on the matter. They didn't have like a super surprised reaction to it. But the regular constructs, I feel like they probably have heard of the whole thing. They definitely know the information. Like who doesn't, right? At this point, I guess they haven't encountered anything like the twins. They know of they've encountered hetero creatures, I would assume, most likely, but nothing like Cradle. I guess that's why they were so flabbergasted. That's my guess. Fortunately, the vehicles still have ample energy, and there's enough food to last everyone a few more days. That's good. The warm flames of the campfire dance in the darkness. After a long silence, Liv speaks first. We have the map now. Although the terrain has shifted due to the red tide, the general direction should still be correct. Take a rest for now. We'll continue moving when the dawn breaks. Deep within the city, where Reactor 1 is located. This is the graveyard of a collapsed civilization. The traces of humanity vanished with the outbreak of the punishing virus, and nature gradually took over. Flowers in the green strips bloomed and withered, while the fruits on the tree tops fell into the soil and rotted. Weeds and vines have naturally claimed the skyscrapers, and the halted machines stand calmly in every corner of the city. Branches and buds are peeking through the gaps of unknown skeletons. All that remains is this once glorious city are broken walls and debris. The zero-point reactor is now a desolate ruin, and the library, which once bore human civilization, is reduced to a massive skeleton. Only the sun continues its eternal path, illuminating the city as always. Muttering in a cryptic language, the cloaked girl finally steps onto this land. Mist has enveloped the area. The red tide rustles softly around the girl's ankles, silently entering the long-abandoned city. This is the story of civilizations. They fall, rise, and then fall again. There is always a pattern to follow. Record everything, write down everything, and seize everything. She raises her head, taking a deep breath of the decayed air. Let's do it here. Standing before the collapsed entrance of the library, she politely and respectfully bows to the towering guardian robot. In accordance with the rules of civilizations, I shall purchase this land I'm standing on from you. That's funny. She already knows. She now knows. She understands. She understands etiquette. Now she understands trade. That's funny. She learns capitalism. There's something cute about that, though. There's something cute about that. It's like, oh, baby's first trade. It's so goofy. She gently places a rudimentarily carved square wooden token before the corrupted mechanoid guard. And now, hetero creatures are born from the red tide. A new civilization blooms amid decayed books. The red tide drips like sands through an hourglass, forming a crimson homeland. For a civilization to grow, it needs development and adversaries. This is a war we cannot avoid. Together, we will embrace a greater civilization of our own. Hetero creatures gather at her feet, docile as hatchlings. This newborn civilization needs iteration, development, and evolution. We've already gathered enough information. Now go. Man, Punisher Virus sure has come a long way. The muddy red tide rapidly surges, roaring outward in all directions. Go forth, expand, and seize, just like what other civilizations did when they developed. Go absorb everything that can enrich us. We are ready. Ready to nurture our civilization right here. That's terrifying. Remember when the biggest threat was Clang Clang Tifa? Yep. Man, humanity sure has come a long way. No, punishing sure has come a long way. Good old days. The very first energy reactor? Fucking YouTube ass title. YouTube video title, Jesus. The very first energy reactor, surprised face. Red arrows pointing at the reactor. Freaking like the surprise face would be like fucking like Mr. Pokey's like dev listened shit. The very first 0-point reactor, Norman Mining Corp has acquired crucial intelligence about Dominic. Oh my god. Victoria takes the helm. Supervisory board members in favor of Project Herald. Does Dominic still exist? Question mark? Huh? Sigh. What's wrong, Leonardo? How you feeling? He spins the chair out of boredom. The terminal on his desk starts to beep. Boss. Oh, wait. Ex-boss. Hello. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've been promoted quickly. You even have your own office now. I bet you the reaction channels were going crazy. You'll never believe what just happened. Norman Mining Corp? Very first reactor? Oh my god. Infinite energy. Epic. Real. Not a prank. Fucking goofy, bro. That's all you ever see with like a lot of videos on YouTube now for the thumbnails. I like how there's such a difference between like what people in like in the West do for their thumbnails compared to those in the East. Because in the West, it's what you would expect, just like surprise face, like big bold text, red arrows, and all this shit. Meanwhile, with the East, they would have like thumbnails where it's like just a lot of text, just a lot of text. At least from JP creators. But yeah. It's so easy to imagine. It's so easy to picture in your mind. Actually, Tecton had an argument on Twitter over that exact thing. Really? Oh yeah. I remember I know. Yeah, I've seen that thing where it's like the whole thing between Western CCs and Eastern CCs and all that shit. Here, as someone who... Okay. I'm not... you know, Rexlin kind of has a point. I'm just going to say that. He kind of does have a point. It's rude to point it out, but he does have a point. He does have a point. Like, hey, if like making content like that is what gets you views, yeah, go for it. But he's not. But Rexlin isn't exactly wrong in saying like it's kind of just, I don't know. Like, when it comes to WUWA content, Wuthering Waves content, anytime I want to watch anything WUWA related, I personally like to enjoy watching people's like... I'm one of those goofy goobers that enjoys watching liking creativity. Yeah. Yeah, liking creativity. But I'm someone who enjoys watching like some of the fun content from WUWA creators or anyone that does WUWA content. For example, someone I'm sub to named Mondo, and there's another channel named like Emperor who does like Wuthering Waves National Geographic videos or something. That shit's fun to watch. You know? And I also enjoy watching people play through like certain quests or WUWA, just so I can see how they react to some of the stuff and whatnot, because it's always fun. It's always enjoyable for me to see other people having fun playing a game that I enjoy, right? But then there's other creators who are just who for most of the time it's either like guides or drama related stuff or criticizing video games or just reactions to trailers and whatnot. And while stuff like that can get you views and clicks and whatnot, it's not exactly super, for some people, myself included, it's not exactly the most fun thing to watch. So overall, I just prefer it if someone was to make content of them just having fun, just genuinely having fun. That's why I started watching you. I like seeing you go through story, although you've passed me. Yeah, see, for me, when I first started streaming, I mainly started because I just wanted to do something different aside from just the whole music thing on my other channel. But alongside that, I also just wanted to enjoy myself and have fun playing games that I wanted to play. I don't want to play a game that's, unless I'm interested in it, I don't want to play a game that's like currently trending or big because it's just what gets me notice or attention, you know? And I don't want to be someone who constantly talks about, you know, anything super serious, anything controversial, anything drama related, all that much. I just want to enjoy it. I just want to have fun. Ooh, National Geographic Lamau. What was that channel again? So there's like 2 different channels, I believe. One I'm currently sub to is named Mondo. Let me actually link it. I'll link it into the chat here. So here's that channel. And the other one is by someone named like Emperor, I believe. Yeah. Here's the other one. And here's the other one. I'm sub to Mondo. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen Emperors, but I might just start watching others. But yeah, it's content like that that's always just enjoyable because it's just something for you to chill and relax and watch and have fun watching, right? But yeah, I enjoy channels like that, or channels something like, or someone like even Rexland who does like stylish showcase videos, or even his crash course stuff, which have been super helpful. I also am sub to Maggie, who does her numbers guides with like the different builds and stuff on Wuwa, which is great, very informative. Like I like watching people like that. I don't want to sit and watch someone who does, you know, just drama related stuff or reactions and all that stuff. Oh yeah. Definitely, if you enjoy those 2 guys' content, definitely sub to them. They deserve it. It's fun. It's fun stuff. My favorite one from Mondo is the little TDs. The Murmurins, I think. Or like Clang Bang. That one's cute. Alright. Back to the story. Of course, the benefits here are much better than your Sweat Factory Xbox. Yes, Xbox 360. X-Boss. She lounges back in the chair, tapping the armrest with her fingers absent-mindedly. Hail the great Queen Victoria, without whom I would never receive such privileges. 9 to 5, 5 days a week, triple pay for overtime, a month of paid annual leave, and that's what I call living. Trojan really just jumps around, huh? She really just gets around. Ah, that's really nice. So, what about the promise you made me earlier? Even if you jumped ship, you should at least finish your last job. Huh? Did I promise you anything? Lazily tapping on the armrest, Trojan seems entirely uninterested in his previous work. I've already handed over my responsibilities down to the last detail to your other security advisors. The transition also was completed ages ago, so there's no final task left. How heartless. Alright, I've applied for a leave. Just 1 more minute and I'm done for the day. Good luck, Leonardo, Your Highness. Trojan hangs up the call. Just a few days into the new job and she's already mocking the old boss. Did she forget that I hadn't signed off on her previous bonus? Leonardo chuckles wryly in the chair, his fingers tapping an irregular rhythm on the table. which is the exact sequence Trojan had just tapped on her chair's armrest. After a moment of silence, he stands up and walks over to the file cabinet, pulling out a paper document with a storage device inserted between the pages. Of all places. As he flips through the paper document, Leonardo's face gradually darkens. Oh, was that Morse code she was doing then? The tapping on the armrest? Okay, Trojan. Commercial Street on Babylonia. Sipping an odd-smelling electrolyte, Trojan leisurely sits at the entrance of the commercial street, browsing through various messages received on her terminal. The scheduled return time has arrived, yet the corporation's shuttle has not picked up a single herald. It'd be odd if they did, considering where the heralds were deployed. Norman Mining Corp's reputation crisis. Babylonian army disapproves of Norman Mining Corp's forced entry into the area where Reactor 1 is located. No matter the boss, our girl Trojan is still a Trojan. That's our girl. They even had time to issue a statement. Looks like His Highness did lay some groundwork. Trojan construct when? Trojan playable when is what I mean to say. She's already a construct. If she was playable, I wonder what role she would be. She has like tonfas, kind of like what Bridget has. So I wonder. But instead of a tank, maybe like attacker. Or actually maybe a tank. Huh. But they can't outright stop them, right? After all, the corporation is supposed to be assisting the army's investigation. Trojan squints as she observes the commercial street. This area is usually quite busy, but now most shops are closed, with only a few hurried pedestrians on the road. The hetero zone is expanding insanely fast. Most of Babylonia's off-duty squads have been summoned back for ground missions. Regular squads are assigned to disaster relief tasks, while elite squads are sent deep into the hetero zone to explore the disaster's source. Lore-wise, she's a tank. They said it way back in chapter 22. Yeah, I was trying to remember back in 22. Yeah, tank construct. Thank you for reminding. So she would be a tank. Wonder what element. What a time of troubles. Once you get that footage, how will you use it? 100 kilometers away from 0 Point Reactor 1, on a wasteland. After clearing out the second batch of corrupted, the soldiers barely managed to set up a camp. It's so quiet. Wasn't this place supposed to have a lot of people? Zero Point Reactor 1 was once the pinnacle of human civilization. Standing on the ground, humanity gazed at the stars, longing to evolve and take Earth into a new era of adventure. A series of research institutes were established surrounding the massive 0 Point Reactor project. Based on the researchers' needs, more buildings sprang up around them. Libraries, restaurants, schools, parks. This area has clearly developed into a city centered around the 0 Point Reactor. Everything seemed to be thriving, and humanity appeared to have nearly secured a ticket to the stars. Until the rebooted machinery's bright red indicators started to flicker. Haven't you heard? Ever since that whatever virus broke out, nobody could survive in this place. Finishing, sir. Get with the times. Even Ballard almost met his end here. Didn't your team captain tell you to write a will? I did write one, but I never thought it would really come to this. I never planned on going back alive. But if I can shut this thing down, my mom will have a chance to live. Even if I don't make it back, they'll make sure she's settled into Babylonia. He calmly explains his plans. All this jumping back and forth between past and present. Yeah. On the horizon, the city's silhouette could be seen in the distance, wrapped in a shroud of deadly silence. The city's time seems to have been paused. It stands silently under the red mist-filled sky, gazing emptily at this world. Here I am. Whew. Glad I made it in time. Wait, did I forget to clock out for field duty? Are you the technicians and soldiers from Norman Mining Corp? Come this way. Now we are just waiting for the Science Council members. So we weren't the last ones to arrive? Where are the Science Council folks? Before she could finish, the sound of shuttle engines grows closer. Still in their white coats, members of the Science Council step out of the shuttle cabin one after another. Never thought I would come to this place at such a time. Are we gonna see how Trojan got her brain damage? Ooh. Maybe. I once thought that when I returned here, it would be to celebrate humanity embarking on a new journey. A new journey always comes at a cost. There's no free lunch. It would be naive to think an energy source like zero-point energy could be so easily controlled by mankind. True. This time we get to observe the zero-point reactor's explosion in real time. It's quite an opportunity. White-coated Science Council members quickly form several rows according to their chief's instructions. So many people here. Has the entire Section 1 of Science Council come over? Wait, is that Dominic? After giving out instructions and settling the Science Council members down, the chief, also in a white coat, walks toward the gathered soldiers. Has the situation become so dire? Even the chief of the Science Council has to. No one understands the zero-point reactor better than its designer. This catastrophe requires everyone's full effort to solve, including mine. I won't be sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, no sprite. I was like anticipating something, but I am met with disappointment. With slight disappointment. I understand. Start preparing then. No, just us. All the researchers from Science Council Section 1 will enter the city to shut down Reactor 1. How bold. That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out. We have been ordered to ensure your safety at all costs. Rest assured that we don't plan missions based on sacrifice. We need vehicles, sufficient energy, and protective suits. Remember, once we depart, you need to retreat to a position at least 300 kilometers away. You are the second line of defense. We will leave behind documentation for the reactor, including instructions on how to shut it down. If we fail, you will become the second pioneer team. Understood. They watch as the researchers in white aboard the white vehicle disappear beyond the misty horizon like a group of white ghosts. A lone white sail has ventured into the crimson sea. Color white mentioned 4 times within the span of like 10 seconds. What's that out to? As per Dominic's request, everyone else immediately boards the vehicles and shuttles, heading away. In a fairy tale, this is where the story would end. The only difference is it would be a bad ending. Not a happy one. Destined to save the world, the heroes have embarked on their journey. The rest only need to prepare to welcome their triumphant return. "20 minutes later. The soldiers and Norman Mining Corp staff have gradually evacuated to a location about 280 kilometers from zero-point reactor 1. They said 300, not 280. Huh? Why did you stop? Captain, should we keep moving back? Stay put for now. I'm a little worried. Are you sure? We're not at a safe distance yet. Didn't the chief just ask us to fall back to at least 300 kilometers away? Trojans got the brains. Hold on a bit longer. At this distance, we can still support them once they come out. That 20 kilometer gonna cost Trojan some brain cells. Look what you did to her. All because you decided to stop 20 kilometers short. I still think it's better to follow his instructions. She has a brain. She has a brain. And guess what? It's because of you guys that she lost a few brain cells. You idiots. Because of you. The other researchers from Norman Mining Corp also seem to have decided to wait here. Why? Trojan reluctantly returns to her vehicle. Girl, you should have just driven off without them. You should have just driven off. Getting emotional at a time like this just doesn't feel right to me. You had all the right instinct, but hey, are you really not going? A Norman Mining Corp researcher impatiently waves her off, indicating she can leave first. Others have already begun setting up equipment. They seem to be attempting to remotely observe the situation inside Reactor 1. I'll get going then. Thank you. She's smart. She starts up her vehicle. So that's how the outer team just died. That's how they died. They were 20 kilometers short. Man. 28 minutes later. My thing is, do you think Dominic, the biggest brain of the entire Golden Age, told you bare minimum 300 kilometers for funsies? For real, it's like, at least, absolute minimum 300. Not 299, 300. But brothers decided, nah, we're close enough. Or we're far enough. We're far enough. We need to still support him. I think this is good enough. You should have just... All these people wouldn't have died if they just kept going. 28 minutes later. 280 kilometers from Reactor 1. Dead. It's going to be like that scene from Terminator Judgment Day. Where the freaking... where they just... Their skin just gets completely melted off and all that's left is bone. A crude instrument on the vehicle suddenly blares, sending a sharp electronic sound through the air. This is the punishing virus. The concentration level has exceeded. Come back! Start the vehicles immediately! Oh, now you're starting to regret your actions, huh? The next instant, all punishing virus monitoring instruments begin frantically announcing the arrival of death. Imagine literally that. Imagine one instrument turned up and is like, by the way, you're gonna die now. Like, actually announcing. Screams and wails can already be heard from the slowest vehicle. Oh no, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. For real. Why have you done this? I can't believe you've done this. A visible shockwave originating from 0-point Reactor 1 rapidly spreads in the air, almost instantly reaching their location. Psst, Rescue Team 1, Rescue Team 1, Psst, do you copy? Do you copy? Rescue Team 2, report your situation, report your situation. I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. Imagine the machine just says that, and they're like, what the hell? And then the machine's like, nah, I'm just joking, but you're really gonna die here. Situation, we're dead. Science Council Section 1. What's the status on the researchers? They dead as hell. The sharp howling of the vehicle's intercom gradually becomes mute. But no matter how many times they try to call, the command center miles away receives no response. Science Council Section 1. Rescue team. We need backup. Backup required at Reactor 1. Huh. After that wave, the people at Reactor 1 still didn't die. Trying to lighten things up. Yeah, just imagine. Like a Family Guy scenario. Just a Family Guy scenario. Just hear the machine. I am become death, the destroyer of worlds. Nah, I'm just joking, but you're really gonna die. The communication abruptly stops. The device is unable to emit any more sound. Damn it! Even though Trojan has reached a location beyond 300 kilometers from Reactor 1, the monitoring instruments on your vehicle continue to blare. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered. It really wouldn't have mattered, even if they stopped right at the bare minimum distance. Hey, I mean, if Dominic was telling you guys to at least be 300 kilometers away, I would probably be like, you know what, let's just go 500 just to be extra safe. She slams the accelerator. Atta girl. The vehicle's engine roars, pushing its power to the maximum. She has never been so focused, fixing her gaze on the horizon ahead. 10% chances of survival, for real. Dominic, at least 300 kilometers. What's the probability of living? 10%. I'll take those odds. You're gonna go, let it be with laughing. Yeah, at least the machines will try and make you guys laugh before your impending doom. This is a race against death. The noises behind her gradually dwindle to a deadly silence. Even without looking back, she knows too well the ending of those left behind. Will the chief and those from the Science Council still be alive? They were still calling for them, even after that wave. So interesting. Impossible. The monitoring instruments finally cease their wailing. Trojan finds a high ground, gazing at the position of Reactor 1 from afar. In the last moments of the recording, the distant city and skyscrapers are still standing there silently, shrouded in a thin mist. The only survivor, because she actually had a brain. She actually was smart. The land falls into silence once again. After the outbreak of the punishing virus concentration near Reactor 1 surged to levels unmeasurable by standard instruments. At the same time, the command center lost contact with Dominic and all other personnel involved in shutting down Reactor 1. She big brain. Yep. She just knew. Not even like super smart or anything. Not even like chess player level smarts. It's just literally just like it's just common sense. Like if you were told to do something bare minimum, then just do the bare minimum. Even though the command center immediately dispatched support, it was already too late. No one could escape from Reactor 1 unscathed when faced with such a high concentration of punishing virus. She didn't neutron this shit. She had a brain blast moment. Brain blast! Maybe 20 kilometers short isn't a good idea. At the end of the data is a list of names involved in the operation. And happy-go-lucky music. Trojan, you've really left me with something incredible. Norman family conference room. Is this what you have decided? Yes. A great decision. It presents both risks and benefits. You remind me of Christina's request to be transformed into a construct. You are both the pride of the Norman family. You will join the engineering force and become the first anchor of the Norman family in the military. While you are the true heir of the Norman family, a true business person. The corporation's laboratory is testing the external interface models they brought back. I've already picked the next batch of heralds. Once the tests are done, I will negotiate with Babylonia again. After these heralds undergo initial in-inver device modifications, we will continue with the plan. Leonardo can only stop us using his previous connections through the army and parliament, but all of Norman Mining Corp's actions are self-initiated. They can't do much other than moral condemnation? The heralds I have picked in this batch are all high-level employees within the corporation, and their descendants. And they're gonna die. They deserve all of this, as they will stand with me to witness the glory of Norman Mining Corp. That's wild. They're going to die, and she's... Granted, she probably doesn't know, but like, they're going to die. They deserve all of this. It's a well-deserved arrangement. They should embrace the honor that belongs to them. Dominic will once again lead Norman into the halls of glory. Your whole family line. Legit. Their descendants. Oh my god. I'll prepare the celebration and await your good news, Victoria. Good news, father. They're all dead. Testing ground. No, this isn't right. Frowning, she tries to adjust all the data she could see, aiming for a more comprehensive solution. Still can't apply it to regular constructs? No. The current approach involves using the Inver device to connect to Gestalt, amplifying the construct's consciousness to resist the punishing virus. Based on the data obtained from the last observation, although this solution can achieve our expected results, it also demands very high mind stability. Good news, we won't need to pay out those holiday bonuses. Good job. That was the plan all along. I guess that was the plan all along. If they make it out alive, god damn it, we actually have to pay them now. Only the constructs from a few elite squads meet the requirements. We need to continue expanding compatibility. Have you finished adjusting the connection design for the second version of the external interface model? It's being worked on. Excuse me. We just need 2 more sets of experimental data. Then what are we waiting for? Prepare for immersion. Excuse me. But Mika has not made any move. Continuously immersing in Gestalt for experiments could exert significant stress on your mind. Although the experiment is conducted within the quarantine zone, it still requires the introduction of the punishing virus. Huh? Are you kicking me out of the test group now? I checked my mind stability. It has already met the connection requirements. You can, and then what? Are you planning to put a monkey outside to help you monitor the connection model's data? Or are you going to drag your mentor out of the Star of Light's ICU to help you with this part of the work? Damn. I am the sole candidate, appointed by the Norman Mining Corp, so let's not engage in this pointless argument again. She calmly watches the data stream on the screen. Aside from those 2 datasets, how's the rest of the process going? Everything is ready, but we are still missing the Grey Raven Commandant, Asimov, and Karenina. No need to wait for them. I locked Karenina's sleeping pod. Girl! What about the Commandant's connection? If the second version runs smoothly, can't it temporarily operate without the Commandant's connection? Theoretically, yes, but... I've also locked the Grey Raven Commandant and Asimov in the Star of Life's lounge. Teddy! After all, they're only human. After working nonstop for days, they need it to rest a bit. Yeah, but... She's... Oh, she's so fucking wacky. I mean, for Commandant and Asimov, she's right. We're only human. We deserve the rest. Karenina, though? That's so funny. Oh my god. Especially when she, like threatened to do that earlier, or joked around about doing that earlier. What, backing out already? Good. I like your spirit. Then let's get started. There's nothing left to wait for. She never fears the unknown. Even when the path ahead is shrouded in darkness, she would carve out a new light. Once again, she steps onto that endless path of chaos. I added the endless in there, because endless path is a great OST. Why is this sleeping pod cussing at me? You just hear like thumping and like muffled voice. What the hell's going on? Oh god. Someone's in the walls. They're in the goddamn walls. So there's 11 all the way through 18. This is gonna take a while. This might end up being like 6 hours. Shimmering lines. Usabeni. Usabeni. Someone is calling your name. Struggle to open your eyes. So sleepy. All vital signs are normal now. The patient is still not awake, probably because the excessive adenosine accumulation in the brain is causing a physiological imbalance. In summary, this human lacks sleep. So noisy. You see the ceiling of the Star of Life. How familiar. Are you awake? What's your name? No Sabeni. Fully conscious, reactions are normal, vital signs are stable. Looks like the recovery is going well. I remember seeing like a meme from the subreddit calling Hippocrates here Blue Asimov. It's funny. I don't need to prepare for emergency measures. What happened to me? Commandant, you had been working non-stop for days at the Science Council testing ground and collapsed from exhaustion. And there's another one over there. Even your noises can't wake him up. Is it Asimov? She pulls open the curtain on the one side, revealing the unconscious Asimov. Aside from the last time when the Hetero Tower rose, Babylonia fell into chaos, it's the first time you have seen Asimov in a truly deep sleep. He deserves it, man. Asimov's been the GOAT. He deserves that rest. The outpatient nurse freaked out when she saw you two. She brought you straight to me. Even in dreams, you were shouting about invert devices and connection experiments. Staying awake for too long really messes with your brain. I would be seeing you in the mental institute if you came a little later. I know it. I really do. But the experience mattered more. Don't be that person, me. Do you? Then why did you force open the sleeping pod and escape, just like Teddy and that Mika girl did? The doctor crosses her arms and sneers. Well, not exactly. Bang. A massive noise comes from next door before you can finish your words. Karenina. Swear word. Teddy! A tiny figure storms in, wielding a gigantic blast hammer. I thought she would be here. Alright, here comes the repairs for the 3 construct sleeping pods, plus this door. I'll send the bill to the engineering force. Just as Karenina is about to say something, her terminal suddenly flickers. After reading the message, her expression darkens. Teddy is stuck in Gestalt. Oh shit. Science Council, testing room, ground. That's the whole story. All the experiment data and subsequent details are in this folder. So, you attempted 8 connections using the second version of the external interface model, trying to find a better solution, and then after the 9th connection, Teddy suddenly lost contact? That is correct. Thank you, Karenina, for breaking it down for us. Tiny how small. Her vitals are stable, and there's no sign of her mind being contaminated, but she's definitely not sending any signals back. I suspect she's trapped somewhere in Gestalt. Trace the location where she sent the last signal. Hey, he's awake. Asimov approaches from behind, looking as refreshed as he'd never known fatigue. Try to locate her last position. Miss Benny, prepare for immersion. Copy that. No problem. Teddy likely discovered another breach section, and after infiltrating, got stuck there for unknown reasons. I can't predict what's in the breach. Mika and I will monitor any sudden events. Keep in touch. Understood. Be careful out there. Oh? If I had $1 every time someone got trapped in Gestalt, I'd have 3. Why does this keep happening? Why do you guys always want to venture off into Gestalt? Have you considered that maybe Gestalt's tired of this? Gestalt, you just see like a model of Gestalt. If they had like conjured up a humanoid form of themselves, they're just taking a smoke somewhere. I'm tired of this shit. Don't act like you've planned this. This is too dangerous. comms doesn't seem to work here.
そうね。離れることも不可能。だから閉じ込められてるんだけど、異常データフローが外界との出入り口を塞いでる。その源はおそらく私たちが探している新たな異常データよ。手がかりは掴んだわ。あいつの位置さえ見つければ離脱できる。
Let's go then. Is that so?
随分と信用されてるのね。だったら私も本気を見せないと。ようやく異常侵入を検知したの。ちょっと遅かったわね。データ削除。バグが。
Oh shit. Oh jeez. Freaking hello? Twins?
バグ発見。クリーンヒット。ハッキング。侵入開始。バグ発見。データ削除。バグが出た。これがあなたの実力？見てなさい。私のフルパワー。
It's so cute when she puffs up her cheeks during that animation. It's so cute.
Data 削除。
Jesus, the camera's shaking so much.
バグ発見。やるじゃない。なら次は私に任せて。
And then her smiling there. She's so smug. On another note, there's so much happening this chapter. Norman Jung, Cradle Shenanigans, Gestalt. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. It's 3 different things. Well, Teddy and Science Council is dealing with Gestalt here. We got Norman Corp stuff going on with the Heralds, and then like over at the Heterozone with Lucia and Liv and Lucille. There's a lot, yeah. So far, it's just been the Heralds thing for Norman Corp and like Lucy and Liv's situation that's kind of just like connected now. Right now, we've yet to see how Teddy will play a part into it. Aside from her being, you know, having relations to the Norman family, obviously. What a goofy enemy, bro. I never thought I'd be fighting a robotic flamingo. Well, I mean, they're trying to look for stuff involving Dominic. So. Child's play gets hit. Oh, it took me this long to understand how Teddy kind of works. Okay. It's kind of like Black Rock Shooter.
バグ発見。侵入開始。
Okay, well, no, not really. Kind of reminds me of Black Rock Shooter.
侵入開始。バグが出た。
Oh, I was just watching. I was just paying attention to her gauge once I activated her ult.
バグ発見。
I didn't realize her gauge was on a timer after using ultimate her signature.
侵入開始。バグ発やるじゃない。なら次は私に任せて。
Honestly, that's really the only like tiny similarity.
そんなこのコードの構造アルゴリズムロックと全然違う。ここは
Wow.
ここね。データキャプチャー開始。
Welcome to the digital world. Digimon collab when? I want to play as War Greymon.
ドールベア、お前たちがいるエリアモジュールで崩壊の予兆があることを観測した。そちらの具体的な位置が追跡できない以上、こちらはその付近に侵入プログラムの緊急脱出口を開くことしかできない。
逃げるのは専門外なんだけど。
Oh shit. Sick. Yeah, it's cool. Reminds me of when I used to when I played Digimon Cyber Sleuth. Digital world.
ドールベ出てきたらたっぷりお仕置きだからな。覚悟しとけよ。ここに残っておこうかな。
Okay. The terminal has deciphered an identical invert device schematic. The projection of the schematic hovers and spins silently as if mocking or pitying something. It's okay. I really hate being manipulated around like this. Besides this data, what else did you find? Walls. Are they data walls constructed by computing power restraints? The computing power restraint is sealed from the inside in, while those walls are sealed from the inside out. From the inside out. I guess we're thinking about the same thing. Any new progress on the invitation? After you dove into the Gestalt, while monitoring, I managed to decrypt the section after Teddy unlocked the conundrum data lock. The codes weren't complex, but they were chaotically arranged with bizarre boundary condition judgments. I found similar code arrangements while searching the Science Council's internal database. Do you still remember the full sensory simulation device? I don't. Either it just completely slipped my mind, or it was so long ago that I really just don't. Regardless, I just don't remember. The what? Yeah, that was the device Nanami was working on back in Babylonia. I've seen the complex spaghetti code she wrote, yet it somehow functioned perfectly. When she finished, some Science Council members got immensely attracted to her device, which I could understand. In a time where most research focused on energy and weapons, the concept of full sensory was rarely ever mentioned. When was that ever mentioned? Full sensory simulation device? When the hell? Yeah. It must have been... He's making this up. It definitely... Okay. It... There's no way it happened before Fallen Star. There's no way. I'm spaghetti. There's no way this happened before the Fallen Star chapter. Right? Because we only knew Nanami for... Huh. I guess it's just some one little detail they just... was never mentioned in the story until now. That's interesting. Retcon move 1. That's so... That just came out of nowhere. Okay. We'll roll with it, I guess. According to the experience report appended to the device, some researchers claim to see the color of words after using it. I always thought it was just her toy back then, but now... Perhaps it really was just her toy. Maybe it's a clue she left behind. You recall Chu's expression when she handed you the invitation. Somehow you have a feeling that this would not be that simple. Why does it feel like Nanami's like... she knows the future. So she's like steps ahead of us. But at the same time, it feels like she's... I don't know. Which direction on the surface is she traveling now? Nanami hasn't reached out to us for quite some time. Yeah, she's busy going around the world. Next, I'll attempt to use the source code of the full sensory simulation device to reverse engineer the final invitation. Give me some of the work, will you? Are you actually volunteering for such a troublesome task? Did something hack into your brain? Girl, you need to relax. I just want to know what exactly this Dominic is all about. The name that she has admired and despised since childhood has now taken shape, transitioning from fiction to the real world. She has to see for herself what kind of existence lies behind that name. Teddy hears footsteps approaching. Using the shadow as a cover, she swiftly slips the memory module into her pocket. You also help to recover her action as Nicola briskly enters from the doorway. How's the progress on the Inver device? The second version of the external interface model is stable. We're beginning to explore lateral expansion and considering enhancing its adaptability. The current model still demands a certain level of mind stability, but we can't estimate the actual risks of modifying the Inver device. Some uncertain data is still being verified. Okay. There's another thing I need to tell you about Great Raiden. Mrs. Benny, Liv and Lucy have gone missing in the hetero zone. What? Everything seemed fine when you returned. The supplies should have been enough for them to take the refugees into the clean zone. The hetero zone is continually expanding and an unknown cause has led to satellite communication failures. To be precise, we've lost contact with all the squads conducting rescue and exploration missions in the hetero zone. Ruh-roh. Seriously, when the hell did that whole full sensory simulation device thing... It's still in my head. When did Nanami make that? That's so funny. Prayer. I kind of like this. It's a nice little balance between dialogue and combat and gameplay. There's like the most dialogue nodes we've gotten would be like 2 in a row. So it's nice. The red winds blow through the... It's a nice little break from like the 8 or 9 or 10 dialogue nodes straight we got through from like Polaris Bond. So it's a nice, it's refreshing. It's refreshing. But I will say though, that bit with Polaris Bond involving shoals and all this stuff, that shit was like really, that shit was actually fun for me to read. So the red winds blow through the ruins as gloomy raindrops pursue the frantic steps of the refugees. The pervasive red tides seem to always anticipate their next move, closing in on them, urgently pushing them onto an unknown path. It was fun to figure out. Yeah, it was so good. It was so good. Like, obviously it was super long to read through, and obviously I can understand how people could get tired of getting through that shit, but it was really good, and it was fun. It was, like you said, it was fun to figure out, yeah. Exhausted and groaning in pain, they continue forward. As time passes, their supplies have gradually dwindled, and the energy of their vehicles is also running out. Perfect. This should work for now. Sorry, I got stun locked. I got stun locked if I'm Lucille. At least we can keep all our vehicles running. After reallocating the remaining energy, Lucille claps her hands in satisfaction. Just to double check, you really don't need any energy right now, do you? Still uncertain, she turns her head toward the constructs. Thanks, but we really don't. Alright, if you need anything, be sure to let me know. We still have a tiny bit of backup energy for emergencies. Thanks to Mika, who kept reminding me to be frugal and not waste energy recklessly. Seemingly unfazed by the situation, Lucille hums a tune as she walks toward the vehicles behind. Have you confirmed our current location yet? It's impossible. We were able to roughly determine our location from that map, but after those frantic chases, we can barely tell north from south. The only thing we know is that we're likely still within the hetero zone. Nothing else. Clearly we are. Clearly you're still inside the zone. That's really all you can go on for. Lucia, we found more items over there marked with Norman Mining Corp's emblem. But they feel a bit different from what we found before. Rather than relics, they are more like remains. Oh. Okay. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Have a mechanical arm that was torn apart by some unknown creature. An unidentifiable component with its original location unknown, and even a mechanical skull. Banger OST to our destiny. The Herald Squad, yep. Hidden beneath the slimy red tide muck, a small purple flower grows from the hollow eye socket of the metallic skull. Not gonna lie, that's an aesthetic right there. This is the structure of the first generation constructs. Is this a book? The mechanical arm was holding a battered paper notebook tightly under it. Most of the notebook is weathered and incomplete, with only a few pages still legible. Are they Norman Mining Corp's heralds? We are the doves returning with olive branches. First gen, never mind, not the heralds. We are the adventurers paving the way to golden glory. Never mind the other. We are the heralds sent by Norman Mining Corp. We will carry everyone's dreams and bring back the sparks of hope. I am Edward Norman. The previous writing is illegible. This is our 5th day into Reactor City 1. 5th day. The situation is worse than my father anticipated. Oh my god. It's Teddy's pops. The last expert in the team, Arthur, has died from a severe punishing virus infection. I've never seen such terrible ulceration. I had no means to ease his suffering except to put him to eternal sleep. Liam was also infected, and while he still had his wits, he shot himself in the head. He said he didn't want to turn into one of those mindless corrupted. Is this really the right plan? Can Dominic really exist in such an environment? The way they quoted exist. Day 8. Team expert Arthur died from punishing virus infection. Norman Mining Corp security captain Liam died by his own gun. Norman Mining Corp security officer Ahern. He is still by my side, but has become a corrupted, showing extreme aggression. Illegible writing. Father, perhaps we were all wrong. Dominic would never. Illegible writing. Illegible writing. This is all wrong. Everything is. I shouldn't be here. I should be in my study, my bedroom. Leon, Christine, Victoria. It's speaking. Who is it? Leon? Don't come over. Don't. The rest is completely unreadable. This is a notebook. You think he was writing this as he was seeing this shit at the same time? That's so funny. That's so... I can never understand that. This is funny though. For real, let me... Hold on, bro. Let me write this down. For real. If it was like voice recording, yeah, 100% makes sense, right? But like, you're writing it down? That's kind of funny. They paid such a price just to search for Dominic. This is the structure of the first generation constructs. Those supplies with the Norman Mining Corp emblem we saw before were likely also sent for their heralds. I've archived the materials that could be of significance. What shall we do with the rest? Let's lay them to rest nearby, just like what we did with Lucille's team. Hey, Crow? What? If one day I perish, find some fuel to cremate me. After that, bury me in the nearby soil, just like this. Question mark? Don't let me die alone in the red tide. It won't happen. The constructs carefully protect themselves and gather the remaining mechanical parts and limbs from the ground. They silently wrap the evidence of the herald's existence in a waterproof tarp, clearing the muddy red tide from the ground before burying the remains deep within the soul of Earth. Soil, sorry. Everyone who has died in this world deserves to have their own name. Edward, Arthur, Liam, Ahern. Names are carved into the tree trunks as refugees quietly gather, humming a somber song. All of a sudden we just hear Liv start singing Gaze of the Wind. Among the Herald's documents, not yet corrupted by the red tide, there is a tattered map. Using the map, Liv has temporarily confirmed their current location. The location is quite close to Reactor 1. It's only about 260 to 300 kilometers away. Go the other direction. Go the other direction, please. I found some of Dominic's notes among the documents. According to the Herald's records, they probably obtained the notes from slightly further ahead. Are they just the first generation constructs? I checked the data recorded in the monitoring station at Reactor 1 after the punishing virus outbreak. Although the punishing virus concentration spiked on the day of the outbreak, once the reactor was shut down, the virus began to spread to the surrounding areas over time. Then that was a long time ago. According to the timeline in the Herald's notes, when they entered Reactor 1, the punishing virus inside was at a level that the first generation constructs could barely withstand for a while. So they managed to retrieve this. Part of Dominic's notes regarding Reactor 1. Weren't they supposed to go to the safe zone? Yeah, they were heading in the they were supposedly heading in the right direction, but because of them constantly getting chased by like hetero creatures and red tide and stuff, they had to zigzag around so much that they lost their way of direction. Now picking up a new map here, they discovered that they're closer to Reactor 1. So they're trying to get to the safe zone, but they keep getting lost. Did Norman Mining Corp send them down here just to die? Down here to die just for these things? Yes. I've temporarily sealed these materials. Once communications are restored, I'll upload them directly to Babylonia. Thank you, Liv. Let's proceed in the direction I previously scouted. The red tide over there hasn't fully gathered yet. Once we break through that red tide mire, we just need to travel a bit further to leave this hetero zone. Where's that safe zone the size of the continental United States? Look up, see the tower, guys. Or maybe the forest is just so, like, heavily dense that they can't really see. You guys have a drone, don't you? Use the drone. Bird's eye view. Unless that drone's gone now. And I don't know if Lucia's thruster would be strong enough would have enough to lift her past the canopy. Our defensive gears are running low quickly. Lucia and the others have given their suits to the elderly and children, but that's not enough. We've also run out of construct medical supplies. It's my turn to scout ahead. She looks worriedly at the battered scars on Lucia's frame. Miss Liv, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but are you out of medical supplies? Oh, it's just... I still have a few serums and these bandages. Please take them. And these too. Expired serum. I mean, hey, take what you can get, right? Protective suits with signs of wear and some dirty bandages have piled up around the constructs. Despite being simple, these are already the best they can offer. Yeah, take what you can get. It's better than nothing. We can't take them. You worked so hard for them. Miss Liv, you might not remember me, but I've always remembered you. I remember you taking us to safety, treating our wounds, and... The white frame unfurls its wings as the girl declares war on the endless night. What a flashback, bro. If it weren't for you, we would have perished back then. Take them as a token of our appreciation. If you ever need anything, we'll help as much as we can. With an exhausted and croaky voice, he gives a smile, puts down the dirty bandages, rubs his hands, and goes back to join the other refugees. Is everything sorted? I mean, all the supplies. Through the protective mask, Lucille's voice sounds muffled, but still spirited. All done. With Gamira and Aline chiming in, only a few scattered responses come from the refugee group. Lucille does not seem to mind at all, her voice still full of cheer. I've just checked with Lucia. Once we get past this forest, we'll be out of this freaky place. The clean zone is not far ahead. Have you all thought about what you will do in there? I want some wheat juice. I'm sure they'll have that in the clean zone. I want to marry more. I also want to marry Aline. Aline, will you marry me? I do. Even with the protective mask, you could somehow sense the girl's blush and shyness. Damn. A marriage proposal right in the middle of death. Hey, that's bold. But I like it. The stagnant air has gradually begun to flow again. Me? Of course I want to compile and upload this red tide data. It's all very valuable. You and your science. If I can find the patterns of the red tide's formation, when I write my paper, I'll list all their names on the front page. I have a dream too. I want to start a small farm. I've gathered so many seeds. You've been growing old vegetables in serum tubes. I think that will make a great business. Think about it. Serum tubes are everywhere now, and you can just pick them up outside. If we plant the seeds inside, they won't just be for decoration. Once they grow, we can add them to our dinner table. Hey, the more we talk about it, the more it sounds like a good business. Let's do it together, shall we? It does sound like a pretty good business. Huh, you guys take your time discussing. We still have a long way to go. Once you've all figured it out, we'll reach the clean zone. The vehicle starts and growls. The two shoots in the serum tubes before the window sprouting and growing. Whoa. Deep within the city where Reactor 1 is located. I can't read that language, Cradle. It seems I should use more formal language. Thank you, actually. Wearing a green cloak, the girl stands in the center of the library. Dark purple flowers bloom at her feet. An 8-legged hetero creature gradually takes shape from the red tide in front of her. It's another hive mother. Is this your wish? To become an octopus cat with 8 legs? Huh? Okay, that's good. She bends down, listening to the whispers of the hetero creature. I see. That would be a good profession. This is what our city will be like. The red tide gently congeals into the shape of a city, appearing before Cradle. Go, follow your ideas. Go on. The head of her creature nudges her feet and slowly crawls in the direction she indicated. Is this the civilization you have envisioned? He's back. Frickin' Schulz shakes fist. Are you still able to connect with me through her eyes? The girl smiles, closing the book in her hand. Here it is. Cradle picks up a half-abandoned terminal from the ground and raises the hologram. Is there something you need my help with? What the fuck? Bro, what? Emperor just got a glow up. What the hell? Schulz just got a glow up. What happened? This is like the Emperor. This is Schulz. So unless I'm mistaken, there's a second Emperor. What the hell? Why does he look cool? Okay, no. Get rid of the jacket and the shirt, and then you'll look cool. Nothing. I'm just here to check on your progress. Who is that? A few purple petals are moving rapidly along the red tide city's edge. Those are the stories I want to read the most. They carry the light of hope and the stars of despair. They are all excellent seeds, and I hope they can be recorded by me. The red tide needs more voices from those civilizations. Being chosen by you. Should I say they're lucky or unfortunate? Civilizations need to evolve. What's there to be surprised about? During the brief reign of mankind, countless civilizations have risen and fallen. This pattern will only continue. That's why I consider this a friendly invitation to join us in embracing the arrival of a new civilization. If you wish, we can also... Psst. The hologram fades away. That was a pity. She lets out a quiet sigh. Let's continue then. As the red tide surges, another hetero creature gradually takes shape. What wish do you have? Together, we shall design the most idyllic homeland the human civilization has ever described. Yeah, that's very concerning. Songless path. Once again, the Norman Mining Corp transport shuttle is preparing for takeoff. Just like last time, the spaceport is bustling with the lively chatter of people. Wow, I thought none of the last batch made it back. Why are we still seeing so many people this time? Are they really not afraid of death? That's why their corporation is vast and thriving, while you're still here guarding the port. He lowers his voice mysteriously. I've heard from friends that Norman Mining Corp got their hands on some top secret military intel. Rumor has it that there's a new method to enhance the inverter device, allowing even ordinary constructs to withstand high concentrations of the punishing virus. Eek, you actually believe that? I still think it's one of Norman Mining Corp's little tricks. Oh wait, do you know who's leading the team this time? It's Victoria! She's the heiress of Norman Mining Corp, the future chief executive. Didn't you see the news a few days ago? I don't think Norman Mining Corp would risk their own heiress like that. That's true. But I have a piece of chocolate here. The Norman Mining Corp vehicles slowly pull over. A pink-haired man jumps out from the first one. Is pink hair really just their natural hair color? What a beautiful day. I wonder if the weather on the ground is just as nice. According to the current landing plan, your touchdown point will be near Reactor 1. Chances are, you won't even get to see today's weather. Can't you think of something positive? What if I'm so talented and actually bring back the glory flawlessly? I wish that would happen. Trojan looks the man up and down with disdain. But I just hope your protective suit doesn't fall apart upon landing, so I have a chance to bring you back in one piece. 3 hours ago. We will bring back the sparks of hope. We will bring back the sparks of hope. The children heralds gather in a dim room, reciting the creeds of Norman Mining Corp that they had been taught for decades. Head back and prepare. The shuttle will depart in 3 hours. After the brief meeting ends, Victoria stands alone in the meeting room outside. On the wall hangs a massive portrait she recently commissioned from a World Government Association of Art painter, Hyla. Yes. When we meet again, everything will be over. Yeah, Victoria, it's been a while. Why are you here? Hey, don't underestimate me. I had to deal with those old foxes in the parliament every day. The little troubles he had set up couldn't slow down your big brother. You're really not considering my feelings at all, Victoria. I have nothing to say to you. Before her words even fall, a tranquilizer dart pierces her neck. Jesus! You're so slow, Trojan. For what you paid, that's the speed you get. I can go faster, but it'll cost extra. This girl. She gently places the deeply asleep Victoria onto a chair in the meeting room. Are you sure you want to do this now? What else then? Leonardo adjusts his collar with his signature chilling grin. As a good big brother, of course, I want my little sisters to grow up happily and freely. Do you really think I couldn't see through your little schemes, Victoria? Grandfather's too sick to see through your tricks, but you can't fool me. Have a good sleep. When you wake up, it'll all be over. He turns away and walks toward the spaceport without looking back. "4 hours ago. I'm going to apply the third version of the external interface model to my Inver device." What? Are you crazy? That's experimental technology. You're just a regular construct, not a specialized one. Swear word. Don't you know the risks of modifying the Inver device with untested tech? Immersing in Gestalt simulation is one thing, but actual modification is another. I don't agree with this plan at all. Or either. What's going on? I will bring back Dominic's legacy from Reactor 1 and save this world. The armor posted that mission ages ago, but no one has ever done it. Teddy! Not satisfied with that answer? Teddy turns off her terminal. According to our experiment plan, we have already reached the stage of modifying the Inver device, haven't we? Let me emphasize again, you're just a regular frame, not a specialized version. If you ever get infected, it cannot be reversed. Regular frames have more value in experiments. Specialized frames are too special to be used as references. This also poses a great opportunity to practically verify those two thresholds. You know, I'm not doing this just to verify those thresholds or to improve the Inver device. I also want to save myself. I really hate owing people favors. Did Leonardo say something to you? No. The pink-haired construct stares absent-mindedly at the model in front. My family once gave up everything, wanting me to become someone else's shadow. Dominic. That is correct. Saint, failure, and successor. These are the roles my grandfather assigned to me, Leonardo, and Victoria. He wanted me to become Dominic's inheritor, chasing his footsteps with all my might. He hoped the entire... He hoped the entire Norman Mining Corp would become Dominic's most loyal followers. He saw Victoria as his most outstanding successor. From a young age, Victoria was kept by his side. Leonardo and I could only see her through special arrangements. Leonardo was a failure. He couldn't pass the copolymer test. Grandfather didn't like him. This sounds very complicated. Just the way of big families. Everything can be measured in terms of profit. anything can be a valuable commodity. It's just that, to the old man, our values are more tangible. It's rare to see Teddy show such a vulnerable side. Leonardo and I teamed up to resist, thinking we had taken the most appropriate actions at the time. But now it seems I wouldn't be able to break away from the family without Leonardo's other arrangements. I once thought the whole world had betrayed me, but then it suddenly seemed like that wasn't the case. I guess I'm just trying to compensate for my youthful arrogance. I've always been protected without knowing it, and now I want to protect others. If we can truly retrieve this so-called Dominic's legacy, it would also greatly aid Babylonia's current research progress. I'll help you. No need. I don't want to trouble too many people for such a trivial matter. I really don't want to owe so many favors. Hey, do you really not need any help? Captain Karenina, if you keep looking at me like that, I'll hack into your terminal and post all your embarrassing photos everywhere. And you too. I didn't do anything. The third version of the Inver device's external interface model is relatively stable, with a failure rate of no more than 4.28%. Don't worry, I won't plan a mission based on sacrifices. "5 hours ago, outside the Science Council. You better have something worth telling me this time. I just want to bond with my little sister. You know, I don't often have the chance." Teddy casts a glance at Leonardo, then turns around and starts walking back to the testing ground. Hey, relax. This time I have something really important that can't be discussed over the terminal. They're sending people to Reactor 1 again. This time the leader is Victoria. How credible is your source? It's from my most secret informant. There won't be any mistakes. I told you she shouldn't stay in the sanitarium for too long. The disinfectant must have messed with her head. My little sister has grown up and has her own thoughts now. Are you just going to watch them go down like that? Of course not. Leonardo flashes a sly and confident grin. Don't underestimate your brother, Miss Teddy. I've planted someone in this batch of heralds. Once they reach the surface, they'll record everything and automatically send it back to a designated email at set intervals. This whole plan has always been a lie, and it's about time it gets exposed. Is that all? You know I'm being watched all the time. When do they set out? 2 days. There's still time. Where did you get the data you sent me last time? Hey, that's classified. Wait, don't go. I'll tell you. My most secret informant tricked it out of Victoria. Which means Dominic definitely left something at Reactor 1? Yes, but it's impossible for any human to survive there now. I've reviewed all the previous attempts of Project Herald. There were a few celebrations and some data was indeed sent back, but in reality, not a single Herald made it back to Babylonia alive. Based on those records, I guess, during the earliest attempts, the punishing virus had not spread widely. Some of the Heralds must have entered deep into Reactor 1 and successfully brought back something. The Herald I planted will. Can you really plant a person there? I don't believe it. Teddy stares at Leonardo suspiciously until he raises his hands in surrender. Alright, I didn't plant anyone. My informant will help me take over Victoria's place in this mission. Either I bring back the data to shut the old man up, or I'll stay on the ground and take all those senior members in favor of Project Herald with me. I'll go. It's not what I meant. I'm not negotiating with you. Unlike you, I'm a construct. I'll also add the latest Inver device external module to my frame so my chance of survival will be higher. In 2 days, I'll be waiting for you at the spaceport. You figure out the rest. Teddy turns and walks away before Leonardo can refuse. Even now, she's still worried about her brother. Don't worry. In 2 days, everything will be over. Once again, the Norman Mining Corp transport shuttle in the spaceport is preparing for takeoff. Ground surface, 340 kilometers from Reactor 1. Signals. We can finally receive some signals from the nearby monitoring stations. We have really come to the edge of the Hedera Forest. The terminal emits a raspy static sound, with faint, nearly indistinguishable human voices coming intermittently through the signal channel. It's 9 o'clock. Direction. Escape. Quickly, this way. Ahead of us. The signal is getting stronger. I can't run anymore. Me neither. I can't run any longer. This area is safe for now. Let's take a break. Stay on comms. We need to move. Plants evolved from the red tide. Is that traces of red tide on it? Grey Raven. Escape. Direction. Shouldn't be too far ahead of us. 9 o'clock. Stand by. Asking us to stay put. This research. Yeah, no. Okay, you're done. My equipment. This guy, bro. What is hitting me? Oh. Oh no. Let me see what's happening. I don't know. Oh no, is it Cradle? Yeah. Oh no. That's not good. Oh. Liv? Liv, what's wrong? What's happening? No, this is... Lucia, wake up. Liv? Wake up. Mind. Information on the red tide, I need to. Mind disorder, hallucination. Lucia, Lucia, wake up. Don't want to die, I don't want to die. Lucia, Lucia, watch out. Information on the red tide. The guy's name is Aang. Lucia. Wake up. Commandant. Oh, can't stay here any longer. We got to move. Oh no. Okay, we're back. Oh my god. Grimace. There we go. Lucia, are you okay? There was a slight disorder in my mind, and I was hallucinating. I need some time. Can you take it from here, Liv? I can do it. Liv, my mom isn't feeling well. Can you come and check on her? Clean zone. Find your uncle. Don't cry. Oh no. Russ's mother, Kelly. Hand fracture with multiple unnoticeable scratches. Seems to have a mild brain injury that resulted in a temporary coma. The exact condition of the injury is unknown due to the lack of equipment. They're not serious. What about this researcher? Oh, is that blood? Oh, he dead. Researcher. Injury in the thoracic spine with multiple comminuted? What the hell? I don't know how to pronounce it. Fractures. Massive blood loss with abdominal bleeding, suspected visceral injury. The data on the red tide. Take the data with you. Don't forget our names. I promise I'll bring it back for you. Oh no. Hey, the mom's okay. Where are the others? Where's Crow and the other construct? Hand fracture with wounds caused by corrosion from the punishing virus. Serum is required. There are also multiple lacerated wounds caused by hetero creatures. It hurts. Thank you, Liv. There's still some medications left. Oh, they're behind them. Oh no. Liv? Oh no. What the hell was that? Just... Oh, did they run into them? They ran into them at like fucking 10 kilometers an hour. They ran into them, they just ran over them at such a slow speed. Stop it, Lucy. Stop, Lucy. You can't fight anymore. We're almost there. I must. But if you keep this up, you won't last until they come to rescue us. If only I could. Several vehicles quickly pull to a stop at the nearby flatland, their engines roaring. Don't worry, you still have us. Lucille? It's dangerous here. How did you all... It's alright, I'm wearing a mask. What are you doing? We're almost there, aren't we? There are still a lot of hero creatures up ahead. We may not be good fighters, but we still have our vehicles. Don't worry about us. We have our hands, our minds, and our vehicles. We can save ourselves when you are all exhausted. After you youngsters have protected me for so long, it's about time I do my part. But you need the vehicles for survival. Isn't the clean zone just up ahead? Even if we lose our vehicles, once we enter the clean zone, we can earn money with our own hands to buy new ones. Don't worry. We wouldn't joke around with our own lives. Behind her, the refugees are quickly unloading supplies from the vehicles, filling them with dirt and sand to increase their impact. Oh wow. Hey, did you just say we should throw all this stuff into the red tire with the vehicles? Why are you even moving these cardboard boxes? Aren't they all just... Shut up. I'm trying to help you. But he's already dead. He died protecting those cardboard boxes, those heavy bulky machines, and his data. To him, those things might be as important as our food. We can't bring his stuff with us, but at least we should give them a chance to be discovered again. Without a word, the tall man laboriously covers the worn-out machines with large tarps. He writes the observer's name on the tarps. Raul Os. Alright, let's divide up the vehicles now. Liv and Cully will help us create an opening. All we need to do is drive the vehicles through that gap. The lever on the left is the emergency release. After crashing through, pull the lever to detach yourself from the vehicle, and then boom. Any of those monsters in red water don't fear anything, but they can't withstand fire. All we need to do is crash several large vehicles through, hitting the same spot, and then we can all get out of this hellhole. I'll drive the first one. Maybe old Bao was the best driver in the team when I was younger. At least I've got one good leg left. Ha ha ha. I should be the one driving it. I'll take the second one then. I've never driven one of our vehicles. Lucille never lets me try. Now's my chance, ha! Hey, why are you suddenly ignoring me? Lucille, didn't I just tell you to go back? I want to drive the first one. Stop it, Lucille. You need to drive the last vehicle to evacuate the others. There are still many injured waiting for rescue. This mission isn't complicated. Just slam the pedal and speed through. We don't need you for this. But this is clearly a task for our emergency rescue team. Oh, that rescue team of yours again? Its name is so long that I can hardly remember it. Well then, I'll join your team. For a better tomorrow, sunlight shines on all. Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. Did I say it right? Count me in too. Besides, you're still waiting for Mika. You haven't seen each other in so long, right? I'm sure you will see her again, this time in the clean zone. And when you do, remember to say hi to Mika for me. For a better tomorrow. Before Lucille could react, Gamera and the young man had already slipped into the vehicle's cockpit, locking the door from inside. Are you sure about this? Don't worry. There won't be any problems. Don't underestimate us. Lucille, please take care of Lucia for now. The light mind damage has made Lucia unconscious. Worried, Liv gently puts her against a pile of supplies and then follows the vehicle as it starts again. Lucille stands dazed beside Lucia. She and her vehicle have been left behind. I should be going instead. He violently pounds his legs, which were corroded by the red tide during battle. Don't worry too much. They still have the emergency release. Liv will get them all back. She's the best battlefield rescue construct. There is no emergency release. What? Our vehicles never had any emergency release. Only a self-destruct mechanism. It's the lever on the left side of the seat. The old leader once drove a vehicle alone to lure the corrupted away during a corrupted tide. He blew them all up in the wasteland. Then why did Gamera and the others still... Don't they know about this? They all know. A dull explosion echoes from the front line. They are just trying to pass on the hope of survival to more people. The punishing virus cannot defeat humanity. The hetero creatures cannot defeat humanity, and neither can the red tide. Because in moments of despair, humanity always ignites its brightest flame, and their civilization continues to strive on, enduring and thriving. We need vehicles. There's still one left. Almost there. Just a bit more. Key, give me the key. Kali frantically rushes back for the front line. 3 vehicles have already created an opening for us. We can hear the voices of the task force coming to support us. Just a bit more. A swarm of hetero creatures emerges from the red tide, seemingly intent on blocking their escape. Liv and Kali's full-force attack created a breach. 3 armored vehicles have blasted through the hetero creatures, yet there's still one last wall in front of them. Before Kali can find the key, the vehicle has slowly started. Lucille, do you really think I'll be out of options after you hit my key? I'm still the vice leader of... Oh boy. For a better tomorrow, sunlight shines on all. Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. At some point, she had already removed her protective mask. The vehicle's engine starts to roar. If you see Mika, please tell her. Never mind. Maybe don't tell Mika. Just say you passed by me on the ground and that Gamera and I are still traveling around. No! Lucille has always kept her vehicle spotless. For the first time, it is stained with the grime of the red tide. No, Lucille! God damn it! Brilliant flames burst in the red tide, likely setting off the mechanical parts of other vehicles and creating another chain of explosions. Driving her favorite vehicle, she charges into the crimson tide without looking back. Dreading the dazzling flames, the hetero creatures have retreated. Lucille, no! God damn it! Daylight shines into the gloomy and rugged hetero zone, the fervent rose finally blossoming under the sun. Grey Raven, do you copy? A crystal clear voice finally comes through from Lucia's terminal, but the cheerful laughter can no longer be heard in the silent camp. No. Man. Lucia dead. God damn it. 4 more nodes to go. Embers of the Stars. Oh no. There's 4 more nodes to go through, and only 1 more battle one left. That means 3 of these is going to be dialogue. It's going to be a long one. This is a valid sequence. Record the numbers. Has the re-examination report for Teddy come out? No issues. Her adaptation rate is quite high. When applied to the external interface model, this test module can stably increase the adaptation rate by about 0.8%. Why is Mika still working? She's really going all out. I heard she had a childhood friend on the ground who wasn't compatible with the construct conversion process and didn't want to abandon the rest of their refugee group. She always wants to exchange her research outcome for privileges to bring them to Babylonia, or at least send them to the conservation areas within the core of the clean zone. Huh, is that so? She's never mentioned it before. Shh, she's looking this way. There's a problem with this function. I'll recalculate and integrate the error data. She pretends not to hear the researchers' discussions. The external interface module of the inverse device is gradually being perfected. Although it still does not fit most people, it can indeed temporarily enhance constructs with a stable mind. She has never been a person without desires. She only stays at the Cosmos Technicians Union for Inver device research because her mentor promised that once there are results, she could bring Lucille and the others into the clean zone or directly into Babylonia. Just a little longer. She lowers her eyes and continues calculating the data. Aside from the ongoing development of the external module of the Inver device, dozens of projects with a validation rate of 50% are being conducted simultaneously within the Science Council's testing ground. Is your brain full of coffee-flavored electrolyte? Only rookies would make such a mistake. The pink-haired construct girl taps the terminal screen with frustration, circling the highlighted row. Sorry, rest if you're tired. You better know how much time I wasted checking this line you incorrectly replaced. Thank you. Did the modification go well? There shouldn't be any issues, or else she wouldn't be this energetic. Has my ground mission application been approved, Captain Karenina? I still need to think about it. What ground mission? Teddy's gone insane. She applied to explore the heterozone near Reactor 1. I can't verify those two threshold values here. We might never get the correct data just by using the punching virus samples from Babylonia. Besides, when I submitted my application, I also saw another two identical applications. Don't tell me. Shrug. Even though your and Lee's applications have not been approved yet, there's always a way. You know, even if you don't approve my application, I have my own solution. You are the one who always claims to be a technician. That place is really dangerous. You don't like battles, do you? I don't like to fight, but that doesn't mean I can't fight. I already have my Inver device modified. Not to mention that I also have most of the detailed data from Norman Mining Corp's past deep dive into Reactor 1. That place is the core of this heterozone disturbance. Conducting experiments there will yield the most direct and effective results. And, you know, I have my own reasons too. That's the tomb of the Norman family. There's no need for others to keep sacrificing their lives. I'm with you. What? Very good judgment. No wonder you're the Grey Raven Commandant. Your application has been approved. I've also requested additional protective gear for you. Make sure you're fully prepared before setting out. Thanks, Captain Karenina. How's the Gestalt breach going? I'm working full throttle to crack the data wall there. The rest is with Asimov. A cup of cold coffee sits ignored on the table as Asimov types rapidly on the terminal screen. The data wall in the breach is made of very complex code. Even Asimov and I cannot understand some logical components. Those things seem to refer to Gestalt's Foundation database. They have installed multiple secure storage units within the restraints set by the Science Council, completely locking the information stored within. Based on the protocol cracked from the breach, I have deciphered part of its application programs, but I can't fully bypass the data wall. I can hijack them using the lower level protocol, but Gestalt's database might activate its protection systems and get damaged. Without seeing Gestalt's database code, I can't determine the extent of potential damage. I'm still not inclined to crack it with force. The last time we did a routine check on Gestalt, I asked, but Gestalt refused to calculate the possibility of breaking the data wall. For what reason? The tower. What? I asked 3 times, but Gestalt only gave me this one reason. Destruction? Yes. I've reviewed all related themes and concepts about the tower and reached the same conclusion as you. What, is Gestalt actually a mystic? Feels like it's foreshadowing something. After what happened in Kowloon, I wouldn't recommend fully trusting Gestalt. We still need to rely on Gestalt for calculations, but... It's Benny. Seeing Celica's anxious expression, a wave of unease washes over you. Is there news from Lucy and Liv? We've established contact with Grey Raven. Lucy and Liv have rendezvoused with the task force at the edge of the heterozone. But the Red Tide is still expanding. Based on the data and intel they've uploaded, the Red Tide developed its own will. Asimov furrows his brow while reading the information Celica sent. I anticipated this might happen, but I didn't expect it to be so soon. Damn it. What the hell is that thing? The transmitted footage shows a girl wearing a green cloak standing in the shadowy forest. Cradle? Is it the one you mentioned before? A chilling sense of unease explodes in your nerves. The figure of a young girl gradually emerges above the rotting blood. This is the third time we've met each other, Isabene. She curtsies in almost the same way as last time. Just like in this video clip. It really is her. After the conflict between Babylonia and the Forsaken, you filed a report on this matter. However, when the task force was dispatched to the marked location, there were no traces of the Red Tide. After a thorough investigation of the surroundings confirmed no signs of hetero creatures, the report was temporarily shelved. The direction of the transmitted data is where the second batch of Norman Mining Corp heralds were deployed. Isn't the second batch of heralds supposed to depart in 2 days? Are you that out of the loop? They've probably already landed by now. What's the plan now? I'm heading down to meet Lucy and Liv. Your ground mission application has been approved. Check your terminal. The Army has issued an emergency mission, deploying all nearby task forces for a saturated rescue. In addition, you and Lee are to immediately descend from Babylonia to support Grey Ravens, Lucia, and Liv. I'm going too. Captain, I've just resubmitted my application. I changed the date to today. Hey, can you stop messing around with the engineering force's internal application system? Just approve it already. Isabene, how about giving me a lift? No problem. Lee will depart from the Grey Raven Lounge. You will meet directly at the spaceport. Speaking of which, Mika, I've left the plans for both thresholds on your terminal. When I'm back, we'll know whether it's Plan A or Plan B. We gotta go, go, go. Spaceport. It's been a long time since my last ground mission. Really? When was that? The last one was probably when I just joined the engineering force. Why did you suddenly think of that? Don't start reminiscing all of a sudden. Just suddenly remembered some things in the past. When I first left the family, when I first joined the engineering force, when I first argued with Karenina, when we first went on a ground mission together. Christina! A sharp voice breaks her rare moment of reminiscence. Victoria? What are you doing here? I don't want to go to Reactor 1 with you. Leonardo, Did he take your place and go down? At least he's doing what a brother should do. But I never intended for this. I just wanted to. Was I all wrong? You did make a mistake, but now isn't the time to talk about it. Christina, I can't lose you too. Father is already there and grandfather. Don't worry. I'm going on a ground mission with Grey Raven. They'll protect me. Teddy secretly winks at you. It will be fine. Make sure your sister stays safe. But, don't cry. Just go back, Victoria. She takes 2 more steps forward, then turns around with a smile. There's nothing to cry about. Leonardo did what Leonardo was supposed to do. Now it's my turn to do what I should do. I'll drag Leonardo and the others back to Babylonia. Whether it's Dominic or the will of the Red Tide we're facing, I'll do my best to fight. This is what everyone has been doing. Isn't it, Commandant? The pink-haired construct looks at you, her eyes shining like stars. Right. Even without Dominic, even after losing most of the data stored in the Gestalt. Even if the path forward is devoid of light, its darkness seemingly unending, people will still grit their teeth and march on, lifting the burning embers of the stars against the unpredictable future. Go back. Children should trust their elders. Together with Grey Raven, I will bring back more information about the Heterozone, bring back lives that shouldn't have been lost, as well as more hope and possibilities. That's the spirit. Sister, go back and do what you need to do. Reclaim the authority of the Norman family and take back what's rightfully ours. The little girl is still sobbing, but she has stopped. Go. I want cherry-flavored electrolyte in this celebration. Okay. With tears still in her eyes, Victoria breaks into a smile. Aww. Sitting on the transport shuttle, Teddy keeps tapping on her terminal. Are there even signals on the shuttle? There can be if you know the way. Wait, I'm not breaking any rules. She glances warily at you, Antley. I don't have a habit of reporting others. Me neither. I need to make some arrangements. Can't really let Victoria face those old folks at the supervisory board alone. Leonardo left some things with me earlier. She focuses intently on the terminal screen, unconsciously biting her lip. Don't worry, they'll all be fine. The words might be simple perhaps, but perhaps they can at least bring her a sliver of comfort. Thanks, Usbeni. And thank you for speaking up for me earlier. Our grandfather had been using Victoria to keep Leonardo and me in check since we were young. She was always kept in the sanatorium. I tried to get her out, but failed every time. She's very insecure. I understand why she follows her grandfather's orders, seizing power from Leonardo and rebooting Project Herald. Grandfather has shaped her in a way that she doesn't have a clear sense of right and wrong. She only knows what needs to be done to achieve her goals. The bumpy shuttle hides the glimmer of tears in her eyes. And Leonardo? He always thinks he can grow into a tree that shelters us, hoping Victoria and I could live blissfully ignorant lives. How could that be possible? Stupid brother. There's still time. Huh? What? You still have time. To teach a sister raised too radically, or to scold a brother who tried to hide everything. There are too many regrets in this world, but there's still time to fix everything. Of course. Teddy rubs her cheeks and smiles once more. It's been a while since I felt this down. Anyway, thank you, Usbeni. Now that I think about it, the Commandant Grey Raven sure has a way with words. How about joining the engineering force as my assistant? Does a vice captain of the engineering force get to have an assistant now? I can pay out of my own pocket. After all, I'm the eldest daughter of Norman Mining Corp. After returning to the meeting room, Victoria's mind is still lingering on the receding figures of her sister and the other two Grey Raven members. She bites her lower lip. She knows what she needs to do now. When she was very young, so young she was still learning to speak, she always remembered two people coming to play with her. The butler called them young master and young lady. Even though the young master was always full of smiles and the young lady always seemed a bit impatient, she enjoyed her playtime with them every day. Then one day, the butler suddenly took her away from the room where she used to live. The butler told her she was sick and needed long-term care. From then on, her brother and sister could only visit her at fixed times each week. Her brother grew more silent and her sister's expression more grave. The butler told her their father had passed away, striving for that glorious yet unattainable goal. She couldn't understand anything the butler said, but all her crying and tantrums were to no avail. Later, her sister disappeared. Where did sister go? She went to work. Her brother, wearing a floral shirt, gave this answer. Christina betrayed our family. You must become better, Victoria. You will become a better Herald, a better Dominic. Grandfather, let me tell you a story. A long time ago, there was a village where the people raised a sleuth of bears. Every year, they would send one bear into the mountains to the mountain god's home. That sounds scary, Grandpa. It's not scary, Victoria. It's about faith and honor. The bear they sent away carried the village's hopes and returned with the spark they prayed for. Remember what I told you about your life and the hardships we endured for you? Now it's your turn to fulfill your duty. Don't forget what I want you to do. Tell the gods to grant us wealth. Ask the gods to gift us with prey. We give you food, joy, and health. Now. She had learned so much. She discovered what Project Herald was, the sacrifices her father made, and why her sister left Norman. No one wants to live as another shadow, and nobody is born with the destiny to be a herald. Originally, she intended to take everything down to hell with her, but her brother and sister still stood by her side, even as she was mired in despair. Now, it's time for us to settle the score, grandfather. Oh, here we go. That means the last 3 no's are going to be dialogue. Holy. The will of civilization. Just as the information from Liv reported, once you entered the designated area on the map, your communications with Babylonia began to falter. Seems like the punishing virus is disrupting your comms again. Has this happened before? When the virus levels spiked previously, we had encountered similar disruptions, though never this severe. We're only just keeping communication going because I've boosted the channel's output frequency. But I'm not sure it'll hold up if we go any deeper. She adds, furrowing her brows. I wonder how the earliest heralds managed to venture so deep under these conditions. The virus levels are unusually high here, likely because Cradle is manipulating the hetero zone to expand its territory. I checked the data, and after they shut down Reactor 1, the punishing virus levels stayed relatively stable for a long time. Normally, constructs couldn't get all the way to the core, but they could get pretty close to the edge. Detected signs of life ahead. Pushing aside the grass, Leonardo and several other heralds are lying unconscious there. Leonardo! They're still alive. We can still get them out in time. But we don't have any transport. Shh, listen. The bushes rustle and soon a pink construct steps out from the dimly lit forest. Liv? Commandant? Fantastic. We finally found the right way. Lucia, it's safe over here. Lucia, looking battered, walks out followed by a group of disheveled refugees. Commandant, it's too dangerous here. You shouldn't be. Despite the joy in her eyes, Lucia's brow is furrowed with concern. We'll find a way out. What should we do next? There are still many refugees here. You should get some rest first. It's been a long time since I've seen Lucia this badly injured. This area is on the outskirts of the hetero zone. We've been moving fast, but the red tide keeps chasing us with a clear purpose, likely driven by that will called the Cradle. We just set up camp nearby when I heard some noises over here and came to check. You did well. Leave the rest to me. You instruct Lee and Liv to help Lucia move the unconscious heralds to a nearby safe zone, while Teddy stays behind to care for the other wounded constructs and refugees. With a blank expression, Teddy flips through the data Liv sent from Reactor 1. So this is what that old man has been after all this time? Dominic's legacy? Hasn't Norman ever gotten their hands on this type of data? No, they haven't. Even with their most advanced constructs, the later batches of heralds never reached this far. Norman went to great lengths to acquire what they called Dominic's legacy, but it's just bits and pieces of data from the soldiers and researchers who went in with Dominic and never returned. What we have in our hands now, the real Dominic's legacy, is just a shutdown manual for the 0-point reactor. I disagree with their actions. I can't make sense of their motives. Anyway, I can't support Norman's Project Herald. We should be digging into the root causes, not just searching for an answer. Humanity can't keep relying on a legend to guide us forward. Correct. I can't deny Dominic's past brilliance, but Dominic is history now. Civilization thrives because we keep building on the achievements of those before us, aiming ever higher. Dwelling on the past and old beliefs won't help us move forward. Only those old-timers, feverish and deluded, would cling to these outdated legends. She taps the terminal in disgust, shutting down the files. Maybe one day we'll go back to the city where Reactor 1 stands. But our purpose would be to piece together history, to understand the events that unfolded there. Not to build on the sacrifices of the past or to chase legends buried in its ruins. Civilization must keep moving forward. A red wind blows, quietly carrying a thin mist. Ah, a new outsider arrives. Christina, is that your name? You don't quite resemble the person in his memory. Who's speaking? What's wrong, Teddy? The camp is silent. The weary refugees and constructs deep in sleep, all under the careful watch of the guards. Did you hear that? It's you, Isabeni. In accordance with human etiquette, I greet you. And to this lady here, Miss Christina. You may call me Cradle, as per your traditions. There's no Christina here, no matter where you got that name from. So, in human society, you can simply abandon your own names? Interesting. The purple grass quietly grows as the mist slowly spreads. Cradle, stop it! Are you angry? An eerily innocent smile appears on the girl's face. You are merely leftover remnants, so fragile that you would be washed away even in the world of the red tide. Yet, even insignificant specks like you can get offended by my words, right? She seems to have become more skilled at using her language. There are no leftover remnants. Every individual is unique. Humanity's splendor shines because countless lives thrive here, regardless of their strength or weakness, wealth or poverty. Life. Indeed, it's life that allows civilization to endure. But is a life deemed useless still worth mourning? There is no such thing as a useless life. The most useless one here is probably just you, made solely of the punishing virus. It's an emotion I've never read before. I can spare them, but come find me. Enter our domain. The girl's silhouette gradually fades. Let me touch your past. Let me see the true civilization that belongs to your kind. Oh shit. Oh boy. Just silence. No voice lines, no nothing. Pure silence. Interesting. Oh my god. Where is she? Oh! Shit. Oh god, she's beating the brakes off me. Holy. Oh. Oh no. Why is there no music playing? It's so awkward when there's no music playing. Okay. Hmm. What? Okay. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh my gosh, she attacks so fast. Oh my gosh. Oh, she hit me at the... Ugh, damn it. I landed a parry, but... There's some music supposed to be playing? Oh, I see. Ugh. You know what? I actually don't mind restarting this. Hang on. Just so the music can play. Because it's so awkward when there's no music. I guess I can't really fix it unless I, like, fully restart the game. Whatever. Oh well. No, I know the song. I know the song. I've heard it before. I figured it was going to be in my memory that plays. So I know what it sounds like. I know what the song sounds like. It just would be nicer if the music was playing right now, but unfortunately it's bugged, so... Jeez. Okay. Jesus, man. Her attacks are so quick that I can't like keep up. What? Okay. Oh my god. Tried to parry, but I couldn't get the timing right. What the hell? Okay. Dodging way too much. Oh boy. God damn, she's so fast. Can't get the timing on that one. That was so awkward without any music. That sucks that I got bugged. Oh well.
まだ木は熟していません。彼にはめられましたね。文明の誕生に戦争が起きるのは必然。次の機会を待ちましょう。
Oh man, the vibrant red, sorry, vibrant red tide fades, leaving behind Cradle's dissipating shadow. Damn it! Are you some indestructible sewer creature? Whoa, your strength is beyond my expectations. I also dread that one on the outskirts, the more powerful construct within human civilization. It turns out my adversaries aren't just you. Is this the power of inherited civilization? It's about inheritance and pioneering, concepts that are beyond the grasp of a single-celled organism like you, created by from the punishing virus. Perhaps you're right. Civilization needs deeper roots to truly thrive. I will leave and return to the heterozone. Take this. It's both a gift and a sign of my respect for you, humans. You won't achieve what you're hoping for. Why? Human society is cold and unforgiving, missing the wild freedom and acceptance. I will record human civilization and breed a better world. Even though he has misled me, the story isn't finished yet. He is an intriguing consciousness, and perhaps he hopes for a different ending. But I'm open to more conversations like this with you. Farewell. Wait. Before the words could fall, the red girl had already turned into a phantom, vanishing into the depths of the dilapidated building. She got away. Never mind, we can't catch her anyway. As the will of the red tide, she can disappear and reappear at will as long as she is in the hetero zone. The density of the punishing virus has decreased. Another shot? Need another shot of serum? Yes. Taking out the spare serum, Teddy frowns as she jabs it into the port of on the protective suit. Just watching that looks painful. What's next? We must be close to the center of Reactor 1, right? Let's take a look around. Since Cradle has retreated and we have our protective suits, the density of the punishing virus is manageable. Now that we're here, we might as well explore the area. Still not done yet, though. It's a long chapter. It's about like nearly 6 hours long. And I know it's hit the 6-hour mark, but I spent like half an hour earlier at the beginning of the stream doing shit. Storyboard director. True. The city, once bustling with life, is now overrun with weeds. The robot that used to guard the library stands silently, rust forming on his body from the wind and rain. In the future, if humanity completely disappears from Earth, could it end up like this? It won't. I feel the same way. This is our homeland. Our civilization won't end here. Yes. Sorry, my voice. So much reading. The punishing virus sweeps across Earth, devouring everything that humanity had spent thousands of years building. In places like the city around Reactor 1, the virus has completely taken over, possibly even giving rise to alien civilizations. However, more significantly, humans have established new strongholds bit by bit. Exiled in the depths of space, our compatriots refuse to settle down comfortably. They are drawn back to the lands they love like moths to a flame. Perhaps some people have forgotten their purpose, and perhaps more have considered Earth a part of history. But there will always be those who remember that Earth is our eternal home, the cradle of human civilization. May you all return home safe and sound. Deep within the heterozone. The terminal is disrupted by an overly high concentration of the punishing virus, with the virtual image flickering in and out, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. So it failed after all. Looks like you saw this coming too. I said it before. Neither of us had any good intentions. It's just about using each other. I thought the timing was right, but it seems it's still not enough. Maybe I should explore other ways to strengthen our foundation. I still need to read more stories. Maybe I'll seek other help or take a different path. We will meet again. The wind gradually subsided. The girl in a green cloak sits amidst the red tide, slowly turning a new page. These next 3 nodes, there's going to be a lot of reading. It is that many left, right? I never expected this story to be this long. Yep, it's this one and 2 more. Okay. Almost there. Almost done. my god. Let me stretch for a second. Okay. Guardian. And then what? What happened next? And then? Some fool lay on the star of life for too long before finally getting up. Still dreaming of becoming a construct. Only to realize your brain can't even fill the smallest mind. Come on, don't be so cold to your brother, little Christina. Call me Teddy. Besides, what's wrong with me becoming a construct? If I do really well and take your spot as vice captain of the engineering force, don't come crying to me. It's not happening. Why? You don't know? There's a sign on the engineering force's gate saying, "No Leonardo or dogs allowed." Hey, don't be so harsh. The simulated sunlight filled the dim hall, and it felt like ages since the three of them had sat together to enjoy afternoon tea. Speaking of which, how is grandfather doing? Grandfather? He fell ill a few days ago. After being checked at the Star of Life, the doctors found a blood clot in his cerebral artery, causing focal acute cerebral ischemia. Although he's being kept alive by the Star of Life, I'm afraid that... She elegantly dabs the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Did he say anything? After seeing the notes Liv brings back, presumably left by the one they call father, she can't help but wonder if that powerful figure ever had any regrets. He said he hoped I could continue Project Herald and find Dominic. No matter what, I won't restart Project Herald. I've already handed over all the information on Project Herald to the military at Babylonia. Norman doesn't need glory that comes at the expense of human lives. That's my sister. Speaking of which, when will my projects get approved? Please, I really need them to bring in some funds. I still owe Trojan 3 times her salary. She doesn't come cheap. Then I'd better take a good look at your projects, Leonardo. If there's a problem, I won't go easy on you. Science Council. Buried under a pile of documents, Asimov could only poke his head out. Teddy sits nearby, a cup of pink electrolyte beside her. Asimov? Teddy? You're here. Take a seat. You find a seat while Asimov stays focused on the work in the terminal's database. I thought they'd locked you in the break room by now. No, that wouldn't happen. To escape. You did. Maybe I should tell Lucia right away. Teddy takes out the terminal, pretending to make a call, but quickly changes the topic. How are things going in the testing ground? Bad. Mika's teacher has finally been able to leave Star of Life thanks to Teddy validating the correct threshold limit. She's now working with Mika on the disassembly research of the Inver device. With the data in this experimental model, they might be able to develop a new type of Inver device. It would be more stable with better compatibility, capable of neutralizing higher concentrations of the punishing virus. That's good to hear. But that's just a possibility. Thanks to your and Teddy's recklessness, the expansion of the heterozone has stopped, and there are even signs that it's starting to shrink. The Science Council, Engineering Force, and Cosmos Technicians Union can finally take a breather. That's what I call a wise decision. That's just... No need to explain. 3 members of your team are out there looking for you. And Karenina has been searching for you for a while now, didn't you? He rarely smiles, but now there is a hint of one. I heard you all hid away after returning to Babylonia. Just a tactical retreat. Looking back now, chasing after Cradle was indeed a risky route. But if I had to do it again, I'd probably make the same choice. We can't turn a blind eye to innocent lives. No matter what, Teddy and I won't just sit back and let Cradle consume the refugees and wounded constructs. Anyway, you didn't tell them I'm here, did you? No, I wouldn't do something that stupid. I called you here to let you know that there's been a breakthrough regarding the invitation. Really? Are you doubting me? He turns on the terminal and a long stream of complex code flashes across the screen. Teddy and I have disassembled the source code of the Gestalt simulation device and reverse engineered the content of the invitation. Want to check its authenticity yourself? Move forward, take a look. Lines of code rapidly flash across the terminal, barely discernible. This is just part of the reverse engineered content. If we fully reconstruct it, it's probably a set of encryption keys. Encryption keys. These are all linked to the Gestalt simulation device keys. According to our setup, each set corresponds to different scenarios. Think of it like the World Government Association of Art's holographic movies or something similar. I'm not entirely sure, but during our reverse engineering, we decoded some truly astonishing information. Are you sure you want to keep listening? What kind of information is it? It's about Dominic. You mentioned this is an invitation. It does sound like something truly astonishing. It's never about a single name, but a spirit worth remembering. That's probably why he wanted me to give this to you. But perhaps because Huashu isn't directly connected to Dominic, they had to take the form of that girl to convey this message to me. Waiting at the end of that universe, the girl named Nanami. It's an invitation. Whether it's about Nanami or Dominic, we need to take this invitation seriously. Now that's some courage, definitely worthy of the title Grey Raven Commandant. About Gestalt. Just then, a soft knock on the office door interrupts Asimov. Asimov? Have you seen our Commandant? Professor Hippocrates said the Commandant seemed to be heading this way. Looks like someone's about to get caught. Teddy, I know you're in there. Show yourself. Lucia? Why are you here too? I'm here looking for our Commandant. You too! Don't think I won't tear down Asimov's door. It feels like everything that happened before is just a blur. The Norman Mining Corp went through a power shift, and after Victoria handed over all the relevant info, they officially declared Project Herald a lie at Babylonia. People should not pin their hope on legends. Even if Gestalt is sealed and Dominic is long gone, humanity is still trudging across the river of time, clutching one slippery rock at a time. The new info device developed by the Science Council, Engineering Force, and Cosmos Technicians Union seems to be showing some early results. A result on the Omega effect is gradually improving. Surface Conservation Area. Lucia, live! And the Grey Raven Commandant. We received a mission to escort a group of refugees into the clean zone, but I didn't expect to run into them again. What a coincidence. I never thought I'd see you all again. It's wonderful. And I can't believe we're really going to enter the clean zone. Thank you all. We should really thank Lucille and the others. Oh, you're right. Sorry, It's okay. The old leader once lured away the corrupted, saving Lucille and Mika when they were surrounded. Lucille and Gamira paved that road for us with their lives. If needed, I'd do the same in the future. After all, I'm a member of For a Better Tomorrow, Sunlight Shines on All, Battlefield Trauma Emergency Rescue Team. Her eyes are sparkling like stars, bright and radiant. We held a funeral for Lucille because we were already near the clean zone and I found her favorite flowers. Those little wildflowers, bright orange, covering the hills and fields. She would definitely be so happy. Yes, she would definitely be very happy. Moore rejoined the team. He will temporarily guard the conservation area where we live, and everyone has been well settled. No, I almost forgot to share the best news. Eileen pulls out a refugee with chestnut hair from the back of the group. Let me introduce you to Tony. He's also a member of our team. He got lost on the outskirts of that strange place, but luckily he survived by chasing the supplies we tied to the trees. He reunited with us at the last intersection. Once we reach the clean zone, we have to celebrate. A refugee named Tony shyly scratches his head. Luckily, there were 2 vials of serum left in Uncle Gamera's pack. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made it here. That's great. Liv, look. I brought the little seedlings down. In the little hands, 2 small sprouts planted in discarded serum tubes stand shakily in the cool breeze. The weather is warming up. the wall. Almost done. Whoa.
Shiki-kan, あのデータウォールを見たでしょう。内部からの封鎖。あの人の仕業かしら。アシモフと計算したの。この壁の向こうには広大な空間がある。もしそうだとして、それは本当に開けていいものなの
？Oh? It's red. Red in this game never means good. Almost never. Almost always doesn't mean good. Science Council. The testing ground, once bustling day and night, was now silent, its bright lights dimmed. Asimov stands by the control panel, meticulously verifying the coordinates. Any new discoveries? None. It's still those data walls. Ever since they appeared, they've scattered and blocked the core areas. Even though all signs point to the possibility of opening them, I still stand by my conclusion. I could try to hijack them using the lower level protocol, but Gestalt's database might activate its protection systems and get damaged. The code for Gestalt's foundational database has been lost in the chaos for a long time, so I can't gauge how bad the potential damage might be. There's a chance we could extract the technology they want, but there's also a risk of blowing up the entire foundational database. Have they made a decision yet? Since Gestalt still can't perform certain calculations, they're getting ready for a parliamentary vote on whether to open these data walls. It's tough to say just how long their intelligence really is. They must think they've found a glimmer of hope. Even knowing that what they might open is Pandora's box, knowing that the abyss ahead might store poison disguised as nectar. But just like the Norman Mining Corp, once obsessed with Dominic's legacy, how can those who have seen the heights of power be satisfied with the status quo? If only there was enough time. With enough time in our current tech, we could actually create a new golden age. But they can't wait any longer. They cannot wait to put their glorious mark in the history book and write, "This is the decision that turns the page on humanity's history book, leading humanity into a new era." Once the data wall is opened, will Dominic actually show up? Can't tell. No one can really assess Dominic's current state, and can we even be sure it's Dominic? Still, are they really intent on breaking through the data wall? A lot of people are in favor of it. Even Commander Nicola from the military is on board. Government emergency meeting? Unlike the usual clamor, the hall is enveloped in silence. Everyone senses the weight of this impromptu meeting. Is it a moment of danger or a chance for opportunity? No one can foresee the outcome. Each member silently contemplates their thoughts. Briefing materials have already been distributed to you. I would like to emphasize again that Chief Technician Asimov from the Science Council, Captain Karenina of the Engineering Force, and Vice Captain Teddy are all opposed to unlocking the data wall in Gestalt. A stir of whispers ripples through the attendees, but calm quickly settles over the room. So, we have indeed obtained some data on the infra device from that space? Yes. And we've confirmed that there's even greater space beyond the data wall? Yes. Now, everything beyond the wall remains shrouded in mystery, even a united effort from the Science Council and Engineering Force cannot reveal what lies beyond. Next is another crucial piece of information we must discuss. During the outbreak of the punishing virus, while relocating Gestalt, Dominic's adjutant, Nithard, intercepts an erroneous command sent from Gestalt. It is a launch order of 7,295 indeterminate ballistic missiles aimed at the entire space fleet, targeting Babylonia. This information comes from Mr. Watanabe of the Forsaken. Gestalt issued an order to destroy Babylonia? I doubt the authenticity of this information. The Forsaken wouldn't want Babylonia's technology to revert to Golden Age's level. Yet the technology of the Golden Age is built on time and refinement. We don't necessarily require such drastic means to reclaim past achievements. Do we truly have any time left? With the Ascendants watching us closely and the heterozone spreading, can we honestly say we still have time? We've already sacrificed too much, warriors and resources alike. The heterozone may have receded for now, but who can assure us that the red tide won't rise up again? When humanity is entirely confined to the clean zone, what will we have left to fight back with? Nicola, you know well that there may be dangers sealed behind that wall. Or it could present us with a rare opportunity. A heavy silence hangs in the Parliament Hall. Are there any other questions? Then let's move forward with the vote. The scholars from the Science Council who favor unlocking the data wall believe they can implement safety measures similar to those used in the Enver device experiments. They plan to create an isolation zone within Gestalt for their work. If anything unexpected happens, they can quickly discard the isolation zone and protect most of Gestalt's modules. Humanity has been dormant for far too long. The desire to launch a bold counterattack and reclaim the civilization that has been imprisoned is overwhelming. In the face of such irresistible temptation, no one can resist taking the bait. To return to the Golden Age and reap the long-awaited fruits of our past. The final result of the vote is too obvious to predict. Commander Nicola's proposal received 52.8% support, 35.1% opposition, and 12.1% abstentions. The proposal is approved. Oh no. Pandora's box, yeah. They just approved of opening it. Black box. Are you sure this will work? Last node. Gazing at the peculiar machine that seems poised to turn against you at any moment, you shoot an uncertain glance at Asimov and Teddy who stand nearby. Well, it may appear strange, but this is indeed the form that emerges from assembling it according to Nanami's blueprints. I've tested it using some keys she left behind, and it doesn't pose any danger. But I can't guarantee whether the experience is merely an illusion created by this machine. After all, not everyone is eager to watch a chaotic dance of code. In any case, give it a shot. Once you step inside, I'll input the corresponding key and Asimov will keep a close watch on the machine. If anything goes awry, I'll shut it down right away. This key is for one-time use only. If there's information within, make sure to record it in detail. Okay, I trust you. Well, it's not like you have anyone else to depend on here. Alright, let's go, Commandant. You put on that oddly shaped helmet and snap on the mask. A wave of dizziness washes over you. You finally obtained the key. Who are you? No need to worry, blah blah is merely a ghost drifting through the data space, a fragment of history that no longer exists. Are you Dominic? Yes and no. Blah is simply the echo of Dominic's consciousness, left behind before he entered Reactor 1. Blah has little time to converse, and limited opportunity to record information. Blablah's purpose is to deliver this invitation into your hands. A scroll woven from strands of data slowly unfurls from the darkness. This invitation, which only you can open, is meant to extend a request to you. A mechanical voice resonates through the desolate darkness. Are you willing to accept the test and integrate your data into Dominic? What? Integrates into Dominic? Yes, to become Dominic, sowing hope into the very soil of humanity. To bring glory to the world. Become the new Prometheus. Humanity needs the fire of Dominic. What the heck? I have a few questions. Please, where is the real Dominic? Blah cannot answer that question for you. His true whereabouts may be linked to the Omega effect, but Blah has no opportunity to verify this theory. What is the nature of the punishing virus, and why did it erupt from a 0-point reactor? That information doesn't belong to this civilization. It's not a mistake. Rather, it has pointed toward a new direction, a future rich with possibilities. It just reappeared at a time when it shouldn't have. Blah can't discern right from wrong, yet Blah undeniably attracted a flame that humanity cannot control. The Inver device was born from this. Blah is seeking to rekindle hope in this transient civilization. So, why has no one been able to dismantle the Inver device's structure yet? Because that technology is not of this era. Are you referring to the Golden Age? No. Perhaps it belongs to an even earlier time, or maybe a later one. Blah cannot provide a specific answer to your question. If you integrate into Dominic, all the answers will eventually unfold before you. Integrate into Dominic. This is a path never imagined before. But does this world... do we still need Dominic? The figure hidden in the void falls silent. Blah cannot answer that question for you. Countless days and nights sealed within the Gestalt, Blah has witnessed too many miracles of this era. Those are miracles that even if Dominic still existed, might never be replicated. Time. There's little left. This information will soon be lost. An emotionless mechanical voice emits intermittent waves. Upon being uploaded to Gestalt, this consciousness data has already been contaminated. Blah trapped itself in the contaminating memetics deep within the Gestalt, but the data wall Blah built is about to fail. Blah can only deceive it to sneak this information out. A nascent consciousness still cannot rival human wisdom. Even if it is a living brain made of cortex and nerve fibers, something it can never fully understand. It. Blah cannot speak its name directly, but it will eventually emerge. Come, child. Are you willing to accept this invitation and integrate into Dominic? What will I sacrifice to integrate into Dominic? Blah doesn't know. Blah is simply the echo of Dominic's consciousness left behind before entering Reactor 1. In Blah's limited memory, Blah can't remember anything from before Blah integrated into Dominic. So, what is your answer? The answer is still no. This era needs us, not a relic of the past. It calls for Hassan, Nikola, Asimov, Celica. It calls for the task force, the engineering force, the support force, soldiers battling for Earth's revival in Babylonia, and the people striving to survive and keep the flame of humanity alive. What this era needs is all those who are dedicated to building a better tomorrow, not a vague shadow of what once was. The spirit and will of the Golden Age will resonate forever, but this era needs us. Not a new Pandora's box. Haha, that is the answer Blah expected. Only with such determination can one qualify to open the invitation. Perhaps your choice is the right one. The dark world sinks back into silence. Eardrums thrum with a piercing buzz, visual nerves jolted by blinding light, and tears spill from the corners of the eyes. Are you awake now, Usabeni? The physiological readings suggest that Usabeni should be cautious now. Awake, awake. What did you see? Dominic. You briefly explained to Asimov and Teddy what you have seen in the full sense simulation device. You did the right thing. Given that we can't tell if they're friend or foe, This is the safest choice. As for that data wall, whether it leads to destruction or a fresh start, it needs to be torn down. The Parliament has approved the resolution, and I've already been assigned to assist with the hijacking. The mission is set for tomorrow. Testing ground. The Oversight Committee rejected Parliament's request for direct access to the Gestalt's computing power center. Instead, they opted to carry out their operation here. The testing ground hums with renewed energy as researchers weave in and out, diligently checking line after line of complex code. Protocol decryption is complete. Initiating hijack. The giant screen projected by the terminal scrolled with the latest updates, as layers of the data wall are systematically hijacked. Hijack complete. It's here! At the moment Teddy presses the final key, Gestalt's terminal flickers, unleashing a torrent of unknown data, with countless lost technologies cascading into the terminal's memory. Fantastic! Wait. What is that? A deep crimson glow spills across the device monitor. Emergency shutdown! It's too late! Teddy's fingers fly across the keyboard, desperately cutting off the data stream, but the crimson pixels have already engulfed most of the data. The urgent alarms blare deafeningly, with glaring warning messages crawling across everyone's screens. Warning! Warning! The cacophony of noise spreads outward, sharp explosions resonating throughout the entire Babylonia. We lost contact. Lost contact with all satellites. Communication systems are down. Power systems are failing. No sooner had the words been spoken than the hall plunged into darkness, with only the frantic red alerts flashing on the screens. Swear word. Engineering force. Power repairs needed. Almost everyone rushes out of the hall, hurrying to fix the faltering Babylonia. Contaminated area lockdown complete. All erroneous codes are sealed within the isolation zone, along with the lost technologies once again packed into the bottomless black box. Turning back, the hall stands deserted once more. Is this the ending you all wanted? Is this the legacy of the Golden Age? The legacy of Dominic that you sought? All of this, what is it for really? Surface conservation area. Alert! Alert! Abnormal punishing virus concentration detected. Everyone quickly retreat to the clean zone. Hearing the piercing alarm, all the residents working outside drop their tasks and rush back to the clean zone. The child, clutching two small pots of ceilings, cannot keep up with the adults and falls hard to the ground. Before a cry can escape, an adult scoops the child up by the collar and hurries back inside the conservation area. Helene, my bottle, the one Liv gave me, it's broken. The child's grubby little hands tightly hold the shattered serum vial. It's okay, we have plenty of other containers. We can replant them. The gate to the clean zone slowly closes, and those who don't make it back in time begin to show red lesions on their skin. Lane, are we going to live like this forever? Lane. She crouches down, gently wiping the tears from the child's face. I don't know, but I do know that we need to survive. We have to get going. One day we'll understand what all of this was for, and why we had to suffer like this. Then, what about now? Right now, we just have to survive. We must survive. She pulls the child close in a tight hug. You're just gonna end off like that? She's gonna end it like that? Oh no. Alright, well. Stars and Snares is the next chapter, but that's gonna be available next week. I'm glad we only need to wait 1 week for the next chapter. Yeah. So I'll be playing the next chapter. Oh wow, reset. So I'll be going through the next chapter next week. I don't know how long that next chapter is going to be, though. Let me quickly check. Stars ensnared. Ah, it's got... Oh. It looks like it has 17 nodes. Maybe more. Actually, no, it is 17 nodes. Huh. But who knows? It might be as long as this one. Like 6 hours, 7 hours long. Woo! That was a good chapter. That was a good chapter. It's a shame that during the boss fight the music was bugged, but hey. It is what it is. Oh man. I've loved your videos reading the story. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed, well, not on this channel, but on my other channel. I'm glad you enjoyed my reading for those. Yeah. The story has been fantastic thus far, and I've been enjoying reading it myself, too. So I'm really happy to hear that you've been enjoying it. I'm happy to know that people enjoy this kind of thing. Especially when there are people out there who don't go through the story themselves because it's too much reading or it's unvoiced and all that stuff. So I'm doing y'all a I'm doing y'all a service. A necessary sacrifice. My voice. Holy. Still not enough. Okay. I'm always glad to see more people getting into PGR story because it's so underrated. So super underrated, man. Super underrated. Like I know that a lot of people say like the beginning chapters is slow, like from prologue to like chapter 7 or 8 and stuff. But if you're just someone who can push through it, man, you'll be it's a wild ride. This saliva gotta cost something, Cap. But yeah. Let me spin my serum here. It's 100% underrated, so. Oh, no voice. Weird. Let's do this real quick. Yeah, can't wait to go through Stars Ensnared next week. I don't know if it'll be on Friday that I do it or Saturday. I'm one of the weird people who didn't mind the first 8 chapters since they're not that long, but I understand why others don't like it. Yeah. Because I've heard for those earlier chapters, just nothing super crazy or exciting happens. But that's kind of just like the case for a lot of stories from the beginning. I like to see it as just them laying down the foundation of the world, of the story's world, and some of the terms for us to be more familiar with. It's kind of the same with Wuthering Waves. They're just trying to help you get familiar with some of the stuff. That's just how I view it, though. I'm so close to get another... I'm so close to get a pull. What can I do? Just... I can do this real quick. Arrangement of pieces don't comply with the rules. Cooperate. Okay. Let me quickly do this so I can get enough for another 10 pull for Luna. If I can get her. Yep, I know all this. I played Black Rock Shooter. like how Alpha's right there too. That's so cute. Cool. Surely that I can try. Oh, wait, no. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can get. Let's see if I can get Luna. To end it off, please. Can I see that magical red color? Am I really gonna hit pity for her? Am I really about to hit pity just like I did with you? That makes me upset. I'm not gonna lie. I'll at least get the weapon. I'm one pull away from guaranteed weapon. Man. Oh. Okay, let's pick these up. Oh, nice. Wow, SSS. Cool. Yeah, we'll unlock that. Oh well. I'll get her eventually. It's gonna take some time. Alrighty. Holy hell. Nearly 7 hours of this, man. Nearly 7 hours. It's late. Alright. Well, that'll do it for me for tonight. So with that being said, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. I hope you have a great rest of your day or night wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. I'm not gonna... It was rigged from the start, Cap. True. My gacha pulls lately have been so bad, man. I've been so unlucky. I guess it's the curse of starting anew on a different channel. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why. I'm kidding. Oh yeah. I'm not going to stream tomorrow as per usual. It's my break. But the next 3 streams are going to be Baldur's Gate. So I can, you know, get through that game at a quick pace without having to go like 2 days a week. I want 3 SSR pulls. Did you see some of this news from the recent CN stuff? Some exciting stuff. Oh, I did. I did see some stuff. I saw some stuff on the Reddit, subreddit. I saw some stuff from Twitter. Man, I'm excited for that Devil May Cry 5 collab. Virgil and Dante look really good. Apparently Vero's getting a new frame as well. Awesome. Jedi is going to be playable too. Really awesome stuff. Super, super, super exciting. And honestly, I'm one of those people who's actually like happy about the whole global sync thing, because that means we can get to the Devil May Cry collab way sooner. Hell yeah. That's super exciting stuff. Where's the launcher at, bro? I can't wait. Hopefully they'll reveal like Nero as well. Maybe Nero is like a free unit or something. That's gonna be really good. Why is the volume so... The volume was never like this before. I feel like... Oh. Oh, it's completely bugged, I think. Because voice isn't even... Yeah, it must be bugged. Yeah, it's bugged. Yep, can't wait. Gonna be exciting stuff, yeah. But yeah, next week I'll play PGR again for the story, for Stars Ensnared. Don't know how long it's gonna be, but if it's like super long, then it's probably gonna be put into 2 parts, but we'll see. Same? Yeah. Alrighty. So, yeah. What time is it? It's pretty much going to be like 1 a.m. soon. So it's already Sunday, but I don't stream on Sundays. I take a break on Sundays and Thursdays. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday for me, I'm gonna be playing through Baldur's Gate 3. So if you wanna come in there, watch, hang out with me and whatnot, you're free to do so. If you don't have the time to do so, or if you're not interested, that's completely okay too. I'm not forcing you. Anyway, that being said, that'll be it for me for tonight. So I'll see you next time. Have a great rest of your weekend. Again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you. See you next time. Bye-bye. My voice. And I'll throw some gnomes for you, Tin Can.